East coast of Africa, 1774, Robert Courtney stalked his prey. He hardly made a ripple as he waded through the crystal waters of the lagoon. At 17 years old, he was already over 6 feet tall and still growing. His skin was tanned deep brown from a life spent under the African sun, his muscles strongly defined by work in the fields and long swims in the ocean. The fishing spear he held over his shoulder was as light as an arrow in his hands. Above him, a great promontory rose steeply over Nativity Bay, while to his left the water disappeared in a tangle of mangrove swamps. A balmy breeze blew in from the sea, so soft it barely tickled the hairs on the back of his neck. He stared into the water, tensing the arm that gripped the fishing spear. He ignored the small fish darting between his legs. He was after larger prey. Big cob and rock cod sometimes found their way into the bay to bask in the warm shallows. To spear them as they shimmered like mirages took speed and skill, but Rob had been playing in this bay since before he could walk. He could whip the spear down without a splash, instinctively adjusting his angle for the water's distortion. Even so, it needed an element of luck to make the kill. He had seen a movement by the rocks on the south side of the bay. He approached slowly, gliding through the water so as not to alert his quarry. The water grew deeper. Now he could no longer wade but floated on his stomach, pushing forwards with little kicks that barely broke the surface. A shadow caught his eye, dark against the white sandy bottom. It was too big to be a crab, too perfectly round to be a stone. He was intrigued. Forgetting the fish for a moment, he dropped his spear, letting it float on its wooden shaft. He duck-dived down. Tiny fish scurried out of his path as 2 strong kicks propelled him to the seabed. He reached for the object one-handed and was surprised when it didn't come away. Even with both arms, it took all his strength to lift it from the sand. He broke the surface again and held his prize aloft, treading water. The moment he cupped it in his hands, he knew what it must be. Far heavier than you would expect for its size, with traces of its smooth iron surface still visible under the barnacles that encrusted it. It was a cannonball. He knew there had once been a battle in this bay. His grandfather, Jim, and his great-grandfather, Tom, had fought in it almost 40 years ago. Rob had heard the stories so often he could recite them by heart. How the Caliph of Oman had brought his fleet to punish the Courtneys, and how Tom had lured those ships into the bay only to burn them to the waterline with heated shot. For years the skeletons of the sunken fleet had lurked in the bay like ancient monsters. But storms and tides had done their work, and the timbers had slipped out to sea or been washed ashore to be burned as firewood. The battle was disappearing from memory. When his grandparents died, it would be no more than a legend. Rob wondered at the shifting currents and tides that had revealed the cannonball now. It was a long time since any gun had been fired in anger in Nativity Bay. He was so busy staring at the relic he almost missed the movement in the water. Powerful thrust, the ripple of a fin piercing the surface. He looked up to see an enormous fish surging towards him. Not a fish, a shark, a tiger shark. It was so close he could see every detail. The dark stripes down its flank, the open jaws, the yellow teeth pointing sideways like the blade of a saw. From a boat, Rob had once seen a tiger shark bite clean through a turtle's shell. This one was a juvenile, but it was already bigger than Rob. It must have swum in to hunt in the shallow waters of the bay. Rob had no time to escape. The shark was the hunter and the ocean was its element. His spear had drifted out of reach. The jaws stretched wider. Rob could see its 2 eyes, dark and malevolent, homing in on him. He had one chance. He lifted the cannonball with both arms and brought it down with all his force. It struck the shark a glancing blow on the nose, inches from Rob's exposed stomach. The shark recoiled madly, slapping Rob viciously with its tail as it whipped around. The impact knocked the cannonball from Rob's hands. The shark turned again to make another attack. Rob lunged for his spear, kicking out with all his strength. His splashing drew the shark towards him. It pressed forwards with great thrusts of its tail, as keen as a bullet through the water, its jaws open to swallow his leg. Desperately, Rob threw out his arm and grabbed the shaft of the spear. He jackknifed his body, snatching his legs from the shark's mouth as it snapped shut, teeth grazing his flesh. Blood clouded the water, driving the shark into a frenzy. It collided into him, a whirling mass of abrasive skin and fins, with such fury that Rob almost lost his hold on the spear. His feet touched firm sand. Only for a second, but it gave Rob enough balance to hurl the spear around in a savage arc, just as the shark attacked again. The tip punctured its rubbery flesh and sank deep into its body. The beast convulsed and writhed, churning the water red as its blood spilled out. A killer to the last, even in its dying moments the taste of its own blood drove it mad with hunger. Rob swam a distance away, watching and breathing hard. He felt no sympathy for the beast. His little sister often came to swim in this bay. Rob shuddered to think of her delicate body caught in those jaws. Eventually the shark stopped moving. It rose to the surface and floated belly up in the sea. Rob thrust the spear deeper into its flesh, then looped the rope over his shoulder to drag it to the beach. They would eat shark meat that night. At that moment, the thunderous explosion of a cannon echoed across the water. Rob looked up and saw the prow of a ship sailing around the cape into the channel at the mouth of the bay. Quickly, he let go of the shark and kicked towards the sheltering rocks at the edge of the lagoon. Few captains knew the hidden entrance, and fewer still would risk their vessels through the treacherous passage without a pilot. But there was always the worry that one day a pirate or a slaver might chance upon it. This ship was none of those. Rob gave a whoop of delight as he recognized the bare-breasted figurehead arcing forwards under the bowsprit. He clambered onto the rocks to watch her pass, shouting and waving at the crew. She was a handsome vessel, a trim schooner with gunports picked out in black on white-painted planking. Her patched canvas told of the rigors of her ocean voyage, but her heavy-laden hull said she had done good business. Any deeper and she would have grounded herself on the bar that guarded the mouth of the channel, but her captain steered her expertly past the hazards. Her topmen reefed the sails, while a gun crew on her foredeck secured the bow chaser which had fired the salute. As her stern swung around, Rob saw the name Dunstanburgh Castle across her transom. Rob loved ships. They had fascinated him all his life. How many times had he climbed to the top of the bluffs with his father's spyglass to watch a distant sail scudding past. He had made his father tell him all the names until he knew them in his sleep. Proud Indiamen and stout brigantines, Arab dhows from Zanzibar, and Bermuda sloops with their triangular sails. Most of all, he loved the men of war, the frigates and line-of-battle ships he occasionally saw beating up the coast from Cape Town, the red ensigns streaming from their sterns. Once, the most thrilling moment of his life, he had witnessed two frigates trade broadsides for nearly 3 hours, just a few miles off the coast. He had never forgotten the sight of the guns running out like rows of teeth, or the wall of flame as they fired in perfect unison. The Dunstanburgh Castle was smaller than those warships, with only 4 guns on either side to discourage pirates. But even before her anchor touched the sandy bottom, Rob had swum over to the vessel, swarmed up her ladder, and was peering through the gangway. "Permission to come aboard," he said. "Who on God's earth are you?" A balding man with a flushed red face strode towards him across the deck. He had drawn a long, vicious knife. "Damn me," he swore. "Is there no corner of this coast that is safe from pirates and savages?" He stared at Rob, ready to gut him in an instant. With his skin tanned as brown as a walnut, dripping wet, smeared with shark's blood and naked as Adam, Rob looked like some kind of hideous sea sprite. The man's anger slowly dissipated as memory came into focus. He returned his knife to its sheath, clapped his arms around the boy, and embraced him. "Robert Courtney, you have grown so big I barely recognized you. It is good to see you. And you too, Captain Cornish. Call me Tawny. Your grandfather always does." He stepped back to get a better look at Rob. "What is that blood on your leg?" Rob looked down. The shark's teeth had left a row of red cuts from his knee to his ankle. If he had hesitated for a split second longer, he would have lost the leg. He gestured over the side where the shark was floating towards shore. "I caught us some dinner." He said it casually, but Tawny could see the effort it had taken. "You have become a man," he said gruffly. "Then, you look a true pirate. All I need is a ship." Rob hadn't stopped grinning since he came aboard. Even at anchor, he loved to feel the rhythm of the ship. The creak of the rigging, the gentle sway of the deck beneath his feet, the boatswain's shouts, the smell of tar and rum, the sensations were intoxicating. Cornish studied him. He could read the look on the boy's face, the same yearning he had felt himself at that age. "I could use some extra hands. Perhaps I will speak to your father." Rob's grin spread into a beaming smile. "Would you?" "I will. Now get your drawers on, and let us go ashore to see your family." By the time the pinnace reached the beach, a party had gathered to meet them. Robert's father and grandmother had turned up, with his little sister Susan running between them, her golden braids flapping. Servants and workers crowded around them, for the Courtneys employed many of the local tribespeople on their estate. Most had served the family for decades and were treated more like family than staff. Rob's father, George, gave Cornish a stiff handshake. His grandmother, Louisa, was less formal. She flung her arms around him and gave him a great kiss on the cheek. "It is so good to see you," she exclaimed. She brushed a strand of gray hair from his temple. "What is this? It seems like only yesterday it was your father standing on this beach after we had defeated that monster Zayn al-Din." Cornish doffed his hat. "We are all older, ma'am, but you look as beautiful as ever." Louisa tutted and brushed the flattery aside, but there was truth in the captain's compliment. Though nearly 60, she had lost none of her looks. Her creamy skin was supple, with only the faintest lines betraying her age. Her long blonde hair had faded to white, but was still as fine as Chinese silk, and the blue eyes that smiled at Cornish were flawless, the color of the deep ocean on a summer's day. They narrowed with concern when she looked at Rob. "What has happened to you?" Cornish had had his surgeon salve and bandage the shark bite on Rob's leg and given Rob a pair of canvas trousers to cover it. "Do not tell my father," Rob had begged him. But now when he looked down, he saw a dribble of blood had escaped and was trickling down his ankle onto his foot. "It is only a graze," he muttered. In fact, there was a throbbing ache in his leg and he felt light-headed. It took considerable effort to stay upright, but he gritted his teeth and tried to stay on his feet. Louisa's eyes missed nothing. She glanced at the shark, which the servants had pulled in and begun to butcher on the beach, then back at Rob. 3 dark spots were spreading across the leg of his trousers like an outbreak of measles, where blood had seeped through the bandages into the cloth. "Did you fight that shark?" "Yes," Rob admitted, unable to keep the pride from his voice. His father scowled. Though 20 years younger than Louisa, he seemed older. His face was gray, his hair white. His back was bent forwards from years leaning on his stick, which he needed because his left leg was made of wood below the knee. He seldom smiled. "You were supposed to be seeing to the cattle herd out at Dutchman's Creek, not playing at the seaside." Rob felt a flash of anger. A ship had arrived, and all his father cared about was farm chores. Rob bit his tongue. He knew if he tried to defend himself, it would provoke another quarrel. In his father's eyes, he was still a boy to be ordered about, not a youth on the cusp of manhood. "The boy is growing up," said Cornish. George's scowl deepened. Cornish hastily changed the subject. "Where is Jim?" A shadow crossed Louis's face. "He is waiting for you at the house. He is not as strong as he was, but it will do him a world of good to see you." Cornish gave her his arm and walked her up the beach. Rob's father fell in behind them, struggling to keep up as his wooden leg sank into the sand. Rob followed, wincing with every step but too proud to show it. At the top of the beach, the shore opened out into flatland between hills and jungle. A river wound through it towards the sea, and on its bend stood the Courtney family compound. It had been built by Rob's great-grandfather, Tom. He had been running for his life when he reached Nativity Bay, and the home he built reflected his needs. It had been constructed like a fort, with the river for a moat and gun emplacements covering every approach. A glacis and a stockade wall completed the defenses, and they had been enough to repel his enemies. But that was 40 years ago. The wooden stockade still ran around the perimeter, but now it was more to keep the cattle and goats from eating the flowers in the gardens Louisa had planted. The raised earth gun platforms at the corners had been turned into vegetable patches, while the only cannons to be seen were sunk upright into the ground to form gate posts. The buildings were white and unsullied, sparkling with the seashells that had been crushed into the lime. It was a peaceful place now, the only home that Rob had ever known. His grandfather, Jim, was waiting for them on the veranda of the big house. His broad frame was stooped from a lifetime of working the land. His hair had turned white and he leaned on a cane. But the strength in his green eyes was undimmed, and it was an ageless smile that lit up his face when he saw Louisa approaching with Cornish. He kissed Louisa and clapped his arms around Cornish. "It seems a long time since our fathers fought Zayn al-Din and Uncle Guy in this bay," he said. "It is a long time," Cornish agreed. "God rest their souls." Tom Courtney had died 10 years before at the great age of 91. His wife, Sarah, had survived him by a day, and then she, too, had passed away. They were buried together on the headland at the top of the bluffs, in the red earth of the continent they had made their home. "I will pay my respects before I go," said Cornish. "But life is for the living, and we are not done yet. Let me show you what I have profited on my latest voyage." Cornish told them tales of his travels, while they dined on the shark that Rob had killed. He was returning from India, and he had brought gifts for everyone. A bolt of fine silk for Susan, a jeweled box for Louisa, a painted miniature for George, and a curved dagger for Rob. As he spoke of the great trading cities he had visited, Calcutta, Madras, and Bombay, the pictures he conjured made Rob's eyes go wide with excitement. Jim leaned forwards, tapping his cane with delight to hear of Cornish's adventures. "Did you ever go to India, grandfather?" Rob asked. Jim shook his head. "My father went often on his trading voyages, as did my cousin Mansur, but I have always preferred the plains of Africa to the open ocean." "Mansur settled in Madras, did he not?" Cornish asked Jim. The light in Jim's eyes dulled. "He did, after he and my father quarreled. Some years ago, I heard that he had died when the French attacked the city. I sent letters to Madras to find out what had happened to his children, Constance and Theo, but all I heard was that they were living with a relative in Calcutta. I never learned what became of them afterwards." "It broke our hearts," said Louisa softly. "Mansur and Jim were like brothers." "And what of the rest of the world?" said Rob. As exciting as his family history had been, he had heard the stories so often they could not help but become dulled. He did not want to live in the past. What wars and battles and great contests now do they talk about in the coffee houses of London? Cornish puffed on his pipe. "You forget it is almost 2 years since I left England. So far as I know, the country is at peace, but I cannot think it will last long. The colonists in America are making an almighty fuss about their liberty. I guess they mean to fight for it." "What is wrong with that?" Rob asked. "All men deserve their liberty. If you saw the blacks toiling in their fields," said Cornish, "you would wonder how deep their love of liberty runs." Rob didn't understand. "We have blacks working in our fields, and you pay them for it, and at the end of the day they go back to their homes and families, and if they do not like the work they go elsewhere. It is different in America," Louisa explained. "They work as slaves." "I was moored in Cape Town harbor next to a Yankee slaver once," Cornish said. "All I heard was chains and wailing, and as for the stench, hell itself could not smell so terrible. In the mornings we used to watch the crew dump the bodies of those who had died in the night. Many were children no older than your Susan. They tossed them overboard and left them for the sharks." A distant look had come into Louisa's eyes. She was haunted by pain and sorrow. I came to Africa on a ship like that. We were convicts, not slaves, but they treated us the same. She shivered. No human being should ever have to suffer that. Cornish nodded. The Yankees complain that King George treats them as slaves because he asks them to pay their taxes, but they'll beat a man to death for not working hard enough. That is how much they love liberty for any but themselves. It will come to nothing, said George confidently. He hated talk of conflict, of anything that might intrude on the peace of Nativity Bay. In that, as in so much else, he was the mirror opposite of his son. Rob loved tales of war, battle, and adventure. Many times George had found Rob sitting at his grandfather's knee, listening to stories of the great exploits of the Courtneys of old. "Why aren't you brave and strong like the other Courtneys?" Rob had asked once, speaking plainly as only a child could. He had grown up since then and learned tact, but the question always lingered unanswered, an unbridgeable chasm between father and son. "Britain has the mightiest army and navy in the world," George said. "A few thousand colonists will not dare to defy them." "Maybe so," Cornish allowed. "But France has not forgotten how Britain bloodied her nose a few years back. France lost an empire in North America, and she would dearly love to get it back. If the colonists fight, the French may join them, and then King George will have a fantastic war on his hands." George shrugged. "We are well out of it here." Rob was unable to check his emotions. He had glimpsed another world, and he was hungry for more of it. "How can you say that, Pa? If there is to be a war, I would want to fight in it." George was about to make a sharp retort, but Jim spoke first. "I remember how it was when I was your age. To fight for a cause, for a family, or your honor is a noble purpose. But perhaps when you have seen something of war, you will understand why your elders are less eager to embrace it." "It is a waste of time," said George harshly. Rob knew his father had been adventurous in his youth. He had heard the stories from his grandparents. He had dim memories of being a small boy, sitting on the tip of the Cape searching the ocean for the first sight of his father's sail returning. He remembered the sand between his toes as he ran down the beach to meet the jolly boat rowing his father ashore. He was so excited he could not wait on the shore but waded out, until his father reached over the side of the boat and scooped him out of the water. They would go up to the big house, and Rob would sit on his father's knee, while the family gathered around to hear the stories of his latest voyage. Nothing was the same after George lost his leg. It had been a minor incident, a scuffle with pirates off the coast of Madagascar. The Courtneys had chased them off easily, and the musket ball that had ricocheted into George's calf barely seemed to have broken the skin. But the wound festered. The rot spread, and soon the only way to save his life was to amputate the limb. Rob would never forget sitting outside the house, listening to the screams as Jim sawed off his own son's leg. Neither man had recovered fully from the experience. George had never gone to sea again. Cornish saw the look on Rob's face. "Your son is grown up," he said to George. "It is time he made his way in the world." "Maybe," said George. "In a few years, perhaps." Rob could not keep his news to himself any longer. "Captain Cornish has offered me a berth on his ship," he burst out. George's face darkened. "Then I am sorry he has misled you. He had no right to make that offer." "I want to go," said Rob. "I cannot allow it. I need you here, Rob. There is much work to do on the farm, and if any danger threatened, who would defend your sister and your grandmother?" "All the local tribes are loyal to us," Rob protested. "If there were any troubles, they would protect you. If you will not think of me, at least think of your grandfather. Will you break an old man's heart to go off on some foolish adventure?" Jim stirred. In his old age, he fell asleep in his chair so often the others sometimes forgot he was there. But now he rose, gripping his cane with iron determination. "You know nothing," he said to George. "The only thing that would break my heart is seeing my grandson kept here against his will. He must go out, explore the world, and make his own fortune." "As you did once." George tapped his wooden leg bitterly. "Look what it got me. Do you want the same for Robert?" "I want him to live." So do I know you want him to stay alive, and that is very different. They glared at each other. Rob looked between them, the two men he loved most in the world, his father and the grandfather who had been almost a second father to him. He hated being the cause of a quarrel between them. But above all, and the feeling was growing stronger, he hated these two old men telling him what to do. "Did you ever think I should have some say in my own life?" he shouted. Before either man could reply, he stormed out of the house. George glowered after him. Jim made to follow, but Louisa put her hand on his arm. "Let him be," she counseled. "He needs time to cool down." Tawny Cornish stood awkwardly. "I should return to my ship." "I will walk you down," said George. After they had gone, Jim and Louisa sat on the steps outside the house, as they had done so many times, looking at the sky and picking out the constellations. The bright band of the Milky Way lit up the heavens, while around them fireflies glimmered among the bushes. "If we had not conceived George in 1,000 miles of uninhabited wilderness, I would start to worry you had been unfaithful," said Jim gruffly. "How can he be a son of mine?" Louisa put her head on Jim's shoulder. "Do you remember when he was a boy, always on his feet, always prying into everything? Every stick he picked up was a sword or a gun. When did he become such a coward?" Louisa stiffened. "Do not say that. You do not have to prove yourself in battle to be brave. I sometimes think when I amputated his leg, I accidentally cut off his balls as well." Louisa had never heard him speak like this. She supposed that as Jim's strength waned, he felt his own impotence more keenly. "George was as adventurous as you ever were," she said. "When he quit the sea, he did it for Rob and Susan. He did not want to risk making them orphans." Jim was silent. He knew she was right, though his pride would not let him admit it. He remembered the screams as he wielded the saw. In any event, he should not stand in Rob's way. It is time the boy took charge of his own destiny. "Of course," said Louisa. "And George will realize that in time. Having you shouting in his face will only make it harder. He is stubborn like all you Courtneys." Jim's expression softened. "You are a Courtney too, my love. You became one the day you married me. And did you wait for your father's say-so before you whisked me away from Cape Town? As I recall, we were too busy galloping away from the whole Dutch garrison to ask his approval." Jim's voice was hoarse, but his eyes were bright with the memory. "You did not complain at the time, and I have never regretted it." Louisa stood and helped Jim to his feet. "But we cannot control what our children do, still less our grandchildren. We must trust to God." "I would rather trust to a good horse and a gun in my hand." Louisa kissed him. "Jim Courtney," she murmured, "you will never change." Cornish stayed a week. In happier times he would have remained longer, but he could see that his presence only deepened the rift between Rob and George. Father and son barely spoke to each other, and if they did it always ended in shouts and slammed doors. When Cornish announced he would leave, he could almost feel his host's relief. The Courtneys walked down to the beach with Cornish, all except Jim, who complained of a headache. Rob felt as if he was following his own funeral. At the shore, Cornish clasped Rob's hand and looked at him with pity in his eyes. "Perhaps next time I call, lad," he said gruffly. "It is a hard life on this continent. You must not grudge your father for wanting you by his side." There was nothing Rob could say. He watched the pinnace row out to the Dunstanburgh Castle, the topmen running along the yards to loosen the sails. He imagined how the world would look from that height, balanced on a thin spar with nothing except 100 feet of air between him and the ocean. The crew fitted the spokes to the capstan and began hauling up the anchor. As the ship prepared for departure, it seemed as if his whole future was about to sail away. Rob refused to look at his father. A howling rose from the compound behind them. For a moment, Rob thought it was the dogs. Then he realized it was their African servants, wailing in melancholy. It must be a song of farewell for Cornish and his crew, yet it sounded so heartrending it made Rob's pain seem small by comparison. One of the servants came running down the track from the house. He came to a halt and dropped to his knees on the sand. The look on his face told Rob it was something much worse than Cornish's departure. Massa Jim is dead. Without a doctor present, no one knew what had caused Jim's death. Perhaps it was a sudden heart attack, an instant extinguishing of life. Rob hoped he hadn't suffered, that death came quickly like a candle being snuffed. It was all so mysterious and troubling. They buried him on the headland in a simple grave beside his mother and father. Cornish, who had returned from his ship, said the funeral service. George delivered a short eulogy. Rob did not know what to say. He had been almost too young to remember his mother's death. Since then, he had lived a blessed life. The only loss he had known was when his dog, Samson, had been killed by a snake bite. Now, grief was a new and terrible experience for him. He did not know why he felt such despair. He had to fight back the tears that threatened to flood his cheeks, for he knew his father would not approve. The day after the funeral, Rob visited the grave. Freshly turned soil rimmed the stone slab they had placed over the coffin, the inscription still dusty white from the marks of the chisel. James Courtney, 1711, 1774. Rob's father stood at the grave, his head bowed. He looked different, shrunken somehow, as if the loss of his father had removed an essential part of his soul. He was diminishing. First there was his physical injury, and now his spirit was eroding. Rob sensed the changes, as if day was turning to night. He saw him not as an omnipotent authority figure, but as a lonely, frail, graying man. Rob moved to his father's side in silence. He could not think of anything to say. He wanted to throw his arms around him, to bear some of the burden of his sorrow. But he could feel the pride and solitude radiating from George like the heat of a fire, and he did not dare move. At last he could not stand the silence any longer. I will never forget the story of how he rescued Grandmother Louisa from a convict ship as it was dashed to pieces on the shore. He had heard the tale 1,000 times, and it still sounded incredible. George said nothing. He was a true hero, Rob continued. It was hard to imagine the twinkle-eyed old man he had known as the amazing adventurer he had heard about. George shot him a sideways glance. Suspicion twisted his face. "And I am not, I suppose," Rob started. "I did not mean that." "I have seen how you look at me." George tapped his wooden leg. "Your father, the cripple, the stay-at-home, could not hold a candle to the great Jim Courtney." George had always possessed an acerbic streak, but Rob had never seen him as bitter as this. "How can you stand at his grave with him not one day buried and say that?" Rob said. "Your own father." George stared at his son. "When you are older you will understand." "I am going to leave home," said Rob suddenly. He did not know where the words came from. He had not meant to broach the subject so soon after Jim's death, but as soon as he said it, he felt a great burden had been lifted. "We discussed this before," said George. "You cannot leave. I forbid it." "No," said Rob. "If any good can come from grandfather's death, it has given me a second chance to leave with Captain Cornish. You said you needed me to look after your father. Now that burden is lifted. And now I say I need you to work the land. And I say that even if every field was harvested and all our cattle fat, you would still find an excuse to make me stay." Rob turned away. "I am going, father, whether you say aye or no. You will do as you're damn well told." George's hand landed heavily on Rob's shoulder. He spun his son around. Before Rob could react, George hit him hard across his cheek. Tears pricked Rob's eyes, though not from the pain. As a boy, George had beaten him just like any father, but not for many years. Beyond the anger of the moment and the bruise rising on his cheek, what hurt most of all was the underlying message of the blow. "You are no more than a child." Rob hit back. He was not a child. He had grown to manhood, his body lean and prime. The punch he threw had a power behind it, charged with youth and fury. His fist struck his father's chin so hard it lifted him off the ground and deposited him on his backside 3 feet away. The wooden leg caught awkwardly in a crack. Bent backwards, it snapped in two. Rob stood over his father. George lay on his back like an overturned beetle, the stump of his wooden leg sticking in the air. His lip was bleeding, his face was white with astonishment. "You will pay for that," he gasped. "No." Rob looked down at his father. He felt sick, though he couldn't tell if it was guilt or contempt. "You are not my master. You are nothing but an old man." A tear escaped his eye. Rob wiped it away. Blood pumped in his ears, making a sound like the most violent ocean storm. Before his father could see him cry, he turned and ran down the path. Rob did not go to dinner that evening. He stayed in his room. At 9 o'clock, he heard Louis's soft knock on his door. He didn't answer, although when he opened the door some time later, he found she'd left him a tray of food. He devoured it hungrily. At 10 o'clock, he heard the familiar rhythm of his father's wooden leg tapping down the hall as he went to bed, tentative and unsure. He'd had to splint the leg together to repair it, and he did not know if he could trust his weight to it. Rob waited for George to pass by. The tapping stopped outside Rob's room. Rob could see his father's shadow through the crack below the door. He waited for it to open, holding his breath. He saw the handle turn. He wondered what he would say to his father. Had he come to apologize or to shout at Rob again? He would never know. The handle was released, the shadow moved on. George walked away up the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. Rob heard the creak of his father's bedroom door, then silence. Rob breathed again. There was an ache in his chest, though he couldn't tell if it was relief or disappointment. At 11 o'clock, the light under the door went out as the servants extinguished the lamps and retired to their quarters. The only sound was the insects chirping outside and the call of an eagle owl in a tree nearby. Rob lay on his bed, fully dressed, staring at the ceiling and fighting his last-minute doubts. Could he do this? He rubbed his face and felt the bruise his father had left. Did he want to stay here all his life and end up like his father, bitter and shrunken? He climbed off the bed. He had packed his clothes, his knife, the necklace he had made out of the shark's tooth, and a few other belongings in a canvas bag. He dropped it out of the window and clambered after it. The night air was cool, the moon so bright it dimmed the stars. It refreshed him. He was doing the right thing. He crept away from the house, through the stockade fence and down the path to the beach. His head was brimful of thoughts of the adventure ahead. He didn't think to take a last look back until the house had disappeared behind him. Down in the bay, the Dunstanburgh castle sat at anchor, ready to sail on the morning tide. The calm water around her gleamed like a mirror. There was a small dugout canoe drawn up above the tide mark. Rob dragged it to the water's edge and stowed his bag. He was about to get in when suddenly a voice behind him said, "Where do you think you are going, Robert Courtney?" Rob spun around to see his grandmother emerging from the shadows of a kapok tree. Her silver hair was luminous, her white dress like a shaft of moonlight. "I thought the fish might be rising in the bay," Rob lied. "And what do you expect to catch without a rod or a spear?" Rob was glad she could not see him blush in the dark. "I was running away," he mumbled, then finding his courage. "I am running away to join Captain Cornish's ship." To his surprise, she didn't argue. "Of course you are." He stared at her. "You will not try to stop me." "Would you listen?" She moved towards him. He noticed she was carrying two bundles, a small round bag tied at the neck and a long, thin parcel wrapped in a sheet. "I know you cannot stay here. I have seen the way you look at the sea and the ships that call. You gaze at that blue horizon and long to discover what is beyond it." Rob had never heard her talk like this before. For the first time in what seemed like his whole life, he felt that he was speaking to someone who truly understood him. "But be careful," Louisa warned him. Before Tom came to Nativity Bay, not one of the Courtney men lived out their full years. Tom's father, his grandfather, his three brothers, they all met violent, untimely ends. "Fort Auspice has been a paradise for us, a place where the family can live in peace. I fear what will happen to you if you leave it." Rob saw the concern in her face. He heard the anguish in her voice, but he was 17 and immortal as all young men think they are, and he did not believe her. "I must do this," he told her. She wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. "I knew you would say that." Jim would have said the same. She handed the bag she carried to Rob. It was only small, but her thin arm struggled with the weight. When he took it, he heard the clink of coins. "Consider it your inheritance from Jim," she said. "Wherever you go, it will ease your path, and if you are a true Courtney, you will make it grow tenfold before you come home." Rob took the bag with amazement. He had never held so much money before, had never even thought of it. "Also, I want you to have this." Louisa took the second bundle and unwrapped it. Rob gasped. He had seen it before many times. Uncle Jim's Neptune Sword. "It was presented to our family by Sir Francis Drake himself," said Louisa, though Rob knew all the stories by heart. "Every man in the Courtney line has carried it into battle." Moonlight gleamed on the blue Toledo steel. Rob thumbed the blade. Jim had not used it in anger for years, yet the blade was as sharp as the day it was forged. He turned it in his hands, thrilling to feel the perfect balance of the weapon. He craved it with all his soul. "But I cannot take this." He pushed it back into Louis's hands. "It should go to my father." "Your father is a good man. He is my son, and I love him, but he is forged from a different metal than the other Courtneys. He will never use this sword again. It was not meant to be kept sheathed, gathering dust in a forgotten corner of an unknown continent. Jim wanted you to have it, and so do I." She put it in his hand and closed his fingers around it. Rob's arm trembled as he took it. For the first time, he felt the heavy finality of his decision. "Will I see you again?" For a moment his voice sounded like a child's again. "Of course you will," said Louisa briskly. "I am not so terribly old, and the tides will always bring you home. Come back wealthy and strong, and with a beautiful young bride on your arm and a brood of great-grandchildren for me to spoil." "I promise," said Rob. "Now go. Cornish needs a full tide to get his ship over the bar, and he will not delay." They embraced. Rob's strong arms almost crushed Louisa's thin body with the strength of his emotion. For a moment she feared he might never let her go, but the lure of the sea was irresistible. He released her, kissed her on the cheek, and loaded the sword and the money into the waiting canoe. Louisa pushed him off, wading into the water in her nightdress until he was clear. He paddled out to the ship with strong, confident strokes. "Farewell," he called back. The moonlight made a silver path on the bay, straight towards the anchored ship and out into the open ocean. Soon Rob was nothing more than a shadow against the bright water. Louisa touched the cross she wore around her neck. "Godspeed," she whispered, though not without a tremor in her heart. She put her hand on her breast. There was a lump there, invisible beneath the skin. She had told no one, not even Jim, but she had felt it growing inside her with malignant power. There was no point trying to fight it. Her life had had its share of sorrows, but it had also given her many joys. She was content, but she knew she would never see Rob again. Rob hid himself in the hold, which was thick with the aromatic spices of Cornish's Indian cargo. He meant to wait 2 days, so there could be no chance of Cornish sending him back. In the end, he needed to relieve himself so badly he emerged, blinking and shamefaced, just as the ship's bell struck noon. The great whale-backed summit of the cape was still clearly visible behind them. Tawny Cornish surveyed him sternly. "A stowaway, eh? Please," Rob begged. "Do not take me back." "I cannot take the responsibility if any harm came to you." Cornish was torn. It was late in the season to catch the trade winds, and he would count the cost in lost profits of every day's delay reaching London. But he could not in good conscience take the boy from his family. "What would I tell Louisa? It was grandmother who helped me stow away. She gave me this." The Neptune sword sang in the morning sunlight as he pulled it out. "Put that away," said Cornish hurriedly. "That is a weapon that should not be drawn lightly," Rob obeyed. "You said yourself I should make my own way in the world." The breeze snapped the masthead pennant. Cornish made his decision. "I will sign you on as a forecastle hand, but you will have to earn your keep," he warned Rob. "No loitering or shirking." Rob's grin was so wide his jaw ached. "Thank you, sir. I promise you will not regret it." Cornish assigned Rob a mess and a watch and ordered one of the mates to show him the ropes. Rob was a quick learner and an eager student. His mind and body molded naturally to his tasks. Soon, he could run aloft as fast as any of the topmen, balancing on the yards like a cat as the ship rolled beneath. He could splice a line, reef a sail, and tie a knot all while 100 feet in the air. His young body, already strong, grew harder. Cornish was a firm taskmaster, but he could hardly hide his pride. Even when Rob returned from shore leave in Cape Town sporting a hangover and a livid tattoo on his arm, the captain barely raised an eyebrow. He had caroused hard in Cape Town, determined to prove himself a rough, tough, but loyal mate. His gang of sailors drank and sang, Rob's voice growing hoarse as he poured his heart and soul into the melodies. As one of the youngest, he could reach the top notes, which he would sustain until his breath ran out, and everyone in the room clapped and yelled encouragement, standing him drink after drink. He was free. This was a new life, and he felt a surge of pent-up life force urging him on to ever more devilish pranks and laughter. He wanted to mark himself as one of the crew, so he bit his lip and looked away as the tattooist carved intricately into the skin of his upper arm, the pain as nothing compared to the joy of camaraderie. Imprinted for a lifetime was a bold anchor entwined in muscular rope. Arms around shoulders, bonded by blood and unshakable brotherly love, the gang stumbled from tavern to tavern and into the night. The boy was growing up. "You are like a wild colt that has jumped the paddock fence," Cornish told Rob. "Just like your grandfather, Jim." Rob glowed with pride. He knew there was no higher compliment Cornish could give, nor one that Rob would cherish more. The Dunstanburgh Castle rounded the Cape of Good Hope and plowed into the great rollers of the Atlantic Ocean. Soon afterwards, the coast of Africa slipped below the horizon. Rob, working at the masthead, was the last man on the ship to see the continent before it vanished. The only home he had ever known, but that was the past. He turned his back on it and set his face towards the northwest, to the new horizons and new continents that awaited him. On the far side of the ocean, nearly 8,000 miles away in the colony of Massachusetts, Theo Courtney was in a towering fury. "What is this?" he demanded, waving 2 scraps of paper. They had been a single sheet until he had torn it apart in his anger. "I found it in your bedroom." Caleb Courtney stood in the farmhouse kitchen and stared his father down. There was no doubting their relationship. Both had the same strong frame, thick red hair, and piercing green eyes. Theo's face was tanned from long hours overseeing his farms, while Caleb's was still speckled with youthful freckles. Otherwise, there was little difference between them. "It is a pamphlet," said Cal coolly, "and you should not have been spying in my bedroom." "It is treason," Theo spluttered. "It says that our colony should break with Britain and declare for independence. You call it treason, I call it common sense." And then, because Cal was of an age when he could not resist provocation, "King George is a tyrant who means to make slaves of us all." "I risked my life in the king's armies," Theo shouted. "While you and your hothead friends were sucking your mother's teats, I was fighting to keep the colonies safe from the French. And now that menace has gone, and the King of England has the temerity to ask the colonies to pay for their own deliverance. You call it slavery. We do not vote for the Parliament in London. Why then should we submit to their demands? Only the legislatures of the colonies have the right to levy taxes." Theo's face flushed so red he looked as if he might explode. "We are Englishmen. If Parliament cannot make our laws, it is anarchy." "He doesn't mean it, Pa," said a voice from the doorway. It was Theo's second son, Aidan, smaller and darker than his older brother. He had listened to the argument unnoticed. "Just 'cause he read it doesn't mean he thinks it." "Keep out, Aidan," said Cal. "This is not your business." "I live here, too. If there's to be a war, there will be no war," said Theo, in a voice that brooked no argument. He crumpled the 2 scraps of paper into a ball and threw it into the fire. He glared at Cal, defying him to protest. "And if I hear any more of this treason, you will find you are not yet old enough that I cannot give you a thrashing." "Nothing compared to the thrashing we will give King George," muttered Cal. He skipped out of the kitchen, avoiding the pewter mug Theo had thrown at his ear. He went to the stables and saddled up his horse, Maverick. He needed to ride. The horse's presence soothed him. Maverick had been a birthday present from his father, a fearsome stallion with a coat as glossy and black as wet tar. He was named after Samuel Maverick, the apprentice who had been shot dead by the British in the Boston Massacre a few years earlier and had become a martyr to the cause of liberty. Maverick had been part of a crowd confronting British soldiers. When the soldiers raised their muskets to scare off the mob, Maverick called out, "Fire away, you damned lobsterbacks," which they did, killing Maverick and 4 others. Theo thought Cal had named the horse for his fearsome temper, and Cal had not told him the truth. He did not want his father to think he was ungrateful. He stroked Maverick's nose and combed a knot from his mane. He buckled the girth and was about to step up into the stirrups when a shadow fell across the stable doorway. "You're not running away, are you?" said Aiden in a fearful voice. "I'll be back for supper," said Cal curtly. Ever since Aiden could walk, he had followed his big brother like a shadow, desperate not to be left behind. When Cal learned to ride, Aiden had dislocated his collarbone trying to clamber onto the horse. When Cal started boxing with his friends, Aiden had come home with a broken arm. Sometimes Cal appreciated the adoration. For most of the past 14 years, he had found it intensely annoying. "Where are you going?" said Aiden. "Over to the Hartwell farm." "Why?" Cal didn't answer. "You've been there 5 times in the last week. Are you sweet on Lisa Hartwell?" "Of course not," said Cal. "Then why?" Cal hesitated. Seeing he had an opening, Aiden played his trump card. "If you don't say, I'll tell Pa you've been spooning Lisa Hartwell in her barn. He'll forbid you to ever go again. I'd punch the daylights out of you if you did that." "I'd still tell." Cal glared at his younger brother. He did not trust Aiden to keep a secret, but he did not want his father asking questions about his visits to the Hartwell farm, and he badly wanted to tell someone his news. "Promise you won't tell a soul." "I swear," said Aiden solemnly. "Blood brothers." Aiden put up his hand. A thin scar showed on the palm where he had cut it open 6 years earlier. A childish oath, but they both took it as solemnly as if they'd sworn on the Bible. Cal raised his own hand and pressed it against his brother's. He lowered his voice. "We've formed a group. It's called the Army of the Blood of Liberty." Aiden squinted. "The what?" "The Army of the Blood of Liberty." Cal tried to invest the name with gravitas and majesty, though he knew it was a mouthful. The name was a compromise. Half the boys had insisted they should be the Army of Liberty. The others were adamant they should be the Blood of Liberty. After hours of heated debate, they had settled on both. "Who's in it?" asked Aiden. "Boys from the farms. Sam Hartwell went up to Boston a month ago and spoke with some patriots. We've had enough of politicians talking and writing pamphlets. We need to organize for war." Aiden felt a stab of jealousy. It hurt to think that Cal had joined a secret society without telling him. "Can I join? You're too young." "But no," Cal's voice was as stern as their father's. "This is not like when we played at soldiers in the hayfield." He tousled his brother's hair. "I don't want you to get hurt." "I won't get hurt," said Aiden. "I can ride as well as you and shoot even better." Cal resisted the automatic impulse to contradict him. "And when you are 16, there will be fighting enough for all of us. Until then, this is man's work." Before Aiden could argue, Cal swung himself into the saddle and galloped out of the stable yard. In the farmhouse parlor, Theo heard the drum of hooves. By the time he looked out of the window, Maverick and his rider were a cloud of dust on the farm track. Theo's wife Abigail came in carrying a tray with a pot of tea. She set it on the table and poured 2 cups. "I heard your argument from my bedroom," she said. "Did you have to be so hard on the boy? What he is saying is treason. If sons grew up believing everything their fathers told them, the world would never change. He must become his own man as you did at his age." "That was different," frowned Theo. "I had no choice in the matter." "Neither did I after I met you," said Abigail archly. Theo had arrived in America as an orphan. In a short time, he had become a hero in the frontier war against the French and their Indian allies. Against the odds, he and his ragtag army had inflicted major damage on the French forces, winning the battle at Fort Royal, which turned the course of the war. He had fallen in love with Abigail, and she became pregnant with Cal, to her family's fury. Fame and victory had provided him with a certain amount of money, which he had invested in a merchant business from the port of Boston. The business had thrived, for Theo had learned his trade in the bazaars of Calcutta and could out-haggle even the meanest Yankee. Later, he had bought this farm in a township some 20 miles from Boston. Theo slumped in his favorite chair and sipped his tea. Even the drink was tainted with the sour taste of politics. Cal had refused to drink tea ever since the British government put a tax on it. "I fear for what will happen to him if he does not stop this madness," said Theo. "It's more than politics. The government will hang traitors." Abigail glanced out of the window where Aiden was picking his way across the stable yard. "I am more worried for Aiden. Where Cal leads, he will follow. He idolizes his older brother." "I idolized my older sister Constance once," said Theo. "It brought me nothing but heartache." Cal returned for supper as he had promised. He stared at his plate, made no conversation, and retired to bed early. Aiden followed. Shortly afterwards, Theo and Abigail extinguished the candles and went to their bedroom. At 1:45, Cal rose from his bed. The horses snuffled and whinnied as he opened the stable door, but they calmed at the familiar sound of his voice. He saddled Maverick and retrieved a heavy bundle hidden under a pile of hay. He tied it to the saddle and wrapped cloths around the big stallion's hooves so that they would make no noise on the cobbles. He led the horse by the bridle until they were clear of the farm before he took off the cloths and started to ride. He was convinced nobody had seen him depart. The night was dark. The moon hid behind ragged clouds, giving the merest light to guide him along the road. He was terrified that Maverick might catch his hoof in a hole, ending everything before it began. But the sure-footed horse did not let him down. Soon terror was replaced by elation. The midnight ride, the smell of the horse, and the cold wind in his face. Maverick's hooves struck sparks from the stones in the road, flickering around his feet. It was apt, Cal thought. Tonight he would ignite a revolution. The others were waiting for him at the bridge. Dim figures circled their horses, cracking nervous jokes and checking their weapons. Some had dressed as Indians. Others wore scarves wrapped around their faces and their hats pulled low. They had been busy. Most of the bridge timbers had been lifted and carried to the riverbank, leaving only a few planks spanning the river. "You're late," said one of the riders. His face was hidden, but Cal recognized the white blaze on the horse's nose. It belonged to Sam Hartwell. "I had to wait till Pa was asleep," Cal explained. "Otherwise, I couldn't have brought this." He unwrapped the blanket tied to the back of his saddle. Moonlight gleamed on the long, lethal barrel of his father's rifle. The other boys gasped. All of them could shoot and had rifles hanging on the wall at home. Some of the bolder ones had brought them, but this was different. This was the weapon of a hero, the gun that had chased the French out of North America and won the Battle of Fort Royal. Cal's father rarely spoke of his exploits to others, but Cal had recounted the stories. They gathered round, touching its blackened brasswork and scarred wood. "He'll thrash you if he knows you took it," warned Sam, jealous of his friend. "It'll be back by sunup and he'll never know," said Cal, "unless we stand around talking all night." Without waiting, he kicked his horse and rode over the bridge. The skeletal timber seemed too narrow and frail to hold the weight of the boy and his horse, but Maverick picked his way across unerringly. Sam, not wanting to be outdone, spurred after him. The others fell in behind until only one, George Hartwell, Sam's younger brother, was left on the far bank. "You stay here," Cal told George. "You know what to do." George clutched his rifle and gave a trembling salute. The others tipped the remaining bridge timbers into the stream until only a single plank remained. Cal circled around and kicked Maverick into a canter. Riding with his friends around him and his father's rifle slung over his shoulder, Cal felt nothing but pure savage joy. Confidence coursed through him. Stealth was forgotten in the thrill of the moment. The horses' hooves drummed on the road. Some of the boys could not help letting out whoops of delight, intoxicated by youth and war. It was like every game of soldiers they had ever played, but now marvelously real. No one could have missed their progress through the townships and farmsteads of Massachusetts colony, but the shutters on the houses remained closed, and anyone who heard them stayed in their beds. These were dangerous times to be abroad. Soon the air thickened with the salty smell of the sea. They dismounted and tethered their horses to a rail fence, hidden from the road by a copse of trees. No one joked or hollered now. The deadly seriousness of what they were about to do was sinking in. A squat tower stood on a hill ahead, silhouetted against the starry ocean sky beyond. A fire smoldered in a brazier, downwind and a safe distance away. One spark inside the tower would turn the hill into a crater. 3 sentries huddled around the brazier, talking in low voices. "I cannot believe they do not defend it better," whispered Cal. "That fool of a governor has underestimated us again," said Sam. "We will make him pay for his mistake." The tower was the British Royal Arsenal. In all their years of rule, the British had never allowed powder mills in their colonies. Every grain of gunpowder had to be imported from Britain. In Massachusetts, this was where it came to be stored. There was a pause. The members of the Army of the Blood of Liberty stared uncertainly at each other. They had spent months discussing their plan, but now they were ready for action. No one was willing to make the first move. "Enough," said Cal. "I did not come here to skulk in a ditch." He jumped back on his horse and with a twitch of his reins brazenly rode up the path towards the arsenal. The sentries saw him coming. They ran forwards and leveled their muskets. "Who goes there?" "A friend," gasped Cal, making his voice hoarse and ragged. He had hidden his rifle from sight. "I came from Fairfield." "A group of men are dismantling the bridge." The soldiers looked agitated. "They mean to cut us off," cried one. "Without the bridge, the general cannot reinforce us from Boston." A lieutenant emerged from the guardhouse. He looked Cal up and down, reassured by his well-cut coat and polished boots. "The devil you say," he cried. "Sergeant, muster the men. We will march out to Fairfield and teach those Yankee rebels a lesson in the king's power." Soon all the guards except 2 had formed a column outside the tower. Their white cross belts gleamed in the darkness. Cal led them back to the bridge, walking his horse so they could keep up. He spoke cordially with the lieutenant, amused at how easy it was to fool the man. The lieutenant was garrulous. He had asked the governor many times for more men, he complained, had begged him to move the powder store to the safety of Boston, never mind the risk to civilians. The governor insisted that moving the powder would be seen as an act of weakness. Cal nodded. It was not hard to feign sympathy. He only had to repeat the things he had heard his father say. At last they reached the bridge. "Where are the rascals?" The lieutenant advanced towards the bridge, holding his lantern high. He wondered if he had been hasty in trusting Cal. "If you have brought us on a fool's errand." His voice trailed off as he took in the view of the dismantled bridge. Only one narrow board remained, spanning the river like a tightrope. The water flowing freely underneath was clearly visible. "We must have interrupted them at their work," said the lieutenant. "They will learn they cannot get away so easily." "They could be miles from here by now," said his sergeant. At that moment fire flashed in the darkness. A shot rang out from the far bank, though the bullet went well wide. It was a deliberate shot off target, though the British were not to know that. George Hartwell had played his part to perfection. "Get over the bridge," shouted the lieutenant. "We cannot let them destroy it before we cross." In single file, his men ran across the plank and fanned out on the other side, muskets aimed uncertainly on the darkness. Soon Cal was the only one left behind. "Come over," called the lieutenant. "You must ride to Boston and inform the general we need reinforcements." Cal dismounted and walked to the river's edge. With a deft kick of his boot, He knocked the last plank off its support. Then he manhandled it with all his strength until it fell in the water with a splash. The rushing current swept it away. The lieutenant stared at Cal. In the darkness, he thought it must have been an accident. "You clumsy oaf," he glanced over his shoulder, though no more shots had been fired. "Now you are stranded on the wrong side." "On the contrary," said Cal, "it is you who are on the wrong side. I am exactly where I want to be." He tipped his hat. "You may give my regards to the general yourself when you are on the boat to London, where you belong." And before the astonished soldiers could realize what had happened, he turned his horse and galloped back to the arsenal. By the time he returned, the operation was in full swing. The army of the blood of liberty had made short work of the remaining sentries. They lay trussed up in the guardhouse, tarred and feathered, while the stout door to the magazine stood wide open. By the light of many lanterns, men rolled out the casks and loaded them onto hay wagons, which had appeared as if from nowhere. They laughed and sang as they worked, drunk on their victory. The scene was more like a carnival than a military operation. Cal found Sam Hartwell in the throng. "They will see these lights all the way from Boston," Cal worried. "Let them," Sam answered. There was brandy on his breath. "Now that the bridge is down, General Gage himself can do nothing to stop us. There are other bridges. We will be gone long before the British can cross them. Then we had best hurry." Cal joined the line of men passing the barrels down to the waiting wagons. "There's enough powder here to blow up the Houses of Parliament," shouted one of his friends. "Or start a war," said another. "And finish it," added a third. Cal didn't answer. He was staring at one of the youths coming out of the tower. He was shorter than the others, struggling with the weight of the barrel he carried, which half hid him. A scarf covered his nose and mouth. Yet for all that, there was something unmistakably recognizable about him. Cal strode over and snatched the barrel from the youth's hands. Behind the scarf, his eyes widened. The boy turned to go. Cal reached out to grab him. His hand caught the scarf and pulled it away. "Aiden?" Disbelief gave way to fury. He lifted his brother and pinned him against the wall. "Ma and Pa will kill you if they knew you were here." "You're here," said Aiden. "That's different. I told you this is not for you." In his anger, he could hardly speak. "How did you find me?" "I stole a horse, followed you to the meeting place. After that, it was easy. I won't let you put yourself in danger. I won't let you hog all the glory for yourself." They stared at each other. If they had been back at the farm, they would have settled this with their fists. But it would be stupid to start a fight in the middle of a military operation. And then he heard it. "What's that?" Over the clatter of barrels and general merriment, no one else had noticed. But Cal had keen ears and a sharp sense for danger. He listened closely. The noise came again. The urgent blast of a horn. Cal let Aiden go and jumped on top of a hay wagon. From its height, he could see clearly down the hill. A line of lights was strung out across the valley, moving towards them at a brisk speed. They were torches carried by men on horseback with flowing capes and bright, sharp blades. "Dragoons!" Cal shouted. "Goons are coming." He had never expected them to arrive so fast. They must have swum their horses across the river, unless they had had advance warning of the raid. He saw Aiden standing beside the cart, his young face looking up expectantly. "Are we going to fight?" In an instant, the merry mood around the tower turned to chaos. Some of the young men fled, others formed a line facing the charging dragoons. They seemed small compared to the long rifles they carried. "We have to get the powder away," said Cal. He glanced at Maverick, tethered to a rail in front of the guardhouse. "Do you think you can ride him?" Aiden's eyes widened with shock and delight. Cal had never let him touch his horse before, had boxed his ears when he even sneaked into his stall and tried to stroke him. Aiden took Maverick's bridle gingerly. The horse twitched to feel the unfamiliar hand on the rein. Aiden shied away. But he would not let fear hold him back. Lifting his foot as high as it would go, he stepped into the stirrup and hoisted himself into the saddle. It seemed impossibly high. "Now get away from here as fast as possible," said Cal, leaping from the wagon. Aiden's face fell as he realized why Cal had entrusted him with the horse. "I want to fight. This is no place for you." Cal glanced at the ragged line preparing to face the dragoons. Their rifles were unsteady in their hands, elevated at all angles like straws from a haystack. "In a few moments this will be a bloodbath." He slapped Maverick hard on the hindquarters. The horse sprang forwards, almost throwing Aiden from the oversized saddle. Cal waited long enough to see him regain his balance and disappear into the night. Then he jumped up on the wagon again, snatched the whip from the driver's seat and cracked it over the horses' backs. He had to get the powder away. The army of the blood of liberty fired. In the forest of the back country, any one of them could have hit a squirrel from 200 paces. In the dark, with the king's cavalry bearing down on them, their volley was uneven and let loose too soon. Their shots went wide or buried themselves in the earth. The dragoons touched their spurs and galloped forwards, closing the gap while the young men struggled to reload. Smoke and noise and panic made their fingers fumble. The dragoons, the cream of the British army, did not hesitate. Riding almost knee to knee, they made a solid wall of steel and horseflesh bearing down on the defenders. Cal turned his attention to his own horses. The musket shots had frightened them into full gallop, sending the heavy-laden wagon hurtling down the track. It jolted him nearly out of his seat. It took all his strength on the reins to stop the wagon careering into a ditch. He heard screams behind him, a few shots and the sickening sound of hooves snapping bone. He risked another glance back. The torches around the powder magazine revealed carnage. The army of the blood of liberty was no longer an army, though there was plenty of blood being spilled. The dragoons rode over the defeated rebels, allowing their horses to trample them and kick in their skulls. Some of the young men fought with whatever came to hand, others tried to surrender. The dragoons butchered them all. They had been frustrated in Boston for months, listening to the ridicule and threats of the patriot citizens. Now they had their chance to teach the rebel colonists a lesson. The dead were boys Cal had grown up with, friends he had known all his life. To see them crushed or dying on the end of British sabers left him numb. All those long evenings sitting around talking of bloodshed and liberty had not prepared him for this. He prayed Aiden was now far away. All Cal wanted to do was to make sure his friends had not died in vain. If he could deliver the powder safely, it would change the fortunes of the rebel army at a stroke. Cal held on tight to the panicking horses as they galloped into the night. The wagon swayed and rocked. It was like riding a log in a rushing river. He could only cling on. He passed a milestone and joined the coast road. Away to his left, the ocean lay calm and untroubled in the moonlight. The road wound along the shore, cresting hills and splashing through the little streams that flowed into the sea. The horses began to tire. Cal eased his grip on the reins. The dark shapes of farm buildings lined the road. Cal didn't stop. Perhaps the inhabitants were patriots, willing to hide his wagon and its cargo, but he did not want to take the risk. By morning, the British would have patrols searching every property in the county, and it would go ill with the farmer if they found a wagon load of stolen black powder in his barn. The wind off the sea drove the clouds away. The moon shone through, lighting up the land in a palette of gray and silver. Cal glanced back. His heart stopped. There were horsemen half a mile away and closing fast. The dragoons. The moonlight picked out the white belts and silver buckles on their uniforms and the naked steel of the swords they carried. He lashed his team with his whip, goading them back up to speed. The wagon bounded forwards. Its wheels spun so fast he thought the axles would snap. But the tired horses could not keep up that pace for long. Yoked to the heavy-laden wagon, straining every muscle to keep it moving, they could not possibly outrun the cavalry, who were fresh and hungry for blood. A hill loomed ahead. Cal's mind raced through his options. He could abandon the wagon and run for it, but with a clear moon he would struggle to outpace the dragoons. If he was caught, he would either be killed on the spot, or more likely taken to Boston to be paraded as a rebel before being publicly executed. As a traitor, they would hang him until he was nearly dead, then disembowel him and burn his entrails in front of his dying eyes before tearing his body into 4 pieces. He would not abandon the powder. 2 of the dragoons broke out of the pack and galloped ahead. They meant to chase him down before he reached the top of the hill, when the downward slope would give the wagon more momentum. Cal lashed his horses. Their coats steamed, and foam flecked their nostrils. They strained against the traces with all their strength, as if they understood how desperate his danger was. The summit loomed, but the dragoons' outriders were getting closer. The 2 horsemen spread apart like the jaws of a trap, coming up either side of the wagon. There was nothing Cal could do. He still had his father's rifle slung across his back, but it needed all his strength to steer the wagon. He could not remove his hands from the reins. In the corner of his eye, he saw one of the dragoons come up on his right. The other came abreast to his left, a flashing menace steering his mount closer and closer to the rumbling wheels. For a moment, the 3 of them rode in line. A saber slashed at Cal's head. He jerked out of the way just in time. The blade struck the seat beside him and was impaled, quivering in the wood. At full gallop, the dragoon tried to pull it free. As he did so, Cal yanked on the reins so that the wagon veered suddenly across the road. The dragoon had come in too close. The wagon's metal-rimmed wheels slammed into his horse's foreleg and snapped the bone with a crack. Even above the thunder of hooves, the rattle of wheels and the jangle of harness, the beast's scream was plain and terrible as it collapsed in a tangle of limbs. The wagon's rear wheels nearly broke the horse's neck as they raced by. Cal hauled on the reins again, dragging the wagon back to the center of the road. It was like trying to steer a charging buffalo. It moved, but terribly slowly. A ditch ran along the side of the road. For a heart-stopping moment, his right front wheel hung above it, spinning over the void. He felt the cart begin to drop into it. If he hit the ditch at this speed, the cart would be smashed to pieces. Then the wheel caught the edge of the road and bounced back onto it with a bump that tossed Cal 2 feet in the air. The reins and the whip were thrown out of his hands. The team of horses slowed. Cal could see the reins dragging along the ground between the traces. He had to get them back. He unshouldered his rifle and laid it aside. Hanging off the seat one-handed, he lowered himself into the small space between the wagon and the horses. The wheels rumbled beside him. The horses' hooves pounded inches from his face. The dust they threw up choked and blinded him. He grasped for the reins. The rushing ground scraped his fingertips raw, tearing his nails to bloody stumps. The pain was immense, but he forced himself to keep trying until his hands closed around the leather. He hauled himself up onto the seat again. He spat dust out of his mouth and rubbed it from his eyes. A sharp point pricked his ribs. "Stop the wagon," said a cut-glass English voice imperiously in his ear. The second dragoon was standing on the running board, his sword held to Cal's breast. He must have ridden alongside the wagon and then leaped aboard while Cal was retrieving the reins. To jump from a galloping horse to a wildly veering wagon was no small feat, but Cal could not appreciate it. He cursed the man for his horsemanship, even as he heard another horse galloping behind the wagon. There must be more dragoons on his tail. There was nothing he could do. At the least movement, the dragoon would run him through. The sneer on the man's face left him in no doubt. Yet something stubborn inside Cal would not yield. He snapped the reins, urging the horses to up their pace. He wished he had time to grab his rifle, use the flint to make a spark that could ignite the cargo of powder. At least then his death would not be for nothing. "You've had your warning." The dragoon tensed his arm. Cal braced himself for the lunge. In the split second before it came, he wondered if being stabbed by the sword would hurt. His thoughts flashed to his friends massacred at the arsenal, and he took courage from their example. He would not die less courageously than they had. The sword lunged. It was inches from his chest. It could not miss. Yet in those few vital inches the blade went askew. It angled up, missing Cal's heart and cutting through the cloth of the shoulder of his coat. There was someone else on the wagon. A pair of arms had wrapped around the dragoon's chest, tugging and beating him. It was not a fair fight. The dragoon was nearly 6 feet tall, while his attacker appeared to be more of a boy than a man. The Englishman grabbed the arm that held him and forced it back until it almost snapped. The boy cried out in pain. Cal wrenched the sword's hilt from the dragoon's hands. Without thought or hesitation, he reversed the blade and plunged it into the dragoon's chest. The man went limp. Before Cal could withdraw the sword, a rut in the road jolted the cart. The dragoon tipped over the side and somersaulted to the ground. The wagon bounced again as the wheels rode over his body, crushing whatever life was left in him. Cal gathered the reins tightly. He stared at his savior. It was Aiden. "How did you get here?" he gasped. And then, not waiting for an answer, "You saved my life." Over his shoulder, Cal saw Maverick loping along, easily keeping pace with the wagon. "Maybe you are not as useless as I thought," he said, trying to hide his emotions. Aiden's eyes glowed with defiance. Cal saw blood on Aiden's shirt. "Are you hurt?" Aiden grinned and showed him a hole in the fabric. "You rammed that dragoon's sword so far through him you nearly skewered me as well. My first war wound. It is only a scratch. There is time yet for another. There are more dragoons coming." Looking back, Cal could see them riding up the road behind. He handed the reins to Aiden. "Drive on to Duxbury. There are patriots there who will take charge of the powder. I will slow our pursuers." His rifle still lay on the floor of the wagon where he had discarded it. Cal slung it over his shoulder, then whistled to his horse. Maverick cantered closer until he was barely a foot from the moving wagon. Cal reached out, grabbed the pommel of the saddle and sprang. His leg went over and he landed cleanly in the saddle. Maverick didn't break stride. The wagon raced down the far side of the hill, swaying wildly as Aiden struggled to steer it. Cal prayed his little brother could regain control. He circled Maverick around. Some way back, he found the dead dragoon's horse, munching grass at the side of the road. The dragoon's carbine was still holstered beside the saddle, along with a finely made pistol. Cal took them both. There were 3 dragoons galloping towards him. Cal dismounted to steady himself and aimed the rifle, which had the longest range. Kneeling, he trained it on the leading horseman. His arms ached from driving the horses, but they did not tremble as he sighted his enemy. It was a long shot against a moving target in the dark. The flash of powder blinded him, so he didn't see the bullet strike. As his vision cleared, he saw the horse still galloping towards him, but there was no rider. He lay in the road, writhing and screaming as the other 2 dragoons rode past. Calmly, Cal reloaded and fired again at the next nearest dragoon. But this time, his target swerved and the bullet went wide. The remaining men were closing quickly. With no time to reload the rifle, Cal had 2 bullets ready, one in the carbine and one in the pistol. But both his weapons were short range. He could not be sure of hitting the targets until they were nearly on him. He swung himself back into Maverick's saddle. He leveled the carbine, forcing himself to hold steady until the dragoons were so close he could see the sweat foaming on their horses' flanks. A hardened soldier would have aimed for the horse as the bigger target. Cal, still raw and unwilling to harm an innocent animal, shot at the rider. He missed. He threw the carbine aside and drew the pistol. The men were so close now he could not afford another wasted shot. The pistol exploded in the darkness and one of the dragoons went down. Only one remained, but he was on him. A saber sliced at Cal and he parried it desperately with his pistol. It stopped the blow, but the pistol was knocked spinning out of his hand. The dragoon circled around to come at him again. Cal had no weapons, not even a knife. As the dragoon closed at speed, Cal's only defense was the horse under him. He tugged the reins and kicked Maverick's flanks. The horse bounded forwards, leaping over the ditch at the roadside into the adjacent field just as the dragoon's saber whistled through the air where Cal's head had been. With a huzzah like a fox hunter, the dragoon gave chase. Cal had an advantage. He had been roaming this country since he could walk and knew it like his own garden. But the dragoon rode like the devil himself. Even in the dark over unfamiliar ground, he cleared every fence and ditch. No matter how hard he rode, Cal could not shake him. Galloping over the damp earth was draining Maverick's strength. His ears were back, his flanks white with sweat. Cal didn't dare look around, but he could hear the jangle of the dragoon's spurs edging closer and closer. He rode through a small stand of trees, face pressed against Maverick's mane so that he did not have his head whipped off by a low branch. As they emerged from the woods, he saw another fence ahead and managed to balance himself before Maverick launched them over it. They had come back onto the road on high ground, where the road hugged close to a cliff. Cal rode on, trying to coax every last ounce of strength from his tiring horse. It was like a nightmare, chased by a remorseless enemy who never seemed to lose pace. The dragoon was almost alongside him. Cal swayed and veered, dancing to keep out of reach of the flickering sword point, but he was running out of options. Maverick slowed. The horse had given his all. Cal looked back. In the moonlight, the dragoon's helmet hid his eyes in shadow, but his mouth was open in a warlike snarl. He raised his sword as he spurred alongside Cal, ready for the stroke that would slit him from shoulder to belly. With the last of his strength, Maverick leaped. Cal wasn't ready for it. The jump almost bounced him out of his saddle. Without thinking, he clenched his thighs against Maverick's flanks and wrapped his hands in the horse's mane. He didn't know why the horse had launched himself. All he saw was a dark blur sweeping beneath him, before the thud of the horse's landing nearly unseated him again. A crack in the ground yawned behind, a narrow gully where the cliff had crumbled away. Maverick had seen it and reacted in time. The dragoon's horse galloped into the hole, smashing into the opposite bank so hard it broke its neck. The dragoon was thrown from his saddle. He flew over the cliff edge, bouncing down the steep slope until he landed in a tangle of limbs on the rocks below. Cal drew Maverick to a halt, horse and rider breathing so deeply their hearts might burst. Cal hardly had the strength to lift his head, but as the pounding in his ears subsided, he heard a familiar rumble a distance away. He looked up. He was in a dip between two hills. The road came down the slope behind him, bent inland to avoid the gully where the dragoon had fallen, then straightened towards the summit of the next hill. Almost at the top was the wagon. Cal saw the powder kegs piled in the back, and the small figure of Aiden perched on the driver's seat. Fixed on his task, Aiden hadn't seen the battle behind him. The wagon was safe. Cal felt a surge of fraternal pride. He wanted to hug his brother. They had done it together. Sam Hartwell and all the friends they'd lost had not died for nothing. But something was wrong. As Aiden reached the top of the hill, Cal could see his silhouette come into sharper focus. Not against the stars, but against a dull orange haze glowing behind the hill. The wagon seemed to pause at the summit, then disappeared over the other side. Cal felt a terrible sense of dread. Forgetting his exhaustion, he kicked Maverick forwards. The horse responded sluggishly. He was half lame, too exhausted to muster more than a trot. The orange light grew brighter as they climbed the hill, but however much Cal kicked, begged, and cajoled the beast, he was too slow. They crested the hill and Cal's heart stopped. The British were there. How they had managed it, if word had raced ahead, if someone had betrayed them, if it was sheer bad luck, he didn't know. But there they were, waiting for him. They had felled trees across the road at the bottom of the hill. Braziers burned at either end, lighting up a dozen soldiers with fixed bayonets behind the barricade. There was no way through. Further down the slope, Cal could see Aiden leaning back on the reins, trying desperately to slow the horses. But the wagon kept rolling. It gathered pace as its momentum took it down the hill. Suddenly, Aiden fell back. The horses pulling the wagon broke free and galloped away. In horror, Cal realized the dragoon's sabers must have nicked the harness. Now it had snapped. The wagon continued on out of control. It was going to smash into the barricade. "Jump, Aiden!" Cal screamed at the top of his lungs. He thought Aiden would do it. His little brother stood up on the driver's box, looking around in disbelief. He seemed poised to leap. But whether he couldn't bring himself to make the move, or if he stayed loyal to the last to his brother's instructions not to leave the wagon, he didn't try to abandon the vehicle. Cal kicked Maverick's flanks and charged forwards, thinking he might yet snatch Aiden off the cart. Panicked by the sight of the runaway wagon rushing down on them, some of the soldiers started to flee. Others watched open-mouthed, but one or two with cooler heads opened fire. Muskets flashed. The wagon hit the barricade with the speed of a charging bull. The front wheels shattered, the frame snapped. The soldiers were skittled like ninepins. The braziers were knocked over, spilling their hot coals. Kegs of gunpowder were hurled in the air and smashed open. Cal saw Aiden thrown high, tossed over the barricade and landing on the far side like a rag doll. One of the powder kegs rolled away across the road. Its staves had cracked, making it oscillate like an egg and leaving a trail of black powder spilling through the gaps. It trundled lazily across the road in the direction of one of the toppled braziers, towards the embers glowing in the dust. The barrel nudged up against them and stopped. A flash shot across the road like lightning as the powder trail ignited. Then the landscape vanished in a ball of fire, so vast and bright it was as if the noon sun had appeared in the middle of the night. Cal shielded his eyes. A split second later, the force of the blast punched him hard, and he was nearly thrown from the saddle. The noise punctured his ears like a thunderclap, followed by silence as he went deaf. Peering through his fingers, he saw the scene like some soundless vision of hell. Smoke poured into the night. The frame of the wagon burned like the skeleton of an enormous dying animal. More fires flared as other barrels caught alight and exploded, making a dull popping sound in his shocked ears. Fragments of wood and men lay strewn over the ground. Aiden was somewhere in the inferno. Ignoring the blood running from his nose, the ache in his ears and the smoke in his eyes, Cal urged Maverick forwards. The horse reared onto his hind legs, shying away from the fire. Even Cal could not persuade him on. He dismounted and ran through the burning debris, remembering just in time to unbuckle his cartridge box so it did not explode in the heat. The fire scalded his face and burned his skin, but Cal was insensible to pain. He scrambled over the remains of the barricade and jumped down on the far side. Aiden lay where he had fallen, a shadow spread-eagled on the ground. Cal ran to him. The sleeve of Cal's shirt was on fire, but he ignored it. He kneeled beside Aiden and tried to lift him. The moment Aiden's head left the ground, it flopped back like a broken hinge. The force of the landing had snapped his neck. He had died instantly. Tears ran down Cal's face, cool against the blisters bubbling up on his seared skin. His brother was dead. The powder was destroyed. All was lost. Something stirred on the ground a distance away. A British soldier lay under one of the logs that had been thrown back by the force of the blast. He was alive. Cal walked over and looked down. The log had broken the soldier's leg and pinned him to the ground, but it had also shielded him from the violence of the explosion. The eyes staring up at Cal were raging. "Get this bloody weight off me," the soldier said through gritted teeth. Cal hesitated, paralyzed by a storm of emotions. The soldier's fury seemed to exhaust itself. "Please," the soldier begged. He was helpless. Cal crouched down beside him. He noted the relief in the man's face as he reached for the log. It was heavy, but Cal was used to clearing brush and chopping firewood on the farm. He could save him, but no one had saved Aiden. A great emptiness opened inside Cal, as if his heart was collapsing into itself. How would he tell his father, his mother? He imagined walking into the kitchen in the farmhouse, his mother's smile crumbling to despair. The fury rising in his father's eyes. "It was not my fault Aiden followed me," he told himself, trying to make himself believe it. It was not my fault. However many times he repeated it, he knew his father would never accept it. A long, wickedly spiked bayonet was tucked in a loop on the soldier's belt. Cal pulled it out. Guilt rose inside him to an almost unbearable pitch. He wished he had ridden Maverick right into the fireball when the powder kegs went up, to obliterate himself in his shame. The sharp point of the bayonet glimmered in the firelight. He wanted to drive it into his heart. It was not my fault. Guilt hardened to anger. He hurt so badly, but his father would offer no comfort. He would blame him for everything. It was so unfair. Hot liquid dribbled down his face. He wiped it away, thinking it must be tears, and ashamed of it. But when he looked at his hand, he saw it was wet with blood. Had he been hurt? He looked down, focusing on his surroundings again. The British soldier lay beneath him, with the bayonet piercing his throat. The blood on Cal's face must have fountained out of an artery, though it had already subsided to a dribble. The soldier's neck was a mess of open wounds where he had been repeatedly stabbed, so hard that in the end the bayonet had gone right through his neck and stuck upright in the earth beneath. I must have done that, thought Cal, though he had no memory of it. He wiped the blood from his eyes and stared at the bloody pulp that had once been a soldier. Cal began to shake so hard he thought his neck might snap. Bile rose in his throat. It was the first time he had killed a man in cold blood. He was unarmed. A voice in his head protested. You murdered him. But another voice answered. You did this for Aiden, and that voice was warm and comforting. His father could say what he liked. It was not Cal's fault Aiden was dead. He had died for the same reason the soldier had for the revolution, for freedom. Theo would never understand that. Cal glimpsed his face in the soldier's shiny buckle and almost shied away in horror. He looked like a terrible, inhuman thing, burned, bloodied, and blistered, his mouth open in a snarl. He hardly recognized himself. I will not let you die in vain, he promised Aiden. I will not let us lose this war. Whatever he had to do, however many Englishmen he had to kill, he would do it. He would make his father understand. It was not my fault. Robert Courtney had never imagined there could be so many ships in the world. But then he was beginning to realize there was so much about the world he'd failed to imagine. All the way from Gravesend, the Thames was choked with shipping, moored so close together you could almost have crossed the river on their tangled yards. Heavy Indiamen bringing tea from China, sugar from Jamaica, and calicoes from India. Ships bringing furs from Canada, spices from the East Indies, ivory from Africa, and whale oil from Greenland. At Woolwich, lighters unloaded saltpeter from Bengal. It would be milled with sulfur and charcoal, then loaded onto other ships as black powder to fight the wars that kept all this confusion of commerce in motion across the globe. And then there was London. Rob saw it first as a smear of dark smoke hanging over the horizon. Is that a brush fire? He asked Cornish. The captain chuckled. That is the smoke of 100,000 homes. Rob thought he was joking. Then he saw London and realized Cornish had understated it. The city was as big as a forest, chaotic, dark, and filled with noise. It stretched as far as he could see, with buildings that seemed as high as the Cape at Nativity Bay. How can so many people live in one place? He wondered. How do they eat? Where do they hunt? A brightly dressed group of women waved from the shore. They lifted their dresses to show their petticoats and blue kisses. Rob waved shyly back, though he could not understand what they were saying. You will find life here very different from what you are used to, Cornish said with a smile. But there was concern in his eyes. He had not thought until now how overwhelming the city might be to a boy who had grown up as Rob had. The Dunstanburgh Castle moored at Monsoon Dock and began offloading her cargo into the lighters. The crew queued to receive their pay. Their rough sailors' clothes had been put away, and they wore extraordinary garments, gaudy striped trousers, long-toed shoes, shirts decorated with tassels, fringes, brass and silver buttons, and every kind of ornament. Is that the fashion in London? Rob wondered. All he had to wear was one clean shirt and a pair of breeches he had kept safe at the bottom of his sea chest. One of his messmates beckoned him over. Come ashore with us, Rob. We will show you all the finest sights of London town. He said it kindly. Rob was popular with the crew, but the roars of laughter from his companions left Cornish in little doubt what they had in mind. "The sight of a fine whore's arse, you mean," said one of the men. "Rob is coming with me," Cornish announced, giving the boy no say in the matter. "We will dine together tonight." He saw the disappointment on the boy's face. "There will be time enough tomorrow to see the town." The moment they stepped ashore, the noise and the smell increased tenfold. The only thing Rob could compare it to was standing in the middle of a herd of stampeding elephants, thundering and braying. "Wait here," Cornish told him. "I need 5 minutes with the customs inspector. I have a bottle of brandy to deliver." Rob could barely stand still. The energy of the city elated him. He wanted to run, to see every street and every building and every secret the city had to give up. He stood on the quay, taking in the sights with eyes as wide as a newborn calf. If he ever had doubts about his decision to leave Nativity Bay, he had none now. "Thief!" cried a voice, its urgency cutting through the hubbub. "Stop that thief!" Rob's attention snapped back to the wharf in front of him. A tall, gaunt man in ragged shirt and trousers was running at surprising speed, clutching a leather bag that looked as if it was worth more than all his clothes put together. A young man in a plum-colored coat and striped yellow breeches was chasing after him, though the press of the crowd held him back. Rob read the situation in an instant. He stepped forward smartly so that the ragged man charged into him. The man was almost knocked off his feet by the force of the impact, but Rob stood firm. He put his hands on the leather bag. "I do not think that belongs to you," he said. The man lifted his head, surprise hardening to fury in his eyes. He let go of the bag. "Don't belong to you neither." The bustle on the wharf ceased. A circle had formed around Rob, watching the confrontation unfold. Suddenly the onlookers drew back with gasps. A knife had appeared in the thief's hand. Rob was unarmed. Yet despite the blood pumping hard in his veins, he felt unnaturally calm. He looked the man in the face. "If you go now, it will be easier on you." With a cry of anger, the man lunged at him with the knife. Rob had never fought an armed man before, but he had a Courtney's instincts. As the man started to move, Rob turned his body sideways, swaying out of the way. The knife stabbed the space where his stomach had been a split second earlier. Rob did not bother with the knife. He was inside the man's guard. He brought a knee up into the man's groin, and as he doubled over, Rob swung a heavy punch into his face. The man dropped the knife and fell to his knees. Rob put his foot on the blade so his opponent could not reach for it. He waited for the man to come at him again. But the thief had had enough. Scrambling to his feet, he pushed through the watching crowd and made his escape. "That was neatly done," a voice complimented Rob. The man in the plum-colored coat had arrived. Close to, Rob could see he was not much older than Rob himself. He had a handsome face with sharp cheekbones and tousled hair tied back with a velvet bow. His lazy, almond-shaped eyes darted about with almost feline precision. "Hugo Lyall," he introduced himself. "Robert Courtney." Rob was still clutching Hugo's leather bag in his hand. Hugo reached out and took it. "I owe you a debt." It was nothing. Now that the fight was over, the heat had drained from Rob's veins. He felt slightly dizzy. Hugo noticed it. "You are trembling." "It is just the excitement. I have never fought a man before." "Never?" Hugo's eyes widened in disbelief. "You gave a good account of yourself for an amateur. I have seen prize fighters who would have been proud of the blow you gave him." Rob grinned at the compliment. "I once had to fight off a shark. It is not so different." Hugo laughed. "Now I am certain you are pulling my leg." Rob pulled open the collar of his shirt and showed him the shark's tooth on the cord around it. "I kept a souvenir." Hugo had stopped laughing. He stared at Rob with intense curiosity. "Where do you come from?" "Africa." "Ah, blackbirding on the Guinea coast." Rob smiled, not sure what he meant. "I grew up there." "Are you Dutch?" Rob's accent was hard to place. "British." Hugo squinted. "But no Englishman grows up in Africa." Rob wasn't sure what to say. "I did." There was a pause. Rob had the feeling they were talking at cross purposes somehow, but he did not know what to say. Hugo broke the impasse. "I am forgetting my manners. You saved me a considerable sum of money at great personal risk. Let me at least buy you something to drink." Rob hesitated. He glanced over his shoulder towards the customs house. "I should wait for Captain Cornish." "Nonsense." Hugo had a confident way of speaking which made every objection seem not just trivial, but mean-spirited. "He will find you." He grabbed Rob's hand and tugged him forwards. "And I have some friends who would like to meet you." Rob couldn't resist, and he could certainly use a drink. "I would like that." Hugo guided him to a tavern a little way from the dock. The air was thick with pipe smoke and laughter, every corner crammed with men sipping drinks, gambling, and arguing. Half a dozen young men, Rob's age or a little older, sat squeezed together on benches. They must have been there for some time because they had empty glasses and several empty wine bottles. They all had a common look about them, not so much as a family, but like a certain breed of dog. Tousled hair tied back in bows, cotton shirts with lace cuffs, upturned chins, and half-closed eyes which seemed to watch the world from a superior angle. "This is Rob," said Hugo. "He saved me from being robbed." He laughed at his inadvertent pun. "By a tart you tried to bilk," jeered his friends. Hugo ignored them. "Rob comes from Africa." "Did you ride elephants?" asked one. "Or lions?" said another. "I've shot elephants," said Rob, "and fought sharks," added Hugo proudly, as if he was in some way responsible for it. They studied him with greater interest. "Good Lord," said one, "I do believe he means it." "Are you a gentleman?" inquired one of Hugo's friends. "Don't be ridiculous," said another. "They do not have gentlemen in Africa." "I say he is nothing but a common sailor." "Look at the tattoo." Rob tugged his sleeve down to cover his tattoo. He was starting to feel like an exotic beast displayed in a cage, and he was beginning to worry about how Cornish would find him. "I must go," Rob said. There was much braying and protesting. "Stay for a drink," they said. "Tell us stories of Africa." Rob edged away. Hugo stood and accompanied him the way they had come. "I apologize if my friends seem uncouth," he murmured. "I'm sure it means nothing. It means they're bloody drunk." He looked Rob in the eye. He had clear, open eyes that brimmed with good humor and fun. Rob found himself instantly warming to him. "You really come from Africa," he said again, half disbelieving. "I do. I have always dreamed of exploring the world. Where are you living now?" "At present I am staying aboard ship." Hugo took an enameled case from his coat, snapped it open, and pulled out a small card embossed with his name and address. "I stay at number 22 Wimpole Street. Call on me if you can. I would like to hear more tales of your adventures in Africa without so many interruptions." He handed Rob the card. Then, with a raffish grin, he disappeared back to his friends. Rob found Cornish on the quay, searching anxiously through the crowd. "I told you to stay where you were," the captain scolded him. His concern at losing Rob now poured out as anger. "You must be careful in London." Rob thought of his fight with the thief. With the safety of hindsight, it seemed like a thrilling encounter, the sort of thing his ancestors would have done. He decided Cornish would not appreciate the story. "I made a friend," was all he said. "Who?" "Hugo Lyall." Rob showed him the card, then tucked it in his waistband. "He seemed very nice." "Be careful," Cornish warned. "Not everyone in this city is what they seem." But Rob didn't listen. Cornish worried for Rob. But he also worried about unloading his cargo quickly enough to beat the other merchants, getting the best price for his goods, paying the customs agents the bribes they would inevitably expect, repairing his ship after the long voyage, meeting his creditors and seeing his wife. Next morning, when Rob asked permission to go ashore, Cornish barely looked up from the thick ledger his head was buried in. "Make sure you are back by sundown," was all he said. Rob hardly knew where to begin exploring London. After half an hour, his eyes hurt from staring, and his head throbbed trying to take in so much. His senses were assaulted by noise, smell, movement, bustle, and the most extraordinary array of humankind. as if all the most exotic beasts of the wilderness had come together at once, demanding attention. It was never-ending, a mass of humanity zigzagging and interacting as if it was performing an ancient ritual dance, the purpose of which Rob had no clue. He could hardly move without a woman or a boy offering to sell him a pie or a pastry. He bought 3, using some of the coins Cornish had given him for his wages. He had never spent money before. At home, if you wanted something, you had to make it yourself. It was intoxicating to be able to buy things so easily, and there was so much choice. All the riches he had ever imagined the world to possess seemed to be in this one place, and people wanted him to claim a part of it, were thrusting their wares at him with a strange desperation. He was beginning to feel the attraction of plenty, of excess. In Africa, Rob had been used to working under a hot sun, but here the crowds and the pressing buildings made the heat sweaty and draining. He bought a pint of ale to refresh himself, but that only gave him a headache. He became dizzy. He was certain everyone was staring at him, laughing at him as an ignorant newcomer. He wandered aimlessly until he was disorientated. He had never been lost in his life before. However far he wandered from Fort Auspice, he could always find a game trail or a watercourse to guide him home. Here, the high buildings hid the sun and boxed him in. Whichever way he wanted to go, it always seemed to be a dead end. He thought if he could only reach the river, he could follow it back to the docks. But he could not find it. How could such a vast body of water simply disappear? He had almost begun to despair when he noticed a sign, Wimpole Street. He took Hugo Lyall's card, sweaty and smudged, from his pocket and read the address, 22 Wimpole Street. Much of the street was still vacant or under construction, but there were a number of fine, imposing mansions already complete. Number 22 seemed to be the finest of them all, a gleaming white stucco facade, 6 stories tall, with pillars framing a large black door. A liveried servant answered Rob's knock. To Rob's surprise, the man's skin was as black as that of the natives in Nativity Bay. "Sawubona," Rob said automatically, greeting him in the language he'd used with the servants at home. The man scowled as if Rob had offered the most grievous insult. He looked down his nose at Rob. "Yes. Does Hugo Lyall live here?" The servant looked Rob up and down. He took in the tar under his fingernails, the calluses on his hands, and sunburn on his neck. "Mr. Lyall is not at home to visitors." Rob fished out the card. "He told me to call on him." "He is not at home," the servant repeated, louder and slower, as if speaking to a stupid child. And then, without waiting for a reply, he shut the door in Rob's face. Rob stared at the closed door, confused and humiliated. Then, because he couldn't stand on the doorstep all day, he turned to go. "Robert Courtney." A familiar voice hailed him. It was Hugo, dressed in a sea-green coat with a purple lining, stepping down from a carriage that must have cost more than the Dunstanburgh Castle's entire cargo. His face broadened into a delighted, surprised smile when he saw Rob. "Not run back to Africa yet." "I was lost," Rob confessed. "I was trying to find my way back to Monsoon Dock." "Then you are lost indeed." "If you could point me the right way." "Absolutely not," said Hugo firmly. "You look half dead. Come in and have a drink first." Rob demurred. Hugo insisted. "I never had the chance to buy you the drink I promised yesterday." Rob was certainly thirsty, and after the hard anonymity of London, it was a relief to find someone who seemed genuinely glad to see him. He followed his friend past the scowling doorman and through a marble-floored hallway, up a flight of stairs to an opulent sitting room. They lounged on silk sofas, while more black servants brought wine in silver coolers. Hugo raised his glass. "Your good health." The chilled wine slipped easily down Rob's throat, as refreshing as spring water. He gestured to the magnificent room. Everything about it seemed fit for a palace. Gilt-framed mirrors and paintings, thick flock wallpaper on the walls, a harpsichord. "You live here alone." "For the moment," said Hugo. My father is away visiting his estates in the West Indies. He will not be back for some months. And your mother, she died when I was young. So did mine. Their eyes met, a spark of kinship passed between them. I am sorry to hear it, said Rob. I suppose it cannot have been easy. Hugo gave a braying sort of laugh. Indeed not. My father is a hard man. So is mine. He does not understand that I am different from him. Nor mine. The hush in the room seemed to close tighter around them as they held each other's gazes. For the first time in his life, Rob felt there was someone who understood him. All his life he had longed for an older brother, someone to show him how to face the world in the way his father never could. Perhaps this connection was how it would feel. Clearly, we have many things in common, Hugo said. Then he broke into a grin again. Listen to us, feeling sorry for ourselves like a pair of girls. You have all of London to see, and I must hear everything you can tell me about Africa. Have you ever seen a camelopard? I do not think so. Hugo looked disappointed. I hear they are as tall as a house and brindled like a leopard. Rob realized what he meant. We call it a giraffe, he told Hugo. Yes, I have seen many hundreds, and lions too. I saw one once at a fair. It was a shabby, bedraggled creature. I felt so sorry for it, chained in captivity so far from its home. Yet even then, I could see the nobility in it. They are beautiful animals, Rob agreed. All I ever wanted was to become a pirate or an explorer. A sad look crossed Hugo's face. My father forbade me, of course. My father forbade me to come to London, said Rob. But you came anyway. Hugo looked astonished. You defied your father, Rob shrugged. Here I am. You ran away to sea. Hugo clapped his hands. You are a marvel, Rob. You must tell me the whole story. It is not so extraordinary, Rob said shyly. London is far more exotic. Still, he could not deny he was pleased with the attention. A servant refilled his drink and Rob told his story. At first he was embarrassed at Hugo's attention, but the more he drank, the more he spoke. He had never been so much the center of attention, and he found he liked it. Hugo's questions, his obvious awe of Rob's life, made him want to tell his new friend everything. He lost all sense of time. At Fort Auspice, the locals had made small beer from fermented maize, while there had always been bottles of wine and brandy picked up from the ships that called in Nativity Bay. But it had been served sparingly, on special occasions like Christmas and birthdays. Hugo drank it like water, and each time Rob protested he must go, Hugo asked another question that had Rob launching into another long answer. Soon his head was spinning with the alcohol, lost in a warm haze of laughter and chatter. The day stretched into evening. Rob realized he was hungry and mentioned it. In no time, he and Hugo found themselves at a table in a chop house, devouring hunks of meat and draining pints of wine. After that, Hugo decided they needed entertainment, so they staggered down to the Marylebone Pleasure Gardens, singing raucously. Rob had brought a purse with a little of his seaman's pay and some of Lewis's money, but he had spent it all on clothes. Hugo had to pay the 6-pence entrance fee. Where do you get your money? Rob asked. Alcohol had made him uninhibited. My father. Rob tried to imagine how a man could earn enough to keep such a magnificent home. Is he a merchant? Hugo looked appalled. God, no. If he heard you ask that, he would box your ears. He owns estates in the West Indies. Rob was having trouble focusing on what he said. Estates. Sugar. Hugo frowned. Really, if you wish to spend all evening talking of business, then you can spend it with my father's agent. Rob let the matter drop and gave himself over to the sights of the pleasure gardens. As much as London had overwhelmed him already with its size and splendor, this was even more extraordinary. They watched a boxing match between two women who tried to pummel the life out of each other, as if each had stolen the other's lover. The male crowd cheered and booed with such intensity it was as if their own wives were scrapping desperately to assuage a bitter jealousy. Rob noticed the women cling to one another in a clinch, and one of them smiled knowingly, but he couldn't help staring intently at the bare flesh of their stomachs and thighs. They moved on to a bear baiting, which made him feel sick to witness dogs so frenzied and the bear defenseless. He had an uncommon sympathy with wild animals, and he wanted to halt the performance, but his shouts of protest were lost in the raucous baying of the drunken crowd. A fire-eater restored his spirits as the performer spewed flame like a fantastical beast, a dragon from the dark depths of his fevered imagination. He felt that he might have died and been transported to a place where nothing but sensation resided. Everything was new and thrilling, a world dedicated to every pleasure the sun or moon could provide. At last the gardens closed, and they staggered back to the house on Wimpole Street, by way of another 2 or 3 taverns. They collapsed on the silk chaises in the drawing-room, and Hugo called for more wine, which came at once. Did the servants never sleep? A grandfather clock in the hall struck 2. 2 bells, Rob murmured drowsily. Hugo laughed. Silly, it is 2 o'clock in the morning. Rob shook himself awake. But I was due back with Captain Cornish hours ago. Tell him you got lost, Hugo encouraged him. Stay a while longer, we may find some female company before long. Rob put out his hand to steady himself. I must go. He stumbled towards the door, out onto the landing. The huge staircase seemed to spin around him. He took one step and almost pitched head first down the stairs. Hugo grabbed his arm. You will break your neck on the stairs in the state you are in. Stay here. Rob knew he ought to go back to the ship. Cornish did not know where he was. He might be worried. But the house was warm and Hugo was kind, and the wine in his blood made him suddenly terribly sleepy. Thank you, he said. If you are sure it is not trouble. He sank into the feather bed, thinking how lucky he was to have found a friend like Hugo. He did not feel so lucky the next morning. His mouth tasted like the inside of the bilge, his stomach tossed like a ship in a storm, and his head ached as if a cannon had gone off inside it. He lay in the bed, rising only to stumble to the side and vomit into the chamber pot. It was nearly noon when Hugo put his head around the door. I thought sailors were supposed to have strong heads. He seemed no worse the wear from the night before. A spot of breakfast will cure you. Rob meant to say that he should go back to the ship, but after emptying his stomach, he found he was ravenously hungry. Soon he was eating a plateful of eggs, while trying to answer Hugo's ceaseless stream of questions about Africa and of his family's adventures. Hugo was as wide-eyed as a boy who had just had a genuine pirate walk into his drawing room. And what should we do today? Hugo asked when his plate was empty. The theater, White's. There is so much you need to see. Rob badly wanted to spend the day with Hugo and see more of the fathomless marvels London had to offer. But he knew he was already past due back at the ship. Captain Cornish will worry where I have got to. The voyage is over, Hugo pointed out. Are the crew not entitled to shore leave? I suppose I am, said Rob, but I do not have anywhere to stay ashore. Of course you do, said Hugo. You are staying here. Rob felt a lift in his heart. The prospect of staying with his new friend, with his sophistication and easy manners, felt like a dream he could hardly dare to realize. Are you quite sure? For as long as you like. But your father, he is not here to ask, and this house is far too big for one person. Hugo saw Rob still had qualms. If it makes you feel better, I will write and tell him, he winked. He will not get the letter for 6 weeks, and even if he objects it will take as long again to get a reply. You are very generous, Rob said. I fear I do not have much to offer in return. Nonsense, said Hugo forcefully. London was so dull before you came. The notion astonished Rob. I cannot imagine London ever being dull. I cannot imagine why you would trade a life of wild adventure for this cesspit, but there you have it. With you, I feel I have stepped into the pages of a Daniel Defoe novel. He rang the bell for a servant. It is decided, but if you are to cut a dash as a man about town, you cannot wear those frightful seaman's clothes. I have some old suits you could wear. They are no longer quite so fashionable as they were, but I can have my tailor adjust them for you. That is very kind, said Rob, but I have hardly worn in the clothes I have." He had grown up wearing canvas trousers and a cotton shirt. Whenever one was worn so badly through that it could not longer be patched, his grandmother would run up a replacement that was to all intents identical. On Christmas Day, or if there was a baptism or a funeral, he had struggled into an old suit of his grandfather's. The notion of fashion was entirely alien to him. Hugo took it a deal more seriously. Before Rob knew it, he was standing on a box in the middle of the drawing room, while an elderly man with a protruding chin and a red cap fussed about him with measuring tapes and pins. "I should not be spending my money on clothes I do not need," Rob fretted. "You absolutely do need them," Hugo insisted. "If you are to stay in London any time at all, you cannot look like a tar just off the ship." "That is what I am," Rob thought, but Hugo looked so pleased at seeing Rob in his fine new clothes, it felt churlish to say so. Rob fetched his possessions from the ship. Saying goodbye to Cornish was not as awkward as he had feared. "The ship will be in harbor for weeks while we refit for the next voyage," said Cornish. "I promised to bring you to London. Now you must make your own way." He spoke philosophically, but he could not hide the concern in his eyes. Rob had grown in every way since they left Nativity Bay, but he was still so young. "You are able to support yourself?" Cornish asked. "I have the money from my grandmother. You will need more than that." Cornish led him down to his cabin and opened a chest. Inside, laid on sackcloth, were half a dozen long bull-elephant tusks. "These are for you," he said gruffly. Rob flushed. "It is too much," he protested. "Consider it repayment of all the kindnesses your family has shown me these many years." Rob did not care about old family debts. "I can make my own way." "No doubt you can, but it's a sight easier to start with something than with nothing." Cornish saw the stubborn look in Rob's eyes and sighed. "If you will not take this as a gift, take it as an investment. If you have half an ounce of Courtney blood in you, you will turn it into a handsome profit. You can pay me back when you have made your fortune." Rob took one of the tusks. It took all his strength to hold it, and there were 5 more just as big in the chest. The weight reassured him. As determined as he was to live on his own wits, he could not deny that London was an overpowering and expensive place. Better to start with a little capital. Maybe then he would not feel quite so unequal with Hugo. "Let them be a reminder of where you came from," Cornish added. "I know you have come to see the world, and maybe you will see more than you bargained for before it is over. But Nativity Bay is your home. We sail for the Malabar coast in 3 months' time, and we will call again at Nativity Bay. There is a berth for you aboard this ship if you want it." "Thank you," said Rob. He was grateful to the captain, but he was also 18 on his own, with a full purse and the greatest city in the world at his feet. It was not a time for lingering doubts. By the time he reached Hugo's house and started to unpack, he had forgotten Cornish and was already looking forward to the night's adventures. Hugo could hardly believe the chest of ivory. He ran his fingers along the length of one of the tusks, marveling at its size. "Imagine facing down the beast that carried this. You must be impossibly brave." Rob did not know what to say. "The only ivory I have ever touched before is on a billiard ball. And what is this?" He picked up the long canvas bundle that lay on the bed. "Don't," Rob began, but Hugo had already unwrapped it. The sapphire in the pommel of the Neptune Sword shone as he held it up to the light. "Sweet Jesus," Hugo breathed. "This must be worth 100,000 at least." Rob had never thought of it like that. "It was my grandfather's and his father's before him." Hugo unsheathed the blade and took a few theatrical swings. "I knew you were a pirate. It belonged to Sir Francis Drake." Rob wished Hugo would put it down, but he also wanted his friend to know how important the sword was. Hugo's wealth and breeding were so impeccable. It felt good to show that the Courtneys had their own noble pedigree. "You really have lived the most extraordinary existence," Hugo said, with so much admiration in his voice that Rob swelled with pride. "Make sure you keep this safe." As soon as Hugo had left, Rob prized up a floorboard in the corner of the room and hid the sword under it, together with the bag of coins Louisa had given him. He was living under Hugo's roof. He hated himself for distrusting his friend. But any thought of losing the sword, however far-fetched, was unbearable. The city was tumultuous, a jungle of brick, stone, and soot, teeming with life. But it was not as difficult to navigate as Rob had first thought. Over the next weeks, he learned its rhythms and its geography, just as he had the bush at home. He could follow wagon traffic to a major crossroads, as he had once followed game trails to watering holes. Instead of streams, he followed the flow of humanity, watching how trickles grew into the great crowds that thronged the main streets. Instead of tall trees and prominent rocks, he learned to orientate his position by church spires and tavern signs. They had all looked the same to his overloaded eyes when he arrived, but he learned the differences. St. Martin in the Fields was shaped like a termite mound, the tiered spire of St. Bride's like a cake stand, and there was the stolid square tower of St. George's that told him he was nearly back at Wimpole Street. He also became familiar with many of the different taverns. Like the jungle, the city had its dangers. Rob learned to be alert for the telltale signs, the rumble of wheels that told of a chaise ready to burst around a street corner, the creak of a window over his head, warning that someone was about to tip out the contents of a chamber pot, the shadow moving in a doorway down an empty alley when he was coming home late at night. Employing vigilance and instinct, he was soon able to find a destination, relatively safely, anywhere in London. He spent many of his days with Hugo and his friends. But there were also times when they went their different ways. During those periods, Rob would go east into the city. He had struck up some friendships with the traders who thronged the court of the Royal Exchange. Tentatively at first, but ever more confidently, he began to trade on his own account. He started with the ivory tusks Cornish had given him. With the profits from that sale, he bought a consignment of tea from a ship that had come in late and was selling cheap, her captain desperate to be rid of the cargo. Rob held on to it for a few weeks, and then sold it on when prices rose again. He had a knack, he discovered, for sensing when a price was low and when it was likely to rise. He did not mention it to Hugo. He had learned early on that Hugo had fixed ideas of the world that no amount of argument could change. A man was a gentleman, or he was nothing. A gentleman did not engage in trade. Money was contemptible except as a means to pleasure. Speaking of it was unforgivably dull. If Rob ever queried the price of an item, Hugo would tease him mercilessly as a penny-pinching old grandmother. Rob did not entirely understand how a man as profligate as Hugo could give no thought to money, or how one obtained money without engaging in some kind of commerce. But the few times he pressed the question, Hugo grew moody and Rob did not want to quarrel, so he kept his dealings on the exchange to himself. Rob tried to invest his money wisely and make it grow, but as quickly as he earned it, it seemed to flow out of his purse again. There were so many ways to spend money in London, and Hugo embraced them all. He took Rob to the finest tailors, cobblers and milliners in St. James's to buy new clothes, extravagantly bright fabrics of the kind that Hugo and his friends favored. There were pleasure gardens, feasts, taverns, races, cockfights, gin shops, theaters, an infinite cornucopia of indulgence. One day they found themselves at Epsom Downs in Surrey. Even in the heart of London, Rob had rarely seen so much noise and color. Gentlemen and their ladies watched from carriages drawn up alongside the track, while vertiginous temporary grandstands tottered above them. There were so many spectators crammed in, Rob feared they would crash over. They sat in Hugo's phaeton near the starting line, watching the milling crowds and the jockeys preparing their mounts. The smells of hot pies, leather and horse dung filled the air. Hugo kept up a constant commentary on the people he saw, their titles, incomes, families, and scandals. Rob was more interested in the horses. One in particular caught his eye, a tall bay with a black tail and fetlocks who stamped his feet and tried to bite any groom who came near. "Whose horse is that?" he asked Hugo. If Hugo knew, his answer was drowned out by a loud rattling of traces and wheels as a large barouche rolled up beside them. It had red wheels with black trim, burgundy woodwork trimmed with gold, and a quartet of matched black geldings harnessed to it. The leather top was pulled down so Rob could see two pairs of finely dressed men and women seated inside. One of them, a young man with sandy hair and a pointed nose, his arm fondling a blonde-haired young woman, greeted Hugo. "Fine sport today, eh? Lord Tewkesbury," Hugo whispered in Rob's ear. "A notorious gambler. He once bet £1,000 on which flea would be first to leap off a tart's backside." "Are you running a horse in the race?" he asked more loudly. "Indeed I am." Tewkesbury pointed his cane at the tall bay Rob had admired earlier. "Sir Bors is mine." He leaned forwards. "Would you care to make a wager?" Rob had never known Hugo refuse a bet, but against Sir Bors even he demurred. "That would be a damned waste of money. Sir Bors is the finest animal in the field. I doubt you could get 20-1 against him." Tewkesbury looked disappointed. "I thought you were a man of mettle, Lyall, but no doubt I will find someone with more stomach." Rob could feel his friend squirming on the seat beside him. "I will take the wager," he called. Tewkesbury lifted up a pair of gold pince-nez and squinted at him. "Who is this?" "Robert Courtney, of the Devon Courtenays." "The Courtneys of Africa." Tewkesbury frowned. He felt sure he was being mocked, but Rob's expression was so direct it was hard to believe he was joking. "I suppose it does not matter where you come from if your credit is good. Whom do you think has the pace to beat my horse?" Rob pointed to a wiry, piebald colt he had noticed standing placidly in the background, while his grooms braided his mane into bunches. "What odds will you give me on him?" Tewkesbury gave a sharp, barking laugh. "On Alcmion, 4-1. 100 guineas on Sir Bors against your nag." The color drained from Rob's face. As much as he had profited from his trades on the exchange, most of his capital was currently invested in goods he could not sell quickly except at a loss. He was about to say he did not have the money when Hugo said suddenly, "I will stand surety for Rob's wager." "Capital." Tewkesbury reached out of his barouche and stretched out to shake Rob's hand. "It is agreed." The carriage rattled on, forcing its way through the crowds. Hugo slumped into his seat and beckoned one of the ale sellers to bring him a drink. The look he gave Rob was caught halfway between admiration and anxiety. "What in God's name have you just done? Why did you support me?" Now that Tewkesbury had gone, Rob was trembling. "I trusted you knew what you were up to." Hugo drained his tankard and stared hopefully at Rob over the rim. "You do know what you're up to, don't you?" "I have never gambled on horses before," Rob said honestly. "Dear God." Hugo gripped the side of the phaeton. "What have you done?" "Used my common sense." Rob pointed to Tewkesbury's horse. His jockey, in red striped livery and cap, was leading him gingerly to the starting post. "He looks very fine, but see how his ears twitch every time his hind left leg touches the ground. There is something not right there." Hugo whistled. "Now I wish I had taken the wager. And the horse you chose, Alcmion?" "I cannot say." Rob wished he could explain that growing up on a farm in such close proximity to animals both tame and wild had given him a sort of intuition to their needs. "There is a calmness about him that I liked. An intent. You risked 100 guineas on your feeling." "Actually, it was your 100 guineas I risked." Hugo buried his head in his hands. "Then God have mercy on us both." The horses were marshaled into position. The race stewards mounted a wooden tower that had been erected by the starting post. It took some time to be ready, as the bay colt kept tossing its head and bucking about, disturbing the other horses in the line. The piebald, meanwhile, stood placidly, feet planted square and ears pricked up. "Look at Tewkesbury," said Hugo in disgust. His barouche was drawn up near the start, surrounded by a crowd of braying sycophants. "Let us hope we wipe the smirk off his face." Sir Bors had had enough. Ignoring the best efforts of his jockey, he suddenly started forwards. The stewards, faced with the unappealing prospect of calling him back, chose the path of less resistance and promptly blew the horn to start the race. "That is unfair," Rob cried. Boos rose from the crowd, though not from those around Tewkesbury. Sir Bors was a length ahead of the field before any of the others had started. His powerful legs bounded forwards. His hooves dug deep divots out of the turf. The others could barely keep pace. They raced past Hugo's phaeton in a blur of color and noise. Then they were gone. "Yours is last," said Hugo dolefully. The piebald colt was keeping a steady pace near the back of the field, galloping along with no great intent. Rob stood up on the seat, shading his eyes to follow the distant horses as they made their way around the course. Alcmaeon is moving up. It was true. Without seeming to exert himself, the piebald horse had passed 2 riders already, but it was scant consolation. Sir Bors had powered further ahead and now had 4 lengths on the rest of the field. "Tewkesbury will be unbearable," lamented Hugo. Absently, he took a letter from inside his coat, stared at it, then returned it to his pocket. "And if my father hears how I have been using my allowance, he will be furious." Alcmaeon is still in it. The horses had reached the far corner, too far off to see clearly, but Rob's keen eyes could see a blur of gray moving through the field. He is only competing to be second. Even from that distance, every man and woman on the course could see Sir Bors still retained his imperious lead. The noise of the spectators swelled as the horses rounded the final corner, into the long straight that led up to the winning post. Sir Bors stood out from the field, who were bunched together behind him. "Alcmaeon is gaining on him," said Rob, pulsing with excitement. He stood on his tiptoes, watching the 2 horses gallop down the straight. Alcmaeon had pulled clear of the chasing pack and was drawing closer to the big bay. Both jockeys hunched low in the saddle, whipping every last bit of pace they could out of their mounts as they bore down towards the finish line. "There is not enough time for him to close the distance," said Hugo. With his long legs and powerful frame, all Sir Bors needed was to keep up his pace for another furlong. "But look!" cried Rob. Sir Bors's head was going down. Sweat foamed on his breast. Each thunderous step seemed slightly shorter than the last. His eyes bulged, his nostrils flared, but he could not eke out those final yards. "Come on!" bellowed Rob, thrilling with the chase. The 2 horses were neck and neck now, the finishing line only a few yards distant. Thrashing with his whip, Tewkesbury's jockey managed to coax one last burst of strength from the horse. He edged ahead. The ground shook with the thunder of hooves. It was too much to ask. Sir Bors was spent. Alcmaeon surged past him and crossed the line a nose in front. The grandstands and the carriages erupted in frenzied cheering. Only the party around Tewkesbury's gilded barouche did not join in. Rob sought out his rival and tipped his hat, enjoying the chill glare he got in return. Victory flowed hot in his veins. Hugo flung his arms around him and almost knocked him off his feet. "You did it," his eyes shone. "I knew you were a marvel. Think how much you will enjoy spending your winnings." "Our winnings," said Rob. "You backed me. We should share the profits equally. And spend them as quickly as possible." Word of the wager had already spread, and crowds were starting to gather around the phaeton to toast their health. "I do not know which I like better, being 400 guineas richer, or seeing you prick that bastard's pride." 400 guineas, Rob repeated, hardly believing it. It was as much as he had ever made trading at the exchange, and less work too. For a moment it was tempting to believe he could do it again, that the horses would always come in and he could make an easy living by gambling. Then he remembered how close Sir Bors had come to winning the race. This was a lucky moment, nothing more. He should celebrate it, savor it, and not expect it to happen again. Fortunes would be made by hard work, not chance. A new thought rose in his mind. Before he could second-guess himself, he said, "We should go to sea together." "What?" Rob had spoken on impulse, yet the moment he said it, He felt the rightness of the idea strong inside him. The Dunstanburgh Castle sails for the Malabar coast in a fortnight. Her captain has already offered me a berth, and I am sure there would be space for you too. Hugo frowned. I do not think I would make much of a sailor. We would not be going simply as seamen. We will use the money we have won to buy a cargo and trade it in India on our own account. Cornish will give us space in his hold. We will see the world and make ourselves princes. Rob could see the idea taking root in Hugo's mind. In the midst of the crowd of drunken spectators, the air thick with beer and mud and dung, he was seeing the dusky coasts of the Orient, saffron, gold, and ivory. Is it not what you dreamed of? Rob said. Break away from your father. Make your own way in the world, stand on your own feet. Think how proud your father will be when he sees what you have made of yourself. Proud, said Hugo softly. Something still seemed to be gnawing inside him, doubt, fear. Rob could not tell. Then his face softened. The tension inside him seemed to release. He looked up, his gaze meeting Rob's with delight in his eyes. We will conquer the world together. Rob felt the same thrill he had when his horse crossed the line, the sense of possibilities crystallizing into fact. In his mind, he was already halfway across the ocean. We should return to London at once. Tomorrow we can start choosing our cargo. It will be marvelous, though not tomorrow. Hugo's face darkened. He took out the paper Rob had seen him holding earlier. I have had a letter from a friend of my father's, some tedious drone. He is something in the government. He has asked to see me tomorrow morning. Do you know why? No doubt my father has asked him to lecture me on my shortcomings. He sighed. I shall have to listen to him, I suppose, commending me to the merits of sobriety and continence. And afterwards you and I will plan our adventure. It was a trivial thing, yet still Rob felt a stir of unease, as if Hugo's father had magically heard their plan and reached across the ocean to stop it. Hugo saw his concern and laughed. Do not worry. I will take my medicine, and the next thing my father knows I will be writing to him from Calcutta. Now let us have another drink to celebrate. Next morning, Hugo approached the door to a great house on Portman Square. He had been there quite often as a child, trailing after his father, but that did not quell the shaking in his knees as he stood on the doorstep. He presented his card to a liveried servant. Baron Dartmouth asked me to call. Stepping into the house was like entering another continent. Persian carpets covered the floors, and the walls were hung with silks. There were elephant tusks, fine porcelains from China, and statues of strange gods with animal heads. The sight of so many exotic treasures should have thrilled Hugo. It was, if he thought about it, how he imagined Rob's home must look. But he barely noticed them. Baron Dartmouth received Hugo in his study, sitting behind a carved teak desk. A tiger skin was stretched out on the wall behind him, between portraits of his illustrious ancestors. A hookah pipe filled the room with the aroma of sweet tobacco. Dartmouth wore a wig, which most of London had long since abandoned as outmoded. Hugo had heard rumors he wore it because every hair on his head had been burned off in battle. Other rumors were more outlandish still, that he had fought as a mercenary in India, that he could kill a man with a steel whip. Most terrible of all was his right hand, a prosthetic made of gold that gleamed at the end of his coat sleeve. Men said that he had lost the hand by ramming it in a tiger's mouth and choking it to death. Nobody ever dared ask if the rumors were fact, because everyone understood the underlying truth. Baron Dartmouth was capable of anything. Dartmouth took a long draw on his pipe. Smoke bubbled up through the water. Tell me about Robert Courtney, he said without preamble. Hugo was astonished. Dartmouth was one of the richest, most powerful men in England. As president of the Board of Trade and Plantations, the entire commerce between Britain and her colonies passed under his eye. He could make or break traders, firms, even whole ministries with a single word. The thought that he should trouble himself with the exploits of two young men amusing themselves in London was beyond Hugo's comprehension. How do you know about Rob? Was all he could manage to say. Dartmouth fixed Hugo with a pair of glittering black eyes. "I received a letter from your father." That explained some of it. As one of the most prominent West Indian sugar planters, Hugo's father had long relied on Dartmouth. Hugo could remember the two men talking business, conspiring together on those childhood visits. The connection had been profitable for both men. When the sugar interest was under attack in Parliament, by free traders or sanctimonious abolitionists, Dartmouth saw to it that their protestations were ignored or crushed. In return, Lyell and his fellow planters made sure that a healthy part of their vast profits found its way into Dartmouth's own coffers. But it still did not explain Dartmouth's interest in Robert Courtney. "Rob Courtney is new to London. He has been staying with me. So your father tells me. What do you know of him?" Hugo tried desperately to think. "His family comes from Africa. He grew up there. He arrived in London some 3 months ago. We met by chance. He is my friend." Dartmouth's mouth twisted in a sneer, as if Hugo had admitted some particularly shameful and depraved habit. "Does he have other friends in London?" "Allies who would help him? None that I know of." "Has he ever mentioned me?" Hugo shook his head. Dartmouth and Rob were so different he could not conceive of them occupying the same sphere of existence, let alone that they would overlap. "I am certain he is as ignorant of your person as he is of the backside of the moon." And then, suddenly terrified he had insulted Dartmouth, "He is quite innocent, rather naive." Dartmouth sat back in his chair, thinking hard. There was something monstrous in the way the folds of his brow furrowed, the way his hooded eyes turned inwards. Even the act of thinking was pregnant with menace. Hugo waited, his mind a tangle of confusion. So far as he was concerned, the man in front of him had only ever been Baron Dartmouth, the title as fixed and eternal as the King of England. But now a vague memory stirred itself inside him. A dinner party years ago with his father's friends, the cabal of planters discussing their benefactor. One of them, an old West Indies hand who had held his estate since the reign of Queen Anne, had been forthright in his drunkenness. "Baron Dartmouth is no better than a jumped-up nabob. I knew him when he was playing Christopher Courtney." Curiosity got the better of Hugo. "Am I right that your lordship's family name was Courtney before you were ennobled?" "What of it?" Dartmouth's voice was soft as a rapier sliding into flesh. It made Hugo regret ever speaking, but now he had started he had to answer Dartmouth's question. "I wondered if he might be your family." The words provoked the most extraordinary reaction. Almost before Hugo had finished speaking, Dartmouth was on his feet. If there had not been a desk between them, Hugo feared the Baron would have grabbed him by his lapels and thrown him against the wall. "I have no family," Dartmouth roared, spitting venom from his lips. "My Uncle Tom fled to Africa as a murderer. He died childless and unmourned. My father Guy was the only surviving heir of that line of Courtneys. Do you understand?" Dartmouth leaned on the table, breathing hard. He had been born Christopher Courtney, though that was a name he seldom used now. It had taken him 20 years of painstaking argument, lobbying and bribery to have his relatives declared dead without issue, so that he could secure the title of Baron Dartmouth that had belonged to his grandfather. Hugo didn't care. All he wanted was to escape as quickly as possible. "It must be a coincidence," he muttered, fumbling towards the door. "I apologize for troubling your lordship." "Wait," Dartmouth roared. "I have not finished with you." Hugo froze. "Tell me everything you know about Robert Courtney. The least detail, however trivial." Dartmouth leaned forward. "If you hold anything back, anything at all, and I learn of it, you can be sure you will regret it." Hugo struggled to think, desperate for any crumb of information that might satisfy Dartmouth and let him escape. "He has a sword, a truly magnificent weapon. A family heirloom, I think it." Hugo trailed off. Trying to avoid Dartmouth's eye, his gaze had landed on a full-length painting behind the desk. It showed a strong, proud man dressed in the fashion of the previous century. The picture must have been painted almost 100 years ago. The paint was faded, the varnish cracked and yellowed. Yet one spot shone almost luminous from the dull canvas. A great blue sapphire set in the pommel of the sword that the man's hand rested on. Dartmouth was still as he followed Hugo's gaze. "What sword?" he asked, in a voice that suggested he was capable of murder. Hugo wiped his brow. "It is only a superficial resemblance." "What sword?" Dartmouth slammed his fist on the desk, and the hookah pipe toppled over. The smoldering coal landed on a piece of paper and set it alight. Dartmouth ground out the fire with his golden hand. "Is it true? After all these years, has a Courtney arrived in London with the Neptune Sword?" Hugo could not tell if Dartmouth expected an answer or if he was speaking to himself. He flinched as the black eyes fixed on him again. "I must know everything. Where he lives, how he came here, who else is with him, and what he wants." "Yes, my lord," Hugo croaked. He did not want to betray his friend, but at that moment he would have said anything Dartmouth wanted to hear if he could only get out of there. Dartmouth had not finished with him yet. "There is more in the letter from your father." He tossed the paper across the desk. "Read it." Hugo took the paper and held it up to the light. His face, already pale, seemed to grow white. His hand shook as if with a palsy. "He says he will cut me off," he whispered. "All my allowance. What will I do?" Dartmouth smiled evilly. "Go on." "He means to buy me a commission as a lieutenant in the army and have me posted to the garrison in the East Indies." Hugo dropped the paper. "Those are fever islands. No man stationed there lives 6 months. Your father has heard enough of your debauches, the way you squander the fortune he worked so hard to build. It is time you became a man." Hugo hugged his arms to himself as if curling into a ball. "No. But—" Dartmouth let the word hang in the air, dangling like a hook. "Your father and I have a long association. I flatter myself he respects my counsel. If I were to put in a good word for you, perhaps I could soften his opinion of you. Maybe I could even change his mind from this course of action." Hugo bowed his head. "What do you want from me?" Dartmouth did not speak for a moment. All the time he had been speaking to Hugo, a deeper part of his mind had been turning rapidly. When he had received the letter from Hugo's father alerting him that a boy named Courtney had arrived from Africa, he had almost dismissed it as happenstance. But he had not risen to the heights of power by being careless, and some inner instinct had warned him he should look into it. Now there was no doubt. His left hand fingered his right wrist, where the golden hand was buckled on to the stump of his arm. The arm still ached, but that was nothing compared to the pain in his heart when he thought of the Neptune Sword. It was the greatest heirloom the Courtney family possessed. Almost 70 years earlier, he had held it, and Tom Courtney had cut it out of his hand. In the years since, Dartmouth had made himself the richest man in India, perhaps the richest in the British Empire. He had amassed more gold, land, and titles than any Courtney before him. Only one trophy had eluded him. And now the tides of fate had brought it to his doorstep in the hands of an ignorant boy. Tom Courtney's grandson, it could be no one else, had come to London. He leaned forwards across the desk, taking a small pleasure from the way Hugo shriveled into his seat. He had waited years for this moment, and now this sniveling creature would be the instrument of his vengeance. "This is what you will do. You look very pale," Rob said. "Was the meeting with your father's friend so dreadful?" He and Hugo were sitting together taking a late breakfast. Rob tucked enthusiastically into his plate of deviled kidneys, but Hugo barely touched his food. His face was gray, his eyes dark-rimmed. He looked as if he was on the verge of tears. Hugo pressed his fork into one of the kidneys. Blood oozed from its smooth flesh. Something seemed to be knotted up inside him. "What is wrong?" Rob asked. "Dartmouth gave me a letter from my father." The words rushed out of Hugo's mouth. "He means to cut me off without a penny. Is this because of me?" "It is nothing to do with you. He has always despised the way I live. His friends write to him and whisper poison in his ear. Now his patience has snapped. He will buy me a commission in the army and send me to the Fever Islands." Rob had never heard him so heartbroken. All the time he had known Hugo, his friend had been bursting with energy and good humor. To see him like this now was like seeing a hunting dog with its legs broken. "It does not matter what your father thinks," he said, consoling Hugo. "Remember what we agreed yesterday. You will be free of your father's purse strings. We will be trading on our own account." "But that is what I mean," said Hugo. "Without my allowance, I have nothing with which to buy our cargo for India." Rob considered the question. He had the money from the wager, but that would not go far enough. He certainly did not have enough to pay Hugo's share as well. Some of Hugo's despair began to color his own thoughts. "Is there nothing we can do?" "You should go ahead without me," said Hugo. "I will take my fate." "No," Rob could not fail his friend. "You have been so generous to me. I will pay for both of us." "I cannot let you do that." "You staked me the money to bet on Alcmeon," Rob reminded him. "It is the same thing. Consider it an investment in our future fortune." Hope began to dawn on Hugo's face. "Do you have enough, for both of us, I mean?" "Another month or two, and I will certainly earn it." Hugo bit his lip. "That is too long. My father will be home in a fortnight, and then I will be powerless." Rob's optimism faded. He stared at Hugo, trying to convey to him how much he wanted to help, though his mind could think of nothing. As their eyes met, an idea seemed to occur to Hugo. He put down his fork, his eyes sparkled. "Perhaps there is a way. Tell me. I will show you." He made Rob dress in his finest clothes and insisted he bring the Neptune Sword. Rob was reluctant. "Are we going to steal the money?" he asked. Hugo laughed. "I knew you had a pirate's instincts," he said, "but this will be a more sedate transaction. You know I will not sell the sword." "I would never ask you to do that," Hugo reassured him. "But you must trust me. It is a curious fact of money that it is very hard to come by unless you have it already, and then it is ridiculously easy." They took the carriage to a trading house on Cornhill. A man named Spinkly with a gold tooth welcomed them into his office. "Spinkly is my father's agent," Hugo explained. "He handles all his financial arrangements, and mine too." "Is your father in the sugar interest too?" Spinkly inquired of Robert unctuously. "Robert's family have interests in Africa," said Hugo before Rob could speak. "Extensive trading business." Spinkly peered over the tops of his glasses. He smiled. "I confess I am not aware of the family." He mused for a moment. "Courtney, you are not by chance related to Baron Dartmouth?" "I don't believe so, sir," said Rob uncertainly. He was uncomfortable with the conversation. He felt as if he was playing a part in a charade without any idea what he was supposed to do, but Hugo had a way of making doubts disappear. "My family and the Courtneys are the greatest of friends. My father would vouch for Rob in an instant." "If he were here," said Spinkly, "and not 5,000 miles away in the West Indies." "He will return," said Hugo airily. "And when he does, you would not want him to find out you did not make my friend welcome. It might cause him to question whether you valued his own custom." "I never meant to imply." Spinkly blinked rapidly. "I can have my clerk to draw up a contract this instant." A sly tone came into his voice. "Of course, you have collateral." Rob barely understood what he was talking about. Hugo nudged him in the ribs. "The sword," he whispered. Unwillingly, Rob took out the Neptune Sword and laid it on the desk. Spinkly's eyes bulged so far Rob thought they might drop in his teacup. "This, puts a very different complexion on matters," he said. "This will be perfectly satisfactory." They waited while the clerk produced the contract. It seemed a long document. Rob began to read it, though with its talk of encumbrances and replevin and compound interest it might as well have been written in French. "You are too assiduous," Hugo teased him. "Do you mean to read every word? Just sign the damn thing and take the money, before Mr. Spinkly gives it all away to a deserving orphan." Rob signed. They left the bank with a fresh purse of coins and a letter of credit for more. Most importantly, Rob still had the sword clutched tight in his hand. "You are certain he cannot take it?" he asked Hugo for the third time. "Only if you do not pay him back. But that is not something to worry about." Rob did not entirely share Hugo's confidence. Any risk to the sword, however trivial, alarmed him. But at that moment, they stepped out of the building and were suddenly confronted by a small crowd who had gathered there holding sheaves of handbills. A man with hollow cheeks and a pointed chin saw Rob coming down the steps and thrust a leaflet into his hands. "Do you tolerate slavery, sir? Then you tolerate inhumanity itself." Rob was so surprised he took the leaflet. He looked up. The man's burning blue eyes seemed to bore through his soul. Rob felt naked. Hugo took the man by the lapels and almost threw him down the street. "Away with you and your vile slanders," he roared. "Let honest men go about their business, or I will tan your face so black you could pass for a Negro." The hollow-cheeked man dusted himself off. He gave Rob and Hugo a look of disgust. Then he turned away to accost another customer going into the building. Rob had to hold Hugo back to stop him striking the man again. He had never seen his friend so angry. He steered him to a coffee house and ordered coffee with brandy. It was only then that he realized he was still clutching the pamphlet in his fist. He flattened it out. The cover showed a black man kneeling, wrapped in chains and staring up at the heavens. The legend above said, "Am I not a man and brother?" Inside was a picture of a naked black woman hung from a gibbet by her ribs. Her tongue lolled out. Her arms and breasts had been cut off. Who can deny the nature of that disgraceful branch of commerce, the purchasing of our fellow creatures from the coast of Africa to supply our West Indian sugar islands? Before Rob could read any more, Hugo snatched it from his hands. He held it over the candle on their table and let it burn to ash. "What was that?" said Rob, astonished. "Who were those people?" "Abolitionists," said Hugo venomously. "Anti-slavery campaigners. But what has that to do with us?" Rob could not shake the image of the mutilated woman from his mind. "Because we use slaves on the plantations." Robert stared at him in horror. "Slaves? Of course. Cutting cane is beastly work. How else would we get it done?" But Robert could not think what to say that would not mortally offend his friend. He remembered what his grandmother Louisa had said. No human being should ever have to suffer that. "Is it not monstrously cruel?" "Not at all," said Hugo. "You sound like one of those abolitionist lunatics. We treat the slaves like our own children, and the blacks are quite helpless, you know. If we did not feed and clothe them and direct their labor, they would starve to death." The Africans Robert had known at Nativity Bay were not like that. They were resourceful, brave, and had taught the Courtneys everything they needed to know to survive in the unforgiving landscape. Hugo saw his doubts. "Have you ever been to the West Indies?" "No, I have." "I promise you, for the Negroes it is the best life they could hope for." Hugo sounded so certain. Perhaps the blacks in Jamaica came from some different tribe from the sturdy warriors around Fort Auspice. "I did not mean to offend you," Rob said humbly. "In any event, that is my father's business. Soon I will have no part of it." The next fortnight passed in a blur of activity. Rob spent his days in the city, haggling and purchasing, and racking his brains for every scrap of information he had heard about conditions in India from the sea captains who had passed through Nativity Bay. It seemed that steel blades and muskets were much sought after in Bombay, and also tobacco and spirits. "It sounds a blood-curdling place," said Hugo when Rob told him. "Do they do nothing but fight and indulge their vices?" Weapons were hard to come by in London, but there was no shortage of tobacco and brandy to be had. Rob contracted for as much as he could afford, and found a warehouse not far from Monsoon Dock where he could store it until Cornish was ready to load. It was an old, timber-framed building, far less sturdy than the newer brick-built warehouses around it. But it was cheap, and the foreman seemed honest. "As long as it does not fall down in the next fortnight, it will serve our purposes," Rob decided. He looked forward to the voyage. London might promise pleasures beyond counting, but after 3 months, impossible as it seemed, he had grown bored of it. He longed to be back at sea, feeling the ship like a living thing that needed to be loved and handled and tamed. To him, somehow, That cramped wooden world barely 100 feet long held more freedom than all the fleshpots of London put together. Hugo seemed even more keen to be away. He looked constantly at the clocks, as if he could browbeat time itself into moving faster. 3 times a day he would rehearse with Rob the sailing times, the loading schedule, the phases of the tides, the route downriver. "Anyone would think you were being chased away by a horde of pirates," Rob teased him. "My father may return any day," Hugo fretted. "What if he does? He cannot stop you going." Rob laid his hand on Hugo's arm. "I know how hard it is to go against your own father. But you do not need his money, and you certainly do not need his permission. You are your own man now." Hugo smiled. The words seemed to console him. "What would I do without you?" At last they exhausted the credit Spinkly had given them. The warehouse stood piled high with casks of brandy and bales of tobacco, so much that Hugo wondered if it would all fit in the Indiaman's hold. "We will find out tomorrow when we load," said Rob. Hugo stared up at the stacked barrels. "How much have we spent?" £10,000. "And how much do we stand to profit?" Rob shrugged. "I would hope we would clear at least as much again." He knew from Cornish that when it came to haggling, the merchants in Bombay would make the factors and traders in London look like innocent lambs, but he was confident in his ability. "We should celebrate our good fortune," Hugo declared. "Our last night of freedom." "There is a kind of freedom aboard a ship," Rob pointed out. "Maybe so," Hugo allowed. "But salt beef does not sate all appetites." The sort of appetites he meant soon became clear. They drank, they ate, and eventually found their way to a tall house on Tenterden Street. The windows were discreetly curtained, but inside every inch of the walls was covered with gilded mirrors and paintings of naked women being ravished by antique gods. Some of the paintings seemed to have come alive, for in every corridor and drawing room paraded young women in advanced states of undress. Their creamy breasts peeked over the tops of their dresses, which split at the waist to reveal inviting shadows between their thighs. The mirrors on the walls reflected them back endlessly from every angle. Rob chose one named Mary, a Dorset girl with pink cheeks and a kindly smile. When she put her hand on his manhood, he almost climaxed immediately. But she was a sensitive girl, well-trained, and she knew if she gave him his money's worth he would come back for more. She coaxed and teased him for nearly an hour before she released him. He thought he had died and gone to heaven. "Was that your first time?" asked Hugo afterwards. They lounged on sofas, both naked. "No," said Rob indignantly. He was not entirely inexperienced. At Nativity Bay, one of the servant girls used to take him, giggling, behind the storehouse and let him touch her breasts while she rubbed against him. On the Dunstanburgh Castle he had picked up a colorful and wildly extravagant impression of sex from the sailors' conversations, but never anything like this. "I don't believe you," said Hugo, "not with that enormous smile on your face." He lounged back on a chaise, holding a glass of sparkling champagne. "To our voyage," he toasted, "to our voyage. May we come back as rich as Satan." Rob laughed. His mind was still in a delicious haze of Mary's musk and champagne. "Does it excite you?" Hugo asked. "To be following in the footsteps of your ancestors. Your grandfather sailed from London nearly 100 years ago to make his fortune, and now you will do the same." Rob had told him the story many times, but Hugo could never remember the details properly. Luckily, he never tired of hearing it again. "Tom Courtney was my great-grandfather," Rob corrected him. "And that magnificent sword you own, that was his. It was presented to his grandfather by Sir Francis Drake himself. It has been in our family for 7 generations. What an extraordinary family." Hugo appended the last of the bottle into Rob's glass. "I look forward to meeting them. I hope they do not disappoint you." A strange wave of melancholy swept over Rob as he remembered his parting with his father. "Tom Courtney died years ago. My grandfather was the last link to that age, and he died before I left. You will find the Courtneys of today rather diminished." "Then you and I will write a new chapter of that history," said Hugo, and in 100 years, your great-grandchildren will tell tales of the great deeds of Robert Courtney and despair of the pygmies who live in that time. Maybe, said Rob doubtfully. It was what he dreamed of most of all, though it was hard to imagine anything he could do that would match the exploits of his famous ancestors. Sometimes the weight of it could be almost unbearable. At any rate, you can judge for yourself when we reach Nativity Bay. Rob tried to imagine Hugo at Fort Auspice with his urban polish and drawling wit. He could not think how his father would react. Hugo beckoned to one of the girls for another bottle of champagne. When she bent over to pour it, her chemise rode up to reveal the cleft of her naked buttocks in a most enticing way. She dipped a finger in the champagne and sucked it suggestively. "Will there be anything else?" Hugo saw the look on Rob's face. "I believe my friend is ready for more." "We should see to the cargo," Rob protested weakly. "We should see to your other needs first." Hugo waved to the girl. She kneeled beside Rob so that her golden hair draped over his naked thighs. She took his manhood in her mouth and started flicking it lightly with her tongue. "Remind me exactly where Nativity Bay is to be found," said Hugo. "You know I have no head for geography." "On the east coast of southern Africa," Rob said. The girl's tongue was sending shots of delight through him, and it was hard to concentrate. "It sounds impossibly exotic. Is there civilization nearby?" "Cape Town," said Rob with a little gasp. "But that is 1,000 miles away. Are you sure we will be able to find it?" "It sits in the lee of a cape with a summit shaped like a whale's back," Rob assured him. "I would know it by sight in an instant." "Then let us look forward to seeing it together." Nodded Rob, as the girl's eager mouth closed around him. Next morning, for the first time since Rob had known him, Hugo was awake before Rob. Rob found him in his dressing room, standing over a chest that was overflowing with clothes. More garments lay strewn around the room. "You will not want this finery at sea," Rob teased him, holding up a pair of striped silk breeches. "In any case, we are not sailing for another 3 days. Today we are only loading the cargo." "I cannot wait to be away," said Hugo fervently. "Every day we delay I fear some disaster." "Save your fears for when we are at sea. That is where the true dangers lie." It was a clear, bright morning. Rob's body still glowed with the memory of his encounter with Mary, coupled with the excitement of their new adventure. He felt as if he was swimming with a strong tide at his back, rushing along, and there was nothing he could not do. Perhaps Hugo had been right. Perhaps one day his exploits would stand comparison with the great Courtney heroes of old. The feeling persisted as Hugo's coach rattled through the morning streets of London. Watching the passers-by, seeing the shops and the great mansions and monuments, it was hard to believe how much they had overwhelmed Rob when he arrived. Now they were familiar, commonplace, even. But as they approached the docks, bouncing over the narrow, cobbled streets, an uneasy note intruded on his happiness. First there was the smell, a bitter odor tickling his nostrils in the open carriage. The crowds in the street grew tighter, the coachman had to slow down. Everyone seemed to be hurrying in the same direction. The smell of smoke grew stronger. A haze covered the blue sky, growing steadily thicker. "What is happening?" Rob called. Fear rose inside him. The coach had stopped, unable to get through. He leaped down and began pushing his way forwards through the throng. The crowd were talking around him, though he heard only snatches, like the chattering of a great flock of birds. But one word cut through it all: fire. He came around a corner and stared. He should have been looking at the warehouse where they had stored their goods, but it was not there. The buildings either side of it still stood, their red brick walls scorched black. In between there was nothing. Through the pall of smoke still rising from the heap of charred timbers, he could see only the river and open sky beyond. His legs went weak. If not for the crowd pressed so close around him, he might have fallen. Everything he had owned, the cargo he had pinned his future on, gone. There was a rumble and a crash, as another part of the building collapsed on itself. It was hard to believe there was anything left to fall, but clearly the fire still smoldered. A fountain of sparks leaped up from the shifting timbers. The crowd shrank back, but Rob moved against them like a moth drawn to the flames. He stood in front of the crowd, alone, staring at the wreckage of his ambitions. All the money he had borrowed, all the hopes he had bought with it, turned to ash. Hugo emerged from the throng and stood beside him. Rob felt another tremor of despair. He had led his friend into this scheme. How could he look him in the eye now? "This is terrible," Hugo breathed. "You have lost everything." His words jarred Rob. "You mean we have lost everything?" Before Hugo could respond, another man pushed his way out of the crowd. Even in the dull light, Rob caught the flash of a golden tooth and a thick-set mouth. It was Spinkley, Hugo's father's agent. How had he come so quickly? The agent stuck his hands in his pocket and surveyed the scene. Terrible, terrible, such a loss. A nasty suspicion began to grow in Rob's mind. "How did you know to find me here?" "Bad news travels quickly, and I must protect my investment." Spinkley gestured at the smoking ruin. "There is a rumor that all your trade goods were held in that warehouse." Smoke had got into Rob's lungs. He felt his throat constrict. "That is true." "Then I cannot have any confidence in your ability to repay. I regret I am calling in the loan." Rob's stomach flipped. "So soon? It is in the contract you signed." He held up the document with Rob's signature scrawled on it. It might as well have been a death warrant. "I do not have the money to pay you." Rob could hardly force the words out. "Then I claim your collateral." "The sword." The ground seemed to sink beneath Rob's feet. He felt he was falling into a pit, slithering down a crumbling face that turned to dust whenever he tried to grab it. "You want the sword to repay the loan. That is the nature of collateral." Spinkley spoke perfectly dispassionately, as if this were merely a dry business of numbers, as if he had not noticed that Rob's life lay in ruins. Although, to be precise, the sword was only collateral for the principal loan. There is also the interest to consider. Interest. A further £200. He showed Rob another piece of paper, copied from a ledger. Numbers written in red ink, spiraling quickly upwards. Rob had a quick mind for figures. He understood the voracious logic of the arithmetic, how a simple percentage could feed off itself until it far surpassed the original amount. That, after all, was how he had intended to make his fortune, one trade building on the profits of the next. But now the process was reversed. He saw how it became an inescapable trap. "How am I to repay this?" he asked in a small voice. "The sword is all I have. If it is not enough, that is not my concern." Spinkley folded the papers in two. His fingers rasped along the crease with a noise like slitting a man's throat. "By the terms of the contract, you must pay back the principal and the interest when I demand it. If the sword does not satisfy the debt, you will go to the debtor's prison until you have paid it in full." Rob felt the jaws of the trap closing around his neck. He could hardly breathe. He had heard about debtors' prisons, like the notorious Marshalsea in Southwark, which was run as a private enterprise for profit, trading in human misery. Hugo's friends sometimes joked about it, but there was always fear in their eyes. It was the specter that haunted their debt-ridden dreams. Under the terrible logic of the prisons, the prisoner had to pay for his accommodation, so that the longer he stayed, the more indebted he became. Those who could not pay were tortured with hot irons, thumbscrews, and crushing iron skullcaps. If a man died in the night, which happened often in the overcrowded, windowless cells, he would be unrecognizable by dawn. The rats would have chewed off his face. "How long do I have?" asked Rob. Spinkley made a show of thinking about it. "By the terms written here, you have until noon today." Rob stumbled away in a daze. The unfeeling crowds jostled him, oblivious to his despair. In Africa he had faced lions, elephants, even the shark. Debt was nothing but paper, ink, and broken promises. Yet somehow he felt more powerless, trapped by an invisible beast he could not fight or even understand. In his confusion, he didn't see Hugo following him until his friend grabbed his arm. "What will you do?" Hugo asked. "What can I?" Rob was furious with himself for letting himself be snared by the moneylender. "Could you lend it to me? You know I am at the end of my credit with Spinkly as it is. All I could do is borrow the money from him, and he would refuse at once if he guessed the reason. He might even call in my own debts. But half of that cargo was yours." Hugo stiffened and seemed to shrink away a little. "You put up the collateral and took the money. The loan is in your name. Do not try to drag me into this business." "Drag you into it?" Rob could not believe what he heard. "But we are in this together. This has always been our joint adventure." Hugo shrugged. A coldness had taken over his face, and if Rob had had time to consider it, he might have thought it reminded him of a boy watching a kitten drown in a pond. "I am sorry, Rob. You are on your own." As if to underscore the finality of his words, a cacophony of church bells began to chime 10 o'clock in the distance. "Spinkly's bailiffs will be at my house in 2 hours to claim whatever they can." Only one thing mattered now. "The sword," Rob said. "I cannot let him get the sword." "But that is your only collateral, your only hope of avoiding the debtor's prison." Rob didn't hear him. He had started to run. Hugo's carriage was still waiting, but Rob was like a hunted animal, trusting to nothing but himself. He ran through the streets, the teeming city he thought he had tamed, the familiar landmarks that now seemed cold and impervious to his plight, until he reached the front door of the house on Wimpole Street. His head ached and his stomach churned, though whether that was from the shock of his loss or the effort of running he didn't know. He pounded on the door until Hugo's footman opened it. Rob almost knocked him over in his haste to push past. He took the stairs 3 at a time to his room and pried up the floorboard where he had hidden the Neptune sword. Sunlight shone through the curtains so that the sapphire in the pommel glowed like the depths of the sea. Before, Rob had only noticed its beauty. Now he saw it with the greedy eyes of a desperate man. He wondered how much the gem would fetch if he pried it out and sold it to the jewelers in Hatton Garden. How much the gold might be worth melted down. The thought made him ashamed. Was this what he had come to? Better to die than dishonor his family legacy this way. The Courtneys had wielded that sword in battle against Spanish galleons, Dutch privateers, Indian pirates, and the villains of 3 continents over nearly 200 years. One day, Rob would see it in the hands of his own son. He would take his punishment if he had to. But if he could avoid it, so much the better. He thought of what his grandfather Jim would have done in his position. Jim would not have surrendered meekly to greedy men like Spinkly, simply because they claimed authority. He would not have let them trap him in their snares of paper. Jim would have done what he did the day he rescued Louisa from the sinking convict ship. He would have escaped. Rob threw a few clothes into his bag and wrapped the sword in a coat. He probably should say goodbye to Hugo, but he had evidently not returned yet. Rob guessed he wanted to be well clear of Spinkly's men when they came. A hammering sounded from the front door. Looking out of his window, Rob saw a gang of stout-looking men armed with cudgels gathered around the steps. Spinkly had lost no time sending his bailiffs. It was not even 12 o'clock. Rob heard the footman open the door smartly. A shouted conversation followed, and then feet pounding up the stairs. Rob did not wait. He slipped out of his room onto the landing, took off his shoes so that he would not make a sound, and ran down a corridor in his stockinged feet. He threw open the sash window that opened onto the rear garden and dropped his bag out. It was too high for Rob to jump, and the bailiffs were almost there. Rob darted through a side door just as they reached the top of the stairs. From inside a cupboard, Rob heard them run into his room, then emerge again onto the landing. One man ran past where he was hiding, making the door tremble on its hinges. Rob heard him pause by the window. "Look here," cried a gruff voice. "There's a bag in the garden." He must have gone out the window. The footsteps receded. Rob counted to 20, then let himself out. He did not dare descend the stairs. Instead, he climbed to the servants' quarters at the top of the house. The ceiling sloped low over his head, but there was a window in the gable that led onto the roof. Rob climbed through. The city was small and muted below, but the height didn't worry him. It was like being up in the rigging of a sailing ship. The fresh air and the thrill of escape cleared the fog from his mind. It gave him a sharp purpose. In his stockings, with the sword tied over his back in a makeshift sling using the sleeves of the coat, he ran unerringly along the ridge of the roof. At the end of the row of houses, he let himself down a drain pipe, as easy as sliding down the backstay, and climbed over a wall into the street. There was no question of where to go. Apart from Hugo, he only had one friend in London. Exhausted as he was by having run halfway across London, it took more than 2 hours to walk back to the docks. The crowds thickened as the day drew on, slowing his progress, but he didn't mind. They offered protection, the chance to be anonymous. It reminded him of the wildebeests he had seen in Africa, herding together in their thousands to safeguard themselves from the lion's teeth or the hunter's gun. Before, he had only ever seen them down a gun sight. Now he saw how the world looked through their eyes. He told himself he should not be so afraid. The bailiffs could not possibly know where he would go in this vast city. The further he went from Hugo's house, the safer he was, the more he began to relax. At last, he saw the masts of the ships at anchor rising over the rooftops and hurried ahead. Even among the hundreds of vessels clogging the river, he could make out the Dunstanburgh Castle in an instant, swinging easily at anchor as the tide turned. He was safe. He was about to go down the steps to catch a boat when a voice stopped him short. "Robert!" Rob turned to see Hugo hurrying up the street behind him. Rob embraced his friend. "Thank God you are here. I did not want to leave without saying goodbye, but Spinkly's men left me little choice." He paused. "How did you find me?" Hugo smiled. "I knew you had nowhere else to go." He noticed the bundle Rob was carrying. "Is that the sword? I could not let Spinkly get his hands on it." A wave of exhaustion hit Rob. Suddenly, he felt on the brink of tears. "I know it is a cowardly thing to do, but this sword is all I have here of my family." Hugo touched his arm gently. "It is quite understandable. I know how precious the sword is to you." Rob became aware that the crowd around him had gone still. He glanced about him. 4 large men with bruised faces and clubs in their hands had appeared, forming a ring around him that pushed everyone else on the bustling dock away. Rob tried to move. Hugo's hand tightened around his arm, holding him still. The men with the clubs pressed closer. What? A figure appeared over Hugo's shoulder, a horribly familiar mass of chins and flesh and the sparkle of a gold tooth. "I am obliged to you, Mr. Lyle," said Spinkly. "You have helped apprehend a great villain." Rob stared at Spinkly and then at Hugo. "What is this? What it looks like?" There were not words to express the betrayal he felt. "I trusted you. I had no choice. I owe Spinkly far more money than you. If my father cut me off, I would have a choice between the debtor's prison and the garrison of some fever-ridden island. You led me to borrow all that money. You knew the warehouse would burn down." Rob struggled to comprehend it. "I thought we were friends." He thought he saw a flicker of guilt in Hugo's eyes, though it passed so quickly he could not be sure. "I had no choice," Hugo said again, desperate for Rob to believe him. "There are powerful men who want you destroyed." One of Spinkly's men stepped forwards and grabbed the bundled sword. Rob refused to release it. The 2 men struggled. Then a blow from a club struck Rob's upper arm and it went numb. The sword was pulled from his grasp. The bailiff handed it to Spinkly. He unwrapped it, holding it up to admire the workmanship. "Really, it is quite exquisite." The sight of the sword in those fat, greedy hands was like a blade through Rob's heart. He lunged at Spinkly, but the bailiffs held him back. "Do not blame yourself, young Courtney," Spinkly told him. "Almost from the moment you arrived in London, your destruction was inevitable." Rob struggled against the hands that held him. He craned his head to get a glimpse of the Dunstanburgh Castle, hoping that Cornish might spy him and send help. But no one stirred on her decks. "You have the sword," he cried. "Does that not satisfy the debt? Why don't you let me go? With the interest you accumulated, this is not enough to pay what you owe." Spinkly fondled the weapon, staring at the jeweled pommel as if he wanted to lick it. Take him to the Marshalsea prison. All the terrible stories Rob had heard of the debtor's prison hit him like a hammer blow. Without friends or family to pay for his upkeep in the more comfortable gentleman's wing, he would be sent to the common side, where men were crammed in fetid cells without even space to lie down. He would never escape. He stared at Hugo, looking for some trace of pity. "Please," he begged, "do not let them do this for our friendship." Hugo could not meet his eye. "I am sorry, Rob. I did not want it to end this way." He turned with a swish of his coat and disappeared up the busy street. Two of the bailiffs grabbed Rob, while the other two began to open a path through the crowd. Rob let his knees buckle so that all his weight dropped onto the men holding him. Before they could tighten their grip, he stamped down as hard as he could on one of the bailiff's feet. The man let go. Rob twisted around and sank his teeth into the other bailiff's hand. There was a howl of pain. Rob was free. He sprang away towards the wharf. The Thames was rank with sewage and strong currents, but Rob was a good swimmer. If he could reach the Dunstanburgh castle, he might be saved. A hand reached out for him. It missed his shoulder but caught the billowing fabric of his shirt sleeve, tugging him back. Rob threw himself forwards. The sleeve tore away and was left behind as he lunged towards the edge of the wharf. 5 more paces. He never saw what tripped him, one of the bailiff's clubs or a mooring ring or a bystander who thought he was doing his civic duty. All he felt was a rap against his shin, and then the pavement came flying up to meet him. He struck his chin and sprawled on the ground. He was so close to the river his arms stretched over the edge of the wharf. He could see the brown water flowing almost under his nose. He was so close. Shaking off the pain in his skull, he pushed himself up for the final lunge. A heavy weight crushed him to the ground. One of the bailiffs had leaped on top of him. Rob tried to throw him off, but the man was too heavy. The bailiff held his cudgel against Rob's neck and pushed until he almost broke Rob's windpipe. The others gathered around, aiming vengeful kicks at Rob's head and ribs. He no longer had any thought of escape. All he wanted was to protect himself. Through a haze of pain, Rob heard Spinkly's agitated voice shouting, "For God's sake, do not kill him. Baron Dartmouth wants his prize alive." The beating stopped. Rough arms hauled him to his feet. One of the bailiffs wrapped Rob's torn shirt sleeve around the bleeding bite on his hand. He gave Rob a look that promised more pain as soon as Spinkly's back was turned. "Get him out of my sight," said Spinkly. His face was flushed from the effort of chasing after Rob. His coat was askew. "Put him in the Marshalsea and tell the jailer to go hard on him. We will break his rebellious spirit once and for all." "Halt!" cried a voice. Despite his pain, Rob looked up. A tall man in a blue Navy uniform had appeared, a lieutenant's stripe on his sleeve. A group of sailors in short jackets and trousers accompanied him. He pointed to the tattoo on Rob's bare arm, exposed where the shirt sleeve had been ripped away. "This man is a sailor." "He is a prisoner," said Spinkly testily. The lieutenant looked down his nose at Spinkly. He was not an old man, but his hair was powder white, cut short so that it stood straight up from his scalp. His face was taut so that the skull bones underneath jutted with unsettling prominence. His eyes were a piercing blue. "By order of the king, I am empowered to press any seaman I find into His Majesty's Navy to fight in the war with America. I am seizing this man." Spinkly drew himself up to his full height. "As you will know, it is expressly prohibited for the Navy to take any man who is imprisoned for debt, as Mr. Courtney is. I see no prison. We were on our way there this instant. Has he been charged before a magistrate?" "No," blurted out Rob. "I am a sailor. I shipped on the Dunstanburgh castle under captain." He broke off as one of the bailiffs slapped him across the mouth, but there was doubt in their faces. The lieutenant had a dozen armed sailors with him, a sword at his side and a pistol in his belt. "This is outrageous," spluttered Spinkly. "What is your name?" "Lieutenant Henry Courtney of His Majesty's ship Perseus." "Do you know on whose orders I arrested this man?" said Spinkly. Courtney waited expectantly. Baron Dartmouth, the president of the Board of Trade and Plantations. If you defy him, I promise you will end your career commanding a fishing boat in the Fever Islands." Courtney gave a shrug. "If your patron wishes to complain, he may take it up with the Admiralty. They will not censure me for doing my duty." Two of his men grabbed Rob roughly and led him to a knot of sad-looking men waiting with the other sailors. The bailiffs tapped their clubs in their palms, but they were overmatched and they knew it. There was nothing they could do. Rob fell in with the pressed men, shuffling into the middle of the group for protection. The man beside him looked up. "You must have offended someone right royally." "What did you do?" Dazed, Rob could only shake his head. "I wish I knew." The man stood a head shorter than Rob, but he had meaty hands, strong arms, and a stocky frame. A black eye and a crooked nose said he had used his fists in anger and recently, but his face was kind. When he grinned, it was the first sincere smile Rob had seen since what felt like eternity. He stuck out his hand. "Angus MacNeil," he said in a soft Scottish accent. Robert shook his hand. "Robert Courtney." Up front, Spinkley had departed with a final round of curses and threats and dark looks at Rob. The lieutenant turned his back on him and shouted orders to his sailors. "Move on. We need a dozen more men if we are to earn our keep, and we must have them in the press room by nightfall." By next morning, Rob wondered if he had been saved after all. There seemed little to choose between the Navy and what he had heard about the Marshalsea prison. From the wharf, he was taken to a room above a pub that the lieutenant had hired for the purpose. When it was full, the recruits were transferred to a tender and taken downriver to a mastless hulk anchored away from shore. Rob and the others were prodded down a ladder into an airless room on the orlop deck. A grating was put over them, with 4 Marines standing guard. "They treat us no better than prisoners," complained one of the recruits, a youth named Thomas who looked to be on the verge of tears. "I volunteered for this. They should not treat me like a felon. I was in prison till yesterday when the lieutenant called," said Angus. He had a blunt manner of speaking that reminded Rob of his grandfather. "I promise you this is better." "Why were you in prison?" Rob asked. "Mayhem." "What does that mean?" "Mayhem is a criminal offense consisting of the deliberate maiming of a person which leaves said person unable to defend himself in combat." He sounded as if he was reciting a charge sheet. "In English, it means I cut a man's arm off." Rob wasn't sure what to say, but nor did he want Angus to take offense at his silence. "Did he deserve it?" Rob asked. Angus shrugged. "I thought so. I asked him to stop what he was doing and he refused." "What was he doing? Fucking my wife." Rob considered that. "I'd say it was lucky for him you only cut off his arm." Angus laughed. 10 miles upriver, Hugo Lyall had the luxury of more agreeable surroundings. But the plush carpet underfoot, the fat sofas trimmed with gold brocade, the glass of the finest port in his hand, none of it gave him an ounce of comfort, not with Baron Dartmouth's acid stare eating through him. "He escaped." "The purest chance," Hugo pleaded. "Nothing could have prevented it. You were there, you should have prevented it." Dartmouth tapped his artificial hand on the table. "You know what I do to those who fail me." Hugo swallowed. "He cannot have gone far." "The press gang will have taken him to the hulks at Deptford," added Spinkley. He had been summoned with Hugo, sweating profusely in his thick coat. "It will be some days still before he is assigned to a ship." Dartmouth said nothing. He raised his gold hand and drew it across his throat. Hugo's mouth dropped open as he realized what Dartmouth wanted of him. "You can hardly expect me to break into a man-o'-war and murder someone." Dartmouth studied him. Whatever happened, he must not be implicated. But if he left Hugo to his own devices, there was no telling what mischief the young fool would cause. "There is a man I know," said Dartmouth at last. "He can take care of such matters discreetly. I will send him to call on you. You will make the necessary arrangements with him." Hugo nodded. A week ago, he would not have imagined himself capable of even striking a man. He had known that he was driving Rob to ruin, that the warehouse would burn and leave him penniless, but he had still clung to the excuse that Rob would not be hurt. Now, even murder seemed better than having to face that terrible stare. Dartmouth still had not finished with him. "The other matter we spoke of. You did as I instructed." "Yes," said Hugo eagerly, thankful that the conversation had moved away from murder. "I asked Rob how to find Nativity Bay." He repeated what Rob had told him about the bay and whale-backed promontory 1,000 miles from Cape Town. "He says he could not miss it," Dartmouth grunted. "And the sword." Spinkley pulled out the bundle, still wrapped in the coat. "I had thought," he said, "that your lordship might permit me to keep it." Dartmouth raised his hooded eyes. "You?" "In consideration of my aid in this matter. Robert Courtney owed me a great deal of money, and if you wish to leave this room alive, you will give me the sword this instant." Spinkley laid the bundle on the desk. The coat fell open, bathing Dartmouth's face in reflected golden light. Dartmouth leaned over it, slavering like a dog presented with a bone. His reflection gazed back at him 100 times in the many facets of the sapphire. "I am sure your lordship would want to compensate me for the losses I have incurred," Spinkley said. Dartmouth raised his head. He pulled the sword from its scabbard and sliced it through the air, so close to Spinkley's face it almost took the skin off his nose. "Go," he bellowed. Spinkley did so, followed by Hugo, who would not have run faster if all the devils of hell had been chasing him. After they had gone, Dartmouth stared at the sword for a long time. Eventually, he took up his pen and wrote a letter to his son, Gerard Courtney, in Calcutta. His writing was crabbed and awkward, a tangle of angry scores and splashes of ink. After he lost his hand, he had had to teach himself to do everything left-handed. He wrote furiously, the thirst for revenge dripping from his pen. "Tom Courtney's heirs live in Africa at a place called Nativity Bay. You will find it some 1,000 miles northeast of Cape Town, behind a cape that takes the shape of a whale. If you honor your duty as a Courtney and as my son, you will engage a ship forthwith and scour that coast. I need not tell you what to do when you find them. When last I wrote, I told you that Tom's great-grandson Robert had arrived in London. But do not worry on that account. By the time you read this, he will be dead." Rob woke from a nightmare. He'd been dreaming he was back in Nativity Bay, swimming in the azure waters. A shark had approached, and however fast Rob swam, he could not escape. The jaws closed around him, squeezing tighter and tighter until Rob felt his bones snap. He woke with a spasm. The jerk shook Angus, lying beside him. He rolled over in his sleep and knocked the man next to him. The recruits were jammed so tight in the press room, the least movement would disturb all of them. He lay awake, listening to the darkness around him. It must be nearly dawn. A gray half-light seeped through the gunport that had been cracked open for air. Rob had thought the hammocks on the Dunstanburgh Castle were packed close, but that was luxury compared to the press room. If this was how the Navy treated its recruits, what would life be like when he finally boarded their ships? It was better than the alternative, but it was little consolation. Ever since he was small, he had hated to run away from danger. More than once in the African bush, his stubbornness had earned him scars and broken bones. Now he was fleeing from his debts, evading his enemies and leaving behind the only precious thing he owned, the Neptune Sword. If he jumped ship, he would be a deserter as well as a debtor. Instead of jail, he would be looking at the hangman's noose. And to the list of his enemies would be added the might of the Royal Navy. His enemies. He had come to London, he thought, without an enemy in the world. How had he made such powerful foes? Certainly he owed Spinkley money, and perhaps Spinkley had turned Hugo against him. But he had seen something in both their faces that was more than greed. Fear. They were afraid of someone. Spinkley had said he was working for Baron Dartmouth, but who was that? Rob had never heard of him, had no inkling why such a powerful man should even have heard of Rob, let alone want him dead. He must have misheard. He was wondering about it when he heard a sound on the other side of the room. It was someone standing, then a thump and a curse. Unused to the ship's low decks, the man must have hit his head. That surprised Rob. All the men who had been pressed were experienced seamen. Like Rob, they ducked instinctively the moment they descended the ladder. It must be the new arrival, Rob decided. A stringy man named Lendl with a pockmarked face who had arrived before dusk. All evening he had sat listening to the chatter in the hold, saying nothing. He wore his hat low, even in the close confines of the hold. Beneath the brim, Rob had had the uncomfortable feeling that the man's eyes were watching him. Now Lendl was coming across the room, carefully picking his way between the sleeping men. There was hardly space to move. Several complained angrily in their sleep as his foot caught them. He was coming towards Rob. A beam of dawn light reflected off the river and through the gun port. It gleamed on a thin sliver of sharp steel in Lendl's hand. He had a knife. Rob was unarmed. He had nothing but the clothes he had been wearing when the press gang took him. He forced himself to remain still, keeping his eyelids almost shut lest any glimmer in his eyes show he was awake. Under his blanket, he tensed his muscles to spring. He could see Lendl edging closer, a shadow in the darkness. Rob made himself wait. Surprise was his only weapon. He had to make it count. Lendl stepped over Angus. He squatted beside Rob. Rob wondered what Lendl planned to do. He could only afford one stroke. If he made any mistake, Rob's screams would wake the others and Lendl would be caught in the act of murder. But it would be difficult to kill Rob both quickly and discreetly. Locked in the hold with Marines on guard above, he could not escape before the body was found. Lendl must have reached the same conclusion. He changed his mind. He slipped the knife into his boot and unwound a cloth from around his neck. He wrapped the ends in his fists, pulled it tight, and leaned towards Rob's neck. He means to strangle me, Rob thought. He waited until he could almost feel the fibers of the cloth tickling his throat. With a snap of his arms, he seized Lendl's wrists and twisted him away. Caught off balance, Lendl tumbled over hard onto Angus, who grunted. He tried to sit up, tangling his limbs with Lendl's. In the confusion, Rob felt for Lendl's foot and pulled the knife out of his boot. The struggle ended suddenly as Rob put the blade to Lendl's throat. "Who are you?" he hissed. "What are you doing?" Lendl tried to shake the knife off. "I was looking for the head," he said, sounding aggrieved. "Can't a man go for a piss in peace? You tried to kill me. I tripped." "Why? Who sent you?" Lendl spat in his face. Rob pushed the knife against his throat. Lendl's eyes widened, white in the gloom, as he saw he could not lie his way out. "Who?" "No one." Silence. Rob pushed the knife so hard against the skin that blood beaded on the blade. It was as close as he had ever come to killing a man, and he wondered if he would have the courage to push the knife the last fraction of an inch if he had to. There was a sharp movement behind him, a thump and a squeal. Angus leaned in close, dangling something over Lendl's head. It seemed to be alive, wriggling and squirming as it hung from his hand. "I caught a rat," he said casually. "You know what it'll do to that pretty face of yours if I let it? It'll eat you up one nibble at a time. Little teeth take a while to gnaw through into your brain, but it'll get there, I promise you." Lendl started to shake. Angus lowered the rat so that its scrabbling paws scratched Lendl's cheek below the eye. "Take him off me," screamed Lendl. The noise had woken the other men in the room, but Rob ignored them. "Who sent you?" he asked again. With the rat squealing and writhing over Lendl's face, Rob had drawn back. Only a little, but it took the knife away from Lendl's throat. Lendl saw his opportunity. He lunged for Rob. In the dark, Rob scarcely knew what happened. As Lendl grabbed for the knife, the rat fell and scurried off. Angus was knocked aside. Lendl's hand closed on Rob's, trying to pry the knife from his fingers. Rob tightened his grip, wrestling Lendl for the weapon. It jerked back and forth between them. Rob was the bigger man, but Lendl had a desperate strength. What fear or hate must drive him to still think of attacking Rob in front of so many witnesses? Afterwards, when Rob remembered the fight, he realized it must have taken mere seconds. At the time, it seemed like an eternity of struggle, darkness, and the sharp tang of iron as he and Lendl wrestled the weapon between them. Rob felt the hilt begin to slip in his sweaty palms. Lendl was pulling it away from him, and Rob did not have a good enough grip to resist. He did not fight it. Instead, he put all his weight behind it, driving the blade back towards Lendl much faster than his enemy expected. At the same time, he twisted the handle so that the blade was angled straight at Lendl's neck. The blade was so sharp he felt only the slightest resistance as it sliced open Lendl's throat. Hot blood spilled over his hands. Lendl went limp. There was a loud thump as his skull hit the deck. Then he lay still. Rob dropped the knife. It was the first time he had killed a man, and his mind was in turmoil, but even as the blood dripped from his hands, his mind repeated one question. Why? Why did he try to kill me? Why, even after I caught him, did he still try to attack me? He must have known he could not escape. Rob could ponder that later. He was locked in a stinking hold with 30 other men and a corpse he was responsible for. How do we get rid of him? Rob asked, breathing hard. Out the head, said Angus. He tore aside the curtain that screened the privy. Standing on one leg, he stamped his foot through the wooden boxing that surrounded the hole, pounding again and again against the iron grating beneath. With a splintering of wood and a splash, the grating came free and dropped into the river. Rob and Angus lifted Lendl's body between them and jammed him through the gap. They wiped the blood off their hands onto his shirt. Rob twisted Lendl to squeeze him through, ignoring the men behind him who had woken up to this extraordinary scene. For a thin man, Lendl was surprisingly heavy. It's lucky he's a wee thing, grunted Angus. He fits through a space made for a little shit. The corpse's shoulders popped through the hole. The rest of him fell rapidly and splashed into the river below. Angus peered after it. Tide's on the ebb, he declared. He'll be halfway to Sheerness before anyone finds him. Rob leaned over the toilet and vomited into the river. When he turned around, he saw 24 pairs of eyes watching him. The men were awake and had seen what he had done. If Rob had anything left in his stomach, he would have voided his guts again. I think we're all agreed what happened, said Angus calmly. Mr. Lendl decided he didn't fancy the sailor's life after all and broke through the head before we could stop him. Ain't that right? No one answered. One of the seamen, an old collier from Newcastle, spat out a wad of tobacco. Didn't like the bugger nohow. Light flooded the room as the hatch was thrown open. Lieutenant Coyningham's petulant face peered through the opening. Enough loitering. You are to come with me aboard Perseus. He squinted into the darkness, seeing the broken wood around the toilet. It was lucky in the dark he could not see the blood on the floor. What happened here? It was Mr. Lendl, sir, the new volunteer, said Angus. He escaped through the I can see where he went, said Coyningham. How long ago? There was a general shrugging of shoulders. He went in the night, said Angus. I will alert the shore parties. He will be lucky to survive the currents. The collier shook his head sadly. I'm afeard he weren't a strong swimmer. Then the devil take him. Coyningham beckoned them up. Now on deck with you. The last man up will feel the taste of the lash. As they climbed the ladder, one of the younger recruits asked, Where are we going? Coyningham looked as if he might strike the youth for speaking out of turn. Then he relented. He bared his teeth in an ugly grin. You are going to teach those damn Yankee colonists a lesson in obedience to the king. It was difficult wearing a ship on your head. But that was the latest fashion, and the Comtesse de Bercheny was never less than fashionable. Her hairdressers had been working since dawn, piling her long golden hair into a great poof. They had stretched it over wire frames, tortured it with hot irons and pins, and hardened it in position with so much paste you could crack an egg on it. Atop that, they set a papier-mâché model of a ship in full sail, with the white fleur-de-lis banner of King Louis Roman XVI streaming from its masthead. The Comtesse waved to the gathered crowds as she descended from her gilded carriage. She had been born Constance Courtney, but she had left that name behind so long ago she hardly remembered it. She had married a French captain, whose wedding gift to her had been an early death. Barely pausing to mourn, she had worked her way up the ranks of the French aristocracy with ruthless ambition. from the captain to a colonel, from the colonel to a general, and finally to her present husband, the Comte de Bercheny. It had not always been smooth. She had faced death more than once, but she was a resourceful woman, and somehow she had survived while her former lovers were all discarded or deceased. She sat at the height of French society, an intimate friend of the new Queen Marie Antoinette, the first name on the guest list for every ball, and stood at the center of attention now, as she stepped onto the quay at the harbor of Brest. A young man in a commander's uniform saluted her. His uniform shone bright and new, from the gleaming buckles on his shoes to the glittering gold lace that trimmed his hat. He had fine fair hair and a haughty face which had been educated to expunge every emotion, yet even he could not hide his excitement. "Etienne," she kissed him on the cheek, "you look very handsome." He took Constance's arm and steered her towards a row of officers lined up to receive her. "I am glad you are here, Mammon," he murmured in her ear. "I know how you have worked for this moment." She handed him a sealed packet from her bag. "The king himself signed your commission 2 days ago." She nodded graciously to the first lieutenant as he bowed to her, noting how his eyes lingered on the swell of her breasts where they squeezed out of her bodice. She favored him with a smile. She knew the effect she had on men. She enjoyed toying with them, though it was a long time since she would have bothered with a mere lieutenant. "And which is your ship?" she asked her son, looking at the crowded fleet in the harbor. Etienne handed her a brass telescope, a delicate instrument that had been a gift from his father in Paris. Holding her bare shoulders, he steered her until she was pointing in the right direction. Among the scarred old 2- and 3-decker ships of the line at anchor, one ship almost gleamed on the water. The red paint on her gunports was still wet, the tar shiny on her rigging. The sails brailed on her yards were virgin white, not yet stretched by storms and rain. At the front, the figurehead of a gold-beaked hawk leaned ravenously over the water, its wings streaming back around the bow as if she were dropping on her prey. "The ship seems so small," said Constance. "Will she really carry you all the way across the ocean?" "The Rapace is the finest ship afloat," boasted Etienne with the fervor of a child with a new toy. 40 guns, and with the wind off her quarter she will veritably fly. She can outrun anything larger and destroy anything smaller. Constance embraced him. Etienne was her first son and her favorite, strong, handsome, and fierce. He was almost as ruthless as she was. She did not spoil him, she needed him to be hard, and he was too proud to accept charity in any case. But she worked tirelessly at court to promote his interests. More than one admiral had received a private audience in her boudoir. How else would a young cadet, barely 20, be given command of the newest ship in the Navy? "I hope you burn the English Navy to ashes," she said with sudden vehemence. Etienne gave her a warning look. "You forget we are not at war with England," he reminded her loudly for the benefit of the assembled crowd. "Of course," said Constance. "How silly of me. Old instincts die hard." The crowd laughed appreciatively. They understood that peace between England and France was a diplomatic fiction. It was nothing but a breathing space between wars. The last time France and England fought, France had lost an empire in North America. France was ready for revenge, and the only question was when the government would feel bold enough to take it. War was fermenting between Britain and the American colonies. King Louis would wait for the colonists to weaken their masters, and then he would strike. What no one on the quay knew, except Constance and Etienne, was that the first maneuvers of the war were already in motion. The document Constance had brought from Versailles was not a regular commission. It authorized Etienne to act as a privateer in the rebel navy of the American colonies. The ship was French, and the crew were French, but they would fight under an American flag in the name of the new American Republic. Another fiction, another lie. But Constance knew, better than most, that lies and fictions could kill far more suddenly than the truth. "Come back in glory," she murmured in Etienne's ear. A few successful battles, bloodying British noses and capturing their ships, would make him a sensation in Paris. Her sycophants in the press would write him up as a hero, while her allies would ensure that his name was spoken at every salon and soiree in the city. Then an advantageous marriage into the topmost echelons of aristocracy, and her ascendancy would be complete. But there was more to it than ambition. 20 years earlier, a British army had left Constance to die in an Indian dungeon. It had been the worst ordeal of her life. She had crawled out of it barely alive. She would have ended her life in an Indian brothel if a French officer had not rescued her. She never forgot a debt. Every shot her son fired against British ships would strike another blow for her revenge. Etienne stiffened and saluted. Out on the rapace, a gust of wind snapped the white flag from the masthead. "I will make you proud, Mammon. The British ships will be easy prey. I will send you the head of the first captain I capture, wrapped in his own flag." Constance moistened her lips with her tongue. "My dutiful son." Rob had thought shipping on the Perseus would be much like the merchantman he had sailed on with Cornish. In some ways, indeed, it was. The sails, the lines, and the rigging were the same. The layout of the decks, the structure of the hull were similar enough. The wind, the waves, the points of the compass were familiar. Everything else was different. The Dunstanburgh Castle had worked her way from India to London with a crew of 50. The Perseus was little larger but carried over 200. The difference was the guns. Captain Cornish had carried a few to scare off pirates, but each one took up tonnage that could more profitably be used for cargo. On the Perseus, the guns were her reason for existence. They sat like crouched beasts along her main deck, long 12-pounders that could throw a ball over a mile. In battle, it needed 6 men to service each gun and more to keep handling the ship. The ship was 120 feet long. Yet for all the crew worked and slept at close quarters, there were invisible barriers that a man crossed at his peril. The officers were distant, the captain almost as remote as God. Unlike Cornish, who had roamed the deck chatting to the men, Captain 2 was a stiff figure on the quarterdeck. Another difference was the discipline. Rob learned about this on his first morning aboard, when the boatswain's mates came down to the lower deck, using their starter ropes liberally to get men out of their hammocks. Aboard a merchantman, the crew were freely employed and could leave a captain who mistreated them at the next port. In the Royal Navy, most of the men were there against their will. The officers and petty officers treated the sailors as somewhere between criminals and animals. Orders were shouted, mistakes punished, and at the least delay the rope ends came out again. Rob was astonished that the crew didn't mutiny, yet they seemed to accept the conditions without question. "Captain 2's a firm man, but he's fair," said one of Rob's messmates at dinner that evening, a grizzled old gun captain named Hargrave. "He knows in battle it's discipline as keeps a crew alive." "Not like the Bloodhound," chimed in another. The Bloodhound was their nickname for Courtney, the first lieutenant. "He's a bad un. If the captain didn't keep honest, he'd flog us until the scuppers choked with our blood." "He saved me from prison," said Rob loyally. The gun captain stared at him, one eye closed. "He took you to make his quota. He didn't give a piss if you was off to prison or the House of Lords." Next morning, the new recruits assembled on deck to be assigned their new stations. Courtney prowled the line, glaring at the men. "Where did you serve before?" he asked Angus. "Gunner on the Repulse, sir," Angus answered. 3 years, Courtney nodded. Then, without warning, he stamped his boot down hard on Angus's bare foot. Angus gasped with pain. His body went rigid. He gritted his teeth and balled his fists so tightly the knuckles went white. Courtney laughed. "You will have to move a damn sight faster than that. If that had been the trucks of a gun carriage, you would have lost your foot." Anger boiled in Angus's face. For a moment, Rob feared his friend would strike the lieutenant. Courtney almost seemed to be encouraging him. He wanted an excuse to punish Angus, not to make an example of him, but to hurt him. "Angus's feet are so big he'd probably stop the cannon better than a chock of wood," said Rob. It broke the tension. The men around him laughed. Angus took a deep breath and collected himself, but Courtney wheeled around to Rob. "Your name?" "Rob Courtney, sir." Courtney's piercing blue eyes met Rob's. The salt air seemed to irritate them, for the eye sockets around them were bloodshot and red. A tear brimmed on his eyelid, yet you would not mistake it for softness. "Do you think discipline aboard this ship is a laughing matter?" "No, sir." Rob was not easily cowed, but it took all his strength to stand up against the hostile energy blazing off Courtney. He looked ready to strike Rob, but he did not. Rob was tall and well-built, but more than that, there was an inner strength inside him that any man could see. It had not flinched from Courtney's anger, and that unsettled the lieutenant. Like any bully, he did not like a man standing up to him. Instead, he looked for easier pickings. The next in line was a London boy named Thomas, little more than 13 years old. Rob had heard him crying in his hammock in the night. "Have you been to sea before?" Courtney asked. The boy shook his head but said nothing. His silence enraged the lieutenant. "Answer me when I ask you a question, God damn you." "No," sniffed the boy. Courtney gave him a slap across the cheek. "If you ever speak to me, you address me as sir, you understand?" "Yes," said the boy. "I mean, yes, sir." Too late. Another slap caught his mouth and made his lip bleed. Courtney stepped back, his face flushed. "Take off your trousers," he told the boy. A murmur of disquiet went down the line. Courtney stopped it with a look. The boy was too frightened to disobey. He undid the rope belt and let his canvas trousers drop. He was barely old enough to have grown hair on his balls. Courtney studied him. One hand drifted to the crotch of his breeches. "I want to see your arse move up to the crosstrees." The boy's eyes widened in terror. "Sir." "You heard me," Courtney repeated. He pulled out a watch. "If you are not at the main top in 1 minute, I will make that arse so sore you cannot sit down for a week." The boy looked up. The crosstrees were 2 thin planks fastened to the top of the mast, so far up they were barely visible from the deck. "I can't go up there, sir," Thomas pleaded. "I can't climb a ladder. I get dizzy, I fall." Courtney snatched a starter rope from the master's mate and lashed him across the buttocks. "Get up there now," he screamed in a sudden fury, "or I will throw you in the sea." Another bite of the rope overcame the boy's terror. He grabbed the shrouds, flailing like a kitten in a tree, and started to climb the ratlins. The men on deck had stopped what they were doing to watch. It was a blustery day, with a skittish breeze that made the ship twitch and roll. Every step that Thomas took seemed to make his limbs heavier. The higher he went, the slower he climbed. Eventually, he reached the main top, 50 feet above deck. He squeezed through the lubber's hole onto the platform and slumped against the mast. Some of the men cheered, but Courtney raised his hand to silence them. "You are not yet halfway," he shouted through a speaking trumpet. "On with you." Thomas hugged the mast and would not move. Courtney looked to the marine sentry standing by the main hatch. "Is that musket loaded?" The marine nodded. Courtney took the gun, put it to his shoulder, and fired it in the air. He was careful to aim well clear of the rigging, but Thomas was not to know that. He started moving again as quickly as if the ball had grazed his buttock. He had not gone more than a few yards when he stopped. He clung to the shrouds, pitching like a pendulum as the ship rolled. Courtney's face was crimson with fury. "On," he shouted through the trumpet. "On, or I will flog you to ribbons." Thomas didn't move. Courtney handed the musket back to the marine. "Reload." On the topmast, Rob saw Thomas glance at the sea below. The boy was too far up to see his face, but Rob could sense his desperation. He had seen it in Africa, in crippled beasts that could no longer drag themselves to the watering holes. A madness beyond reason, the moment when life became too painful to live. He means to jump, Rob thought, if Courtney does not shoot him first. Before anyone could stop him, Rob ran to the shrouds, spun himself out on the channels, and raced up the rigging, deft as an acrobat. Courtney's shouts followed him up, so furious Rob wondered if he might after all fire the musket into the rigging. If so, Rob would be in the line of the bullet. He kept climbing over the side of the main top, scorning the lubber's hole, and on up the topmast rigging. Thomas was just above him, peering down at the sea with a wild look in his eyes. The rigging was too narrow for Rob to climb up beside Thomas. He swung himself around onto the underside of the shrouds. If he let go or lost his grip for a second, he would plummet to the deck. He came face to face with Thomas, the two of them swaying on the shrouds with nothing but the ropes between them. "It's all right," Rob told Thomas. Letting go with one hand, he reached around and put an arm on the boy's shoulders. "I will help you." "I cannot go down," cried Thomas. His face was a mask of tears, his body shaking like a feather. "I cannot." "Of course not." Their faces were so close together Rob could speak gently, even with the wind whipping around them. "We still need to get you to the crosstrees." Thomas's eyes went white with terror. Rob grabbed his wrist and held it firmly against the rigging. "Do not do something you will regret," he said in a calm voice. "If you give up now, Courtney will have his victory and every man on this ship will suffer for it." "But what can I do?" The panic was returning. In a moment Rob would lose him, and Rob could not stay where he was much longer. His right arm was beginning to ache from holding his body against gravity. The wind tugged at his body. He lifted the boy's hand off the rigging and onto the next rung up. He held it there and looked him in the eye. "Keep your gaze on the horizon. I will help you to the crosstrees. You will show Courtney he cannot break you." Rob nodded towards the deck below. "There are 200 men who want to see you succeed. Let us give them something to cheer." The wind whistled through the shrouds. The ropes creaked, canvas snapped, and the waves broke around the hull. There was shouting on deck, but neither of them could make out the words. Rob held Thomas's gaze so the boy had nowhere else to look, then slowly lifted his gaze to the horizon. Thomas's eyes followed. One hand tentatively let go of the rigging and hovered in midair, trembling. He reached up and grabbed the next ratline, then the next and the next. Rob heard cheers from the deck. He followed Thomas up, whispering to him the way he would to a frightened animal. They reached the crosstrees. Thomas hooked one leg over and hauled himself onto the narrow spar. He and Rob sat face to face, looking out over the implacable ocean. "I thought I would die," said Thomas. "I would not have let that happen," said Rob, though his stomach churned to think how close he had come. "We will look after you." The climb down was quicker. Rob could feel the fear ebbing away from Thomas as the deck came closer, and he learned to trust the ropes. A cheer went up from the men as he took the last rung and dropped onto the solid planking. Rob swung down on one of stays and landed beside him in the crowd of sailors. Angus handed Thomas his trousers. The boy tugged them on, stealing an anxious look at Courtney. But the lieutenant had lost interest in him. He bore down on Rob as if he meant to floor him with a punch. "How dare you undermine my authority?" he bellowed. "Master at arms, seize this miscreant and clap him in irons." He leaned in close to Rob's ear. "When I have you chained down in the brig, you will see what I can do to you." Then suddenly he straightened. The master-at-arms stopped midway across the deck and turned to face aft. Captain 2 had emerged from his cabin. He strode across the deck to where Rob and Courtney stood. He had a stern face with steel-gray eyes that seemed to miss nothing. He wore his hair powdered, an old-fashioned style, but on him it added to his authority. "I heard a shot," he said. "I do not care to have weapons discharged on my ship without my command." The bravado had drained from the lieutenant. "I was, testing the men's suitability for working aloft, giving them a taste of battle." 2 nodded. He turned to Rob. "I saw you in the rigging. That was nimble work. What is your name?" "Robert Courtney." "I need topmen like you who can work this ship within an inch of her life." Rob touched his forehead. "Yes, sir." 2 raised his voice so that all could hear. "But I cannot have men on board who cannot control their fear." He turned to Courtney. "Courtney and the boy will serve as topmen in the larboard watch, under Second Lieutenant Verrier's command. I expect to see the boy dancing on those yards like a monkey before we sight America." Thomas went pale, but Rob whispered in his ear, I will teach you." Courtney tried to suppress his fury. "And what of the punishment?" Two cocked an eyebrow. "The man was helping his shipmate. I saw no disobedience. You may dismiss the hands." Courtney swallowed his pride. The men were smirking at his discomfort. Rob thought the lieutenant might explode with the effort. "Dismissed," he barked. He strode to the gun room while the men moved towards the galley. Rob wanted to thank too, but the captain had gone to the quarterdeck. He was aloof, untouchable once again. "Be careful," said Angus. "You have made an enemy of the bloodhound, and Captain Two will not always be able to rescue you." Rob knew what he said was true, but on a ship 120 feet long, what could he do? It is a long way to America. After that baptism of fire, the atmosphere changed aboard the Perseus. Rob loved his work. Whatever the hour or weather, he never grew tired of climbing into the lofty tops of the ship, far removed from the cares below. He was reliable, and the other topmen trusted him. He was positive, always ready with a joke or an encouraging word, and they liked and respected him. They saw how he tutored the boy Thomas, coaxing him up the rigging every day, and they admired him for it. Day by day, Thomas grew more confident. Up on the yards, fixing lines or wrestling with the unruly canvas, there was an easy camaraderie unlike anything Rob had known. The topmen were his family. He loved the ship, too. The Dunstanburgh Castle had been a fine vessel, but she lumbered like an ox compared to the Perseus. All frigates were fast, and this one was the fastest in the British fleet. The secret, Rob learned, lay under her hull. She was the first ship to be given copper sheathing on her bottom. The metal prevented weeds and barnacles clinging to her structure and dragging on her progress. Sometimes, when the ship heeled over in a strong wind, Rob would look over the side and see the edges of the copper skin still shiny from the shipyard. More often he was up at the masthead trimming the sails, for Two was always trying to coax a few more knots out of his ship. Standing on a yard with the wind whipping around him, the ship plunging through the waves, Rob felt like a bird of prey swooping through the air. On deck, life was harder. Lieutenant Courtney had not forgiven Rob for humiliating him in front of the men and the captain. Rob learned to dread the heavy tread of his riding boots marching across the deck. Being in the second lieutenant's watch brought him some respite, but when Courtney was on deck, Rob always had to be on his guard. There would be some new humiliation, an order to scrub the heads, or find some rope buried in the bottom of the hold among the rats. And if Rob was not quick enough, the boatswain's mate had a ready arm and a mean temper which Courtney gave free rein. Why is he so cruel? Rob wondered, sitting with his messmates one evening. He seems to have a kettle full of rage boiling inside him. He can't bear it that he didn't get command of the Perseus, answered Hargrave, the old gun captain. He had served 5 years aboard the ship under her previous captain. Last year we was sailing home from Antigua when old Captain Tennant caught fever and died. Courtney took command. He thought when we got back to London he'd be promoted captain, but he wanted to be sure. So when we ran into a Yankee privateer that had been sailing those waters, he sniffed a chance for glory. Hargrave stared out of the gunport, as if he could see the enemy ship still sailing off their quarter. We were near a pair of islands with a reef running between them. The Yankee was a small thing, knew we'd win a fight, so she showed us her stern and put on all sail, slipped across the reef and ran. Courtney ordered us to give chase, but the sailing master refused to do it, said the water was too low and we'd tear our guts out on the reef. Courtney swore and screamed, but the master wouldn't bend, and the men was with him. Rob could imagine the scene. The humid air, the desperate urgency, and the line of white water frothing over the reef. What happened? Courtney hanged the master for mutiny. Hargrave spat a wad of tobacco out through the gunport. Would have hanged the whole crew, too, if he didn't need us to get the ship home. Probably wished he had done, too, when we came back. Admiralty heard what had happened, blamed Courtney for losing control of the vessel, and gave command to Captain Two instead. So far as Courtney sees it, it's all the men's fault that he lost his command. No wonder he is so harsh with the men, said Rob. Hargrave shook his head. He always had a mean streak, only now he don't try to control it. He stared across the table at Rob. Be careful. He looks at you and he sees a man that'll stand up to him. One way or another he'll try and break you. They had not been at sea a week when Rob witnessed his first flogging. One of the new recruits, a landsman, had sworn at Courtney's provocation and been charged with insubordination. Courtney ordered a dozen lashes. The drummer boys beat the men to quarters. The Marines lined up on the quarterdeck rail, bayonets fixed, while the victim was stripped of his shirt and lashed to a grating that had been leaned against the waist of the ship. The rest of the crew assembled on the main deck. The boatswain's mate took the cat-of-nine-tails from its baize bag and swung it a few times to loosen his shoulder. The ropes fanned out in the air, 9 thin strands each studded with tight knots. It did not look dangerous, but a dozen strokes would cut a man's flesh to ribbons. 2 read the Articles of War. His lips were pursed in distaste. Rob could see he did not favor the punishment. But he was the captain, and he was obliged to support his officers. He could not allow any breach of discipline. The boatswain's mate stepped forwards, cocked his arm, and unleashed the whip with all his strength. The prisoner moaned and bit down on the leather patch between his teeth. 9 livid red wheals blazed across his back, spotted with blood. A solitary drum beat a single stroke. Courtney wiped spit from his lips on the sleeve of his coat. 1, he said. After 3 lashes, the man's back was raw. After 6, it was a bloody pulp. By 9, the cat was so soaked in gore that every twitch sent sprays of blood across the deck. Some landed on men's faces. The drum beat for the last time. 12, said Courtney. His face was flushed, and there was an unsightly bulge in his trousers which he was discreetly trying to cover with his hand. Cut the prisoner down. The boatswain's mate took a bucket of seawater and threw it over the sailor's back. The sailor screamed as the salt stung his bleeding flesh, though it was the kindest thing they could do. With luck, it would clean the wounds and stop rot setting in. The men were dismissed. The sailor's friends took him away. Rob was about to follow. He had saved his rum ration to give to the man to dull the pain when he heard Courtney's voice behind him. You are not dismissed, Courtney. Courtney pointed to the blood that spattered the deck. On your knees and clean it up. If I find one spot when you are finished, you will lick it off. Rob knuckled his forehead. Aye, sir. Courtney leaned in close. Get used to it, Courtney. Soon enough I will have a taste of your blood. One day, 2 summoned Rob to the stern cabin. It was the most luxurious space on the ship, though even here you could not forget the ship's purpose. 2 hulking 12-pounders sat fast on their tackles. In battle, the furniture would be stripped away and carried into the hold. 2 sat at a desk studying a chart. He barely looked up as Rob entered. You see the book, he barked. A slim volume sat on the desk. Read it. Rob opened the cover. There was an inscription on the flyleaf in a childish hand. To Daddy, come back safely, love, Edward. Rob turned hurriedly on to the first page. I was born in the year 1632, Rob read, in the city of York, of a good family, though not of that country, my father being a foreigner of Bremen who settled first at Hull. He got a good estate by merchandise and, leaving off his trade, lived afterwards at York, whence he had married my mother, whose relations were named Robinson. He trailed off. Shall I go on? That is sufficient. 2 pointed to the chart. Can you show me our latest position? Rob took a pair of dividers and plotted where he thought they were. He made a small pencil mark to show the place. You are confident, 2 observed. His watch showed it was not quite noon. The master has not yet taken his sighting today. I overheard him when he took it yesterday, Rob explained. Knowing our course and speed, I would guess we are about here. Through the open skylight, he heard the ship's bell strike 8 bells. Midday. There were shouts and feet stamping across the deck above as the master gathered the midshipmen to shoot the sun with their sextants. We will find out soon enough if you are right. Two sat back in his chair, studying Rob with his gray eyes. Unsure what was expected of him, Rob stood in silence. "You have the makings of a fine sailor," said Two. "The men respect you. Even the old hands take their lead from you." Rob blushed. "I only try to do my best, sir." "Where did you learn to read?" "My grandmother." "And navigation?" "Captain Cornish taught me on my last ship." "Indeed." Outside the door, the marine sentry stamped his feet to announce a visitor. A freckled midshipman peered nervously in. "The master sends his respects, sir, and wishes to inform you of our latest position." He read a series of coordinates off a scrap of paper, then scurried away as Two dismissed him. Two took the dividers and plotted the position on the chart. He marked it with a small cross. It was a hair's breadth away from the position Rob had reckoned. "You were able to make that calculation in your head?" Two's gruff manner could not hide the admiration in his voice. "Yes, sir." Two put down the dividers. "How long did you serve aboard your last ship? It was 3 years, was it not?" "9 months, sir," Rob corrected him. Two fixed him with a frown. "You may have a fine head for figures, but on this question your memory is faulty. It was 3 years. I am quite certain of it." Rob sensed this was not the time to argue. "I am promoting you to master's mate," Two said. "In order to do this, I must certify to the Admiralty that you have served at least 3 years at sea." He stared at Rob. "That is why I fear you have misrecollected your time aboard the Dunstanburgh Castle. It was 3 years, was it not?" "I believe it must have been, sir." "Then there is no obstacle." Two stood and shook Rob's hand. "Congratulations, Mr. Courtney. You will assist Mr. Verrier, the second lieutenant. I expect great things from you." Rob could no longer keep the grin from spreading across his face. "Thank you, sir." He stumbled out of the cabin in a daze. To his surprise, a group of his messmates were clustered around waiting for him. They thumped him on the back and cheered when they heard his news, while Angus pressed a cup of rum into his hand. "Well done," said Angus. A shadow fell over them from the quarterdeck, sharp in the tropical sunshine. Even without looking up, Rob recognized the stiff neck and beaked nose. His friends went quiet. "Back to work," shouted Courtney. "Back to work, or you will feel the touch of the lash." "He cannot flog you now," said Angus, "but do not think you are safe. He will find some other way to bring you down." Rob did not forget Angus's warning. He kept his guard up, never trusting that his new rank or the captain's favor would protect him. He had seen the look in Coyningham's eyes. But soon enough, Rob had new worries to concern him. A steady breeze gave them swift passage. Each day, the marks on the chart drew nearer the coast of America. Every man aboard felt the anticipation and the danger. Captain Two exercised the guns twice a day, using live powder and shot so the gun crews could practice their aim on pieces of driftwood. The tension in the ship was palpable. One of the drawbacks of Rob's promotion was that he spent more time on deck, away from the tops where he loved to be. But he still managed to contrive reasons to climb the rigging. One afternoon he had gone aloft on the pretext of checking the buntlines. All was shipshape. The men knew Rob would inspect them in person and kept them in good order, but he dallied for a few moments, enjoying the respite from the bustle on deck. He stared into the distance, remembering something Louisa had said. "You gaze at that blue horizon and long to discover what is beyond it." He had sailed over the horizon and halfway round the world from Africa. What had he discovered? Coyningham's sadism, Spinkley's greed, Lyall's debauchery. Rob had been swindled, beaten, imprisoned, and almost murdered. Perhaps his father had been right. Perhaps he should have stayed safe in the walled paradise of Nativity Bay. But then he would never have seen the marvels of London, met Angus, or known the camaraderie of the gun deck. Angus was a true friend, loyal and always ready with a razor-sharp quip. He understood the value of teamwork, and underneath that world-weary exterior beat a kindly heart. When Rob looked back at the youth he had been a year ago, he cringed at his naivety. If he had not left Fort Auspice, he would have remained a child all his life. "In any event," Rob told himself, "you cannot return until you have reclaimed the sword." It hurt every time he thought of it. Part of the reason he drove himself so hard aboard the ship was the guilt that he carried. It ached like an open wound. Up on the yards or lying in his hammock at night, it was always in his thoughts. There was the pain of his betrayal by Hugo, the burning injustice of the way he had been tricked by Spinkly. But most of all there was one simple question. Why? He ran through his memories so often he could see them in his sleep. He pored over them, sifting them for any hint or meaning. Very quickly, he saw that one name linked everything that had happened in London. Spinkly at their first meeting. You are not by chance related to Baron Dartmouth. And then on the docks, do you know on whose orders I arrested this man? Was it Dartmouth who had also sent Lendl to murder him in the Hulk's hold? Why? How would such a great man even come to know of Rob's existence, let alone decide to ruin him? Rob asked his friends in the crew if they had heard of the man. Most knew no more of the peerage of Great Britain than they did of the dark side of the moon. But one, a clerk named Williams who had joined the Navy in a fit of despair after his wife cuckolded him, was better educated than most. Baron Dartmouth is First Lord of Trade and Foreign Plantations. Do you know anything more? Williams had shrugged. I read about him in the newspaper. It's not like he had me to tea. It had left Rob none the wiser. Why would a Lord of Trade want to kill me? He wondered. He's responsible for the American colonies, said Williams, where we're going. But I never meant to go to America. I am only here because Dartmouth chased me into the arms of the Navy. Rob was more confused than ever. Was it possible he was related to a peer of the realm? He knew there had been many branches of the Courtney family tree over the centuries. But even if he was, what could have drawn Dartmouth's attention or his implacable hatred? However much he thought about it, he could not fathom the answers. Perhaps I will find out in America, he thought now, his legs dangling from the crosstrees. Something appeared in the distance, breaking into his thoughts. Rob's gaze snapped to the horizon. For weeks there had been only gray waves as far as the eye could see. Now suddenly a low smear broke the monotony, the leading edge of a vast continent. Rob took a deep breath and shouted down to the deck. Land ho! He stared at the distant land, wishing he had brought a spyglass so he could observe it in more detail. America. Cal Courtney joined the Continental Army camped outside Boston. He was a hero. The attack on the powder magazine had been a failure, but it was an heroic failure. He was toasted, saluted, and commissioned as a lieutenant. Men clapped his shoulder and shook his hand and murmured, God rest your brother. Cal tried not to let them see him wince. The army was a rabble. No uniforms, no tents, and little regard to rank. The men were volunteers, not professional soldiers. Coopers and clerks, blacksmiths and booksellers, farm hands, tanners, wheelwrights, and vagrants. When they formed up for inspection, they looked barely more professional than the hotheads of the army of the blood of liberty. But Cal loved it. After so many years in secret, trying to hold his tongue in front of his father and hiding his pamphlets under the bed, it was a release to be able to talk openly. With his comrades, he sat around the campfires until dawn talking of Thomas Paine, Congress, the rights of man, and the cause. They drank toasts to George Washington and death to the tyrant King George. At last he could express himself. This, he felt, was the meaning of liberty, though it had come at a price. He had not only lost his brother in the raid on the powder magazine. When he slunk home from the raid, bloodied and burned, he had hardly been able to face his parents. His mother had read the news about Aiden in his face, even before he could stammer it out. He would never forget her scream, nor the tears that brimmed in his father's eyes. It was the first time Cal had ever seen Theo cry. For a moment the two men had stared at each other, united in grief, and Cal had felt closer to his father than he had in years. He wanted to embrace him as he had done when a child. Then his gaze had turned to fury. "You killed your brother," he shouted. "You killed your brother, and for what?" "He died a hero," Cal insisted, bellowing, though he did not realize it. "For a cause. He died because you would not do as you were told." You speak of a cause, but you are a traitor to your family, and that is the greatest cause of all." Theo looked as if he might try to box Cal's ears, but something had snapped inside him, and when he tried to raise his fist it fell back like a fire starved of kindling. He had nothing left in him. Cal went to his room, packed his few belongings, and left. No one tried to stop him. His mother was sobbing in her bedroom, while his father simply stayed in the parlor. Just as he was passing through the gate, he heard a door open behind. Cal, his heart lifted, he looked back. His father stood in the farmhouse doorway, his face lined and wet with tears. He seemed to have aged 20 years in 15 minutes. "Father," he longed for a smile, for a trace of warmth that might lift the burden of guilt he felt. But his father's face set hard. "Go, you are no longer my son." Cal ran and did not look back. Later, there were times when he would wake in the night, a silent scream echoing through his body. He would weep bitter tears at life's cruelty, his own stubborn nature, the collision of fate that had ripped his father from his soul. At other times, when the mails came, Cal found himself hoping there would be a letter from his parents. Then he would scold himself and harden his heart again. "You do not understand," he raged, speaking in his mind what he could not say to his father. "It was not my fault. There was no other way. If you and men like you had stood up to the King of England, maybe we would not have to fight now. It was not my fault. It would have been easier if he had someone to fight." Every time he thought of Aiden, he thought of that desperate clifftop battle. He wished so hard the outcome had been different. He thought his heart would split open. The prospect of action was like the promise of salvation, as if by fighting he could change the battle he had already lost. His enemies were not far off. If Cal climbed the hills, he could see them clearly across the water, bottled up in Boston, parading on the common, guarding the long wharf, or marching through the streets. Often they came within rifle range. But General Washington had forbidden his troops to fire unless given the order. They had to conserve their gunpowder. Cal had heard a rumor that if every man in the army was called into action, they would not have 10 shots apiece. He wished he had saved the powder from the arsenal. He wished Aiden had not died. Cal waited, as summer turned to autumn and the dreaded camp fever began to take hold. The thrill of liberty wore thin. They dug latrines, chopped firewood, marched up and down the drill ground until their feet were raw. They cleaned muskets that had never been fired. Even with a full supply of powder, the army could not hurt Boston. The city was surrounded by water on every side except for a narrow neck that joined it to the mainland. The British had dug in to withstand an almighty siege, while their men of war in the harbor covered any approach by water. The Americans had few cannons, and none of the big siege guns that would be needed to take the city. One day, Cal was pissing in a latrine when he overheard 2 officers talking. They were lamenting the lack of guns. "Everything is a matter of position," said one, a red-faced colonel. "I was with Ethan Allen and his boys when they took Fort Royal last spring. We captured 24 cannons the British had left behind, 24-pounders and mortars. If we had those here, we'd have Boston at our feet." "But they're on the wrong side of the mountains," said his companion, also a colonel, "and there's no way to get them across." "You're wrong," Cal interrupted. The 2 colonels looked up, disconcerted to be interrupted by a lowly lieutenant. "You should mind your manners, sir," said one, "or I will mind them for you." "Where are you from?" asked the other. "Massachusetts," said Cal. "And how do you reckon to tell 2 Green Mountain men how the land lies in Vermont?" "My father is Theo Courtney," said Cal. The 2 colonels exchanged glances. They knew the name. "He helped take Fort Royal from the French in the last war. He often told me the stories. He said there was a secret path across the mountains the French used." The colonels considered that. "Where is it?" asked one. "I don't know," Cal admitted. Then, raising his voice as the colonel began to jeer at him, he said, "But I can find it." "You are wasting our time," said the colonel. "How could a Massachusetts man find paths over mountains that we do not know about? There's a man who can show them to me, an Abenaki Indian, a friend of my father's from the old days." The Abenaki fight with the British. Indeed, Cal grinned. But I have a plan. 10 minutes later, he was in a comfortable study in a nearby farmhouse, explaining his proposal to an increasingly intrigued general. 2 days later, with the first winds of winter swirling around Cambridge, he rode out from the camp with 50 men and a captain's commission in his saddlebag. None of the men wore uniform, and they rode horses that had not been branded with the Continental Army's mark. Not so long ago, the Abenaki village had been the frontier between the British and French empires, as the two great powers battled for control of North America. The French had lost, but the peace had been brief. The palings that made a stockade around the log huts of the village were freshly cut, their points still sharp. The Abenaki scouts had met Cal 10 miles away as soon as he crossed into their lands. He had expected it. This was a time of war. Cal had left most of his men camped a day's march away, bringing only 1 lieutenant and 1 sergeant to avoid being seen as a threat. Even so, the Abenaki kept a close eye as they escorted him to their settlement. The headman of the tribe, the sachem, came into the clearing in front of the longhouse. He was not the biggest man, nor particularly old, but he had wise eyes and a presence that brought stillness into the bustle of the village. The men around him gripped their tomahawks and guns. Strangers were not welcome in these troubled times. Cal swallowed. "The son of Siumo the hawk sends his greetings," he announced. The sachem squinted as if trying to remember past events. Then he tipped back his head and laughed. "Caleb Courtney," he cried. "Can it be?" Cal gave a shamefaced grin. The sachem strode forwards and wrapped him in a warm embrace. He smelled of bear fat and wood smoke. "The last time we met you were a little cub," he said. "Now look at you, a grown man." He touched the rifle slung across Cal's back. "And a warrior. It is good to see you." "It is good to see you too, Moses." Cal knew the Abenaki chieftain had other names, other titles, but Cal had always known him by the name the Abenaki had been given by French missionaries. Moses brought Cal and his men into the longhouse and seated them by the fire. "How is your father?" When he was Cal's age, Theo Courtney had been captured by the Abenaki and adopted into their tribe. He had lived for a year as an Indian, learning their ways and their knowledge of the forest. They had named him Siumo, the hawk. Moses had been his companion and his best friend. When Theo returned to the British Army, Moses had gone with him and enlisted. After the war, he had accompanied Theo and Abigail with the infant Cal to Massachusetts. Cal had memories of sitting on Moses' knee by the fire on winter nights, while Moses and Theo swapped tales of their exploits. Later, Moses had grown bored of life in the colony. He had returned to his village and become sachem of the tribe. "My father is well," Cal lied, "though he will be happier when the rebels have been thrashed and the good rule of King George is assured in the colonies." He struggled to remain passive as he said it, watching Moses for any sign he might have guessed the truth. He hated having to lie to a man he had known all his life. It felt a shameful thing to do, but it was the only way. Moses was my father's friend, he reminded himself. The thought tapped into a bitterness in his heart that drowned any guilt. "And you," Moses looked at the men with Cal, "are these men British soldiers?" "We are scouts," said Cal. "You know the rebels took Fort Royal last spring." Moses sucked a deep draft on his pipe and nodded. "That was a bad loss. It has made the forest a dangerous place for us. The tribe goes hungry when we can no longer be safe where the ancestors hunted. The British are planning a new campaign in the spring." Cal had had plenty of time on the march from Boston to perfect this story. "I know you and my father found a path over the mountains. If you show me the path, we can use it to bring our guns here this summer and retake the fort." Moses was deep in thought. He was not yet 40, but the cares of his life had scored creases into his face like a much older man. "It is dangerous," he warned. "The rebels have many patrols on the way to the mountains. If they know I am helping you, they may attack our village." "If you don't," said Cal solemnly, Your people will starve. Moses nodded and stared into the fire. A sachem's job was to keep his tribe safe, living from season to season as their ancestors had for generations. He was too young to remember a time before the white men came, with their guns and alcohol, and wars started by kings he had never heard of. But he was old enough to have heard stories of the old days from his grandparents, of a time when the world was safe and known. Moses' life had been spent twisting like a leaf in a hurricane, making alliances with men he could not trust, knowing the outcome might be decided in palaces thousands of miles away across the great ocean. Every choice was like shooting a rifle in the dark, knowing you might hit the wolf or your own child. But Courtney had saved his life more than once and never betrayed him. Moses trusted his son. I will show you the path. The temperature dropped as they climbed into the mountains. The trees were bare and leafless. Cal was astonished to see how lightly the Abenaki moved through the forest. Growing up in Massachusetts, he had prided himself on his woodcraft, but compared to Moses, he was a bull ox blundering through the woods after a hummingbird. When he was young, your father could move like a snake, Moses reminisced. Now I am certain he must be old and fat. He is a different man, Cal agreed tightly. Moses chuckled. And your brother Aiden, he is dead. Moses' laughter died on his lips. How? He joined a secret band of patriots. The truth made the best lie. He died trying to steal powder from the British arsenal. It must have broken your father's heart, said Moses gravely. Cal stared into the distance. In his mind, he was back at the farmyard gate, looking back at his father standing on the doorstep. You are no longer my son. It was hard for all of us. He lapsed into silence. Moses, seeing his sorrow, did not press him. They walked on together, climbing steadily until they came up against a sheer rock face. The mountain loomed over them, the pines swaying softly in the winter breeze. This is the path, said Moses. Where? Said Cal. Moses led him up to the cliff face. Cal could see there was a narrow gully behind it, leading up the mountainside. The cliff curtained it off almost completely. This is the way your father and I went, said Moses. From here you go to the top of the mountain and then along the ridge to the fort. Cal looked up. The gully was steep and rocky, so narrow you could barely imagine fitting a gun through it. It would take ropes, levers, and almost impossible determination to haul them over the mountain this way. But he was 18, and he had been polishing his boots in Washington's army for months. Nothing was impossible. Can you take me to the top? He asked Moses. It was a hard climb. Near the ridgeline they came to a place where the gully forked. A distant look came into Moses' face. This is where we fought the French, he said. Your father led 16 men against 1,000 and defeated them. Cal knew the story. He did not want to hear it again. How about you? He asked. Were you never tempted to join the patriots? Moses wrinkled his brow. How is a man a patriot if he fights against his rightful king? I meant the rebels, Cal corrected himself. I swore loyalty to King George 18 winters ago. I will not break my oath. But the Abenaki fought against the British before they fought with them. Why not again? The British are our best hope, said Moses. They honor their treaties with us. They leave us free to live and hunt in our own lands. But the colonists defy them. They come over the mountains and the rivers. They claim land and build farms and call it their own. And when we fight our claim, they kill us. Tell me, why is a white man who fights for his land a patriot, but an Abenaki who does the same a criminal? Cal had no answer. The gully opened out as they gained the ridge at last. They followed it west for several hours in a cold, drizzling rain, until they came to an open knoll at the end of the mountain spur, overlooking the lake. From the cliff edge, Cal could see Fort Royal below. It was not the fort that Courtney had taken some 17 years earlier. That had been blown to pieces when the French general fired the gunpowder magazine, rather than surrender to the British. The rubble had been used in the foundations of the new structure, a 5-pointed star with stone bastions and timber revetments on a promontory commanding the lake. Looking down into it, Cal could see the striped flag of the colonies hanging defiant from its flagpole. And there were the guns. Their mouths were plugged against the rain, their touch holes covered with canvas. But even muzzled, Cal could feel their power. They squatted low on the ramparts like great cats poised to spring. "Wait until we get those to Boston," Cal said under his breath. "We will blast the British to pieces." "What do you mean?" said Moses. Cal froze. He had thought he was alone, but the Abenaki had stolen up behind him without a sound. "Nothing," said Cal shortly. "Why do you speak of turning the guns on your own people?" Cal tried to ignore him, but Moses continued. "Why do you sneer every time you say the British and call the rebels patriots? Why are you here?" Moses advanced. Cal took a step back and stopped suddenly as he felt the cliff edge under his foot. He was caught between Moses and a 1,000-foot drop. There was no escape. He had a pistol in his belt, but the powder would be wet from the rain. "Let me explain," said Cal. Moses lifted his head. "I am listening." Cal opened his mouth, but no words came out. 1,000 excuses ran through his head, but none of them seemed plausible. All he could feel was the great void behind him, sucking him back, and Moses' eyes fixed on him. Cal was young, his emotions never far from the surface. The Abenaki chief had spent a lifetime getting the measure of men. He read the truth in Cal's face. "These guns are for the rebels," he said. Cal said nothing. He felt a great pressure squeezing his chest, as if he was being crushed between two stones. Part of him wanted to run, and that made him flush with shame. If he failed in this mission, he would have failed the revolution. Aiden would have died for nothing. Moses put out his hand. "Whatever foolish thing you have done, it is not too late. You are still your father's son." With a roar, Cal threw himself forwards, tackling Moses below his shoulders and driving him back. The Abenaki had not expected it. They staggered backwards together, then collapsed in a heap. Cal was bigger, but the Abenaki had a wiry strength. He rolled Cal over, twisting and writhing like a snake. Cal fumbled for the knife in his belt, but with Moses gripping his arms, he could not get hold of it. There was a tomahawk in Moses' belt. Cal felt it slapping against his leg as they wrestled. He tried to reach it, but Moses pushed him on his side, trapping Cal's arm under his own body weight. With a howling war cry, Moses grabbed the tomahawk. He sat on Cal, pinning Cal's free arm with his thigh, and raised the tomahawk. "If you were not your father's son, I would split your skull." "I am not my father's son," Cal cried. Moses paused. The warrior mist cleared from his eyes. He looked down at Cal and saw the spitting image of the young Courtney he had befriended many years ago. The past seemed like a foreign country, and the present was so difficult to navigate. It confused him with its changing alliances, vicious conflicts, and how easily friend could become foe. He did not want to destroy what was important to him. He could not kill the boy. He lowered the tomahawk. "Let us be friends," he said. "Go home and forget this quarrel. It was a good offer, but for one thing. I cannot go without the guns." Then how, too late, Moses saw the knife in Cal's hand. Cal had managed to pull it from his belt. He jerked his hand free and held the knife at Moses' chest. The Abenaki's eyes went wide. "What have you become?" he whispered. "I do not want to kill you." Cal's hand was trembling, which made him ashamed. "You have shown me the path I needed. If you give me your word you will not reveal what we are doing, I will let you go." Moses' gaze was unyielding. "That would betray your father. And what about his son?" Rage rose in Cal's heart. Could he really kill the man who had held him on his knee as a baby? If he did not, he could never return to the Continental Army. Moses could see his indecision. "For the love of your father," he broke off as Cal's left fist smashed into the side of his face. He swayed sideways. Cal lunged up. He only wanted to get his enemy off him, to pin him down so he could force him to submit. But Moses had a warrior's reflexes and the tomahawk in his hand. Instinctively, he started to bring it down towards Cal's head. He had forgotten Cal's knife. Cal still held it. As Moses bent towards him, he instinctively lifted his hand to protect himself. Before either man knew what was happening, the blade plunged into Moses' heart. The tomahawk dropped to the ground, its handle striking Cal a glancing blow across his head. The Abenaki chieftain shuddered, then went still. Blood pumped out of the wound in his chest, covering Cal's hands and running down his arms to soak his shirt. He let go of the knife, threw the body aside in horror, and scrambled away. He paused, panting, at the cliff edge. Part of him wanted to hurl himself over it to obliterate what he had done. He could not look back. Even thinking of the trusting Abenaki made something grind in his heart, as if he had killed his own father. His father. Theo's last words echoed in Cal's mind. "You are no longer my son." Flames of anger began to lick up inside him, cleansing the guilt. Moses' death had been an accident. He was not to blame, or perhaps it was inevitable. The Abenaki had allied themselves with the British, so killing them had been his duty, no less another prick in the belly of King George's military might. This was war, and Moses had been the enemy. Cal looked out over cliffs. Far below, he could see the star points of the fort and the black guns sitting on her ramparts. The sight calmed him. He had done what he had to do. Off the coast of Long Island, the Perseus rendezvoused with a cutter from New York. The boat brought news of the war's progress. The rebellion had become more widespread. The Continental Army was besieging Boston. The colonists had no navy, but blockade runners and privateers were rife along the Atlantic seaboard. "They cannot engage us in battle," said the cutter's commander, sitting in Two's cabin. "But they are damned hard to defeat, and they sting us where they can. General Howe's troops in Boston are cut off by the siege. They receive their supplies by sea. If the American privateers take too many of our transport ships, Howe's men will be starved into surrender." The Perseus was ordered to patrol the coast of Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts, intercepting any ships who crossed her path. "Though what their lordships in the Admiralty expect me to achieve by that, I cannot fathom," said Two. "It is almost 500 miles of coastline, and you can be sure that the Yankees will know every bay and inlet. They are past masters at smuggling contraband ashore. That is why they are so averse to paying the king's taxes." Rob thought about the challenge. At Portsmouth, the fleet of the Royal Navy had seemed so mighty it was impossible to imagine anyone standing against it. But on the far side of the Atlantic, the fleet did not seem so mighty against the vastness of the continent. For the first time, he began to wonder if the colonists might not be beaten as easily as everyone thought. This new country reminded him of Africa. It was not the climate, nor the smell coming off the land, but the untamed wildness of it. Along much of the coast, tangled forests came down to the shore. Long sand beaches stretched for miles. The villages and fishing towns that clung to the shore seemed no more significant than limpets crusted to a whale. But for such a sparsely inhabited place, it generated an astonishing amount of trade. Every day, the Perseus intercepted at least 24 vessels plying the waters, fishing boats heading for the Grand Banks, Nantucket whalers bound for the Southern Ocean, merchantmen carrying timber to the West Indies and rum to England. It seemed they would not let war disrupt the way of commerce. Every ship the Perseus stopped flew a British ensign and swore allegiance to King George when challenged. "So much loyalty, you wonder there are enough men to make a rebellion," said Two dryly. "I cannot believe they all love their king so much as they protest." "They love their profits," said Courtney. "That is all these Yankees care for. When they see that war punches a hole in their purses, they will soon put a stop to it." A shout from the masthead cut off their conversation. "Sail off the starboard bow." All the officers grabbed their spyglasses and hurried to the rail. "A man-o'-war," said Two, taking in the row of gunports. "French, judging by her lines." As if to confirm it, the white pennant of France billowed out from her masthead. "I count 40 guns," said the second officer, Lieutenant Verrier, who'd been studying her. Every man in earshot looked at Two. At that moment, none of them, not even Courtney, wanted to be in his shoes. If the French frigate had come from Europe, she would be carrying the latest news. If war had been declared between Britain and France since the Perseus left, the French captain could use that knowledge to devastating advantage. "Have the men beat to quarters," said Tew calmly. "We will be ready to give a good account of ourselves if we must, but do not fire unless I give the command." The ship was cleared for action. Nets were strung above the deck to catch falling spars, while hammocks were stuffed in the side netting to provide shelter. On the gun deck, partition screens were taken down and furniture stowed away. Boys sprinkled sawdust so the decks would not become slippery with blood. Powder was fetched from the magazine, the marine marksmen took their positions in the tops, and the gun crews loosed their tackles. Tew timed their progress on his pocket watch. The process took 7 minutes. "What is the Frenchman doing?" Tew asked. Midshipman Milnrow, stationed on the rail with a telescope, answered at once. "She is holding her course, sir. She does not seem to be preparing for battle." The ships converged. Coming up from behind, the crew of the Perseus could now see the name written across the French ship's stern in shining gold letters, Rapace. "It means predator in French," Verrier translated. The Rapace shortened sail, letting the Perseus come up alongside her. There was no sign of unusual activity on her deck. "If she has not cleared for action," said Lieutenant Verrier, "she is taking an awful risk." On the Rapace's quarterdeck, a tall man in a cocked hat wearing a commander's epaulet took a speaking trumpet and hailed them across the water. "Bonjour," he said, and then in lightly accented English, "I hope you do not plan to start a war. When I left France, our countries were at peace." Along the deck, the men at the guns relaxed. "Keep alert," Tew barked. He picked up his own speaking trumpet. "What is your business in these waters?" "We escort a convoy en route to Martinique," answered the Frenchman. Tew took a long, slow look across the horizon. "I see no convoy. There was a storm, we are separated, that is why we have come so far north." "If there had been a storm, we would have met it," muttered Courtney. "We had the calmest crossing imaginable." Tew ignored him. "Do you plan to enter port in America?" "Non," the French captain assured him. "We sail south and try to find our ships." It was the first time Rob had seen Tew hesitate. He looked uncertainly at the circle of officers clustered around him. "He is lying," said Courtney. "We have the weather gauge and our guns are loaded. We can dismast him with a single broadside, then board him and strike his colors before he knows what has happened." "That would be a black piece of infamy," countered Verrier. "To take advantage of a peaceable ship when our nations are not at war. It would be little more than piracy." Courtney sneered at him. Every man aboard would say that she fired first. He was probably right. Along the deck, a row of expectant faces looked to the captain. The sulphurous smell of a burning slow match tinged the air. All it needed was for one spark to fall on the touch hole. Tew shook his head. "We cannot start a war. Stand down." Steam hissed as the matches were doused in buckets of water. The helmsman turned the wheel, and the Perseus began to diverge from the Rapace's course. The French captain raised an arm, half in salute and half in farewell. At that distance they were too far off to see his face, but it seemed to Rob that there was an arrogance in his stance, almost like a smirk. "I hope that is the last we see of them," he murmured to Angus. Angus nodded. "It doesn't sit right having a Frenchman under our guns and letting him go, like letting a wolf from a trap." A brittle mood prevailed on the ship that night and the following morning. Routine tasks went uncompleted. Petty officers snapped at the men, and the officers could barely restrain their tempers. Courtney was in an especially black humor, cursing and threatening the men fit to start a mutiny. "Is he so eager for battle?" Rob wondered. "I took him for a coward." "It wouldn't have been much of a fight when we had the Frenchie under our guns, and if we took her, he'd have been given command of the prize," Angus explained. "He'd have sailed her back to England a hero. Promotion medals, maybe an audience with the king. But we are not at war with France." Angus shrugged. "Everyone knows it's coming. After the first shot, no one'll care who fired it." A chill went down Rob's spine. The day had gone dim, the coast had disappeared. Tendrils of fog were drifting over the gunwales, wrapping the ship in a blanket. "Shorten sail," came Tu's voice from aft. Rob had not noticed him come on deck, but the captain had an uncanny intuition for where and when he was most needed on his ship. "We are too near shore for my liking, and there are treacherous reefs nearby. Put leadsmen in the chains and lookouts on the bows. If there is a Yankee privateer about, she may well try to slip her anchorage in this fog." The men hurried to obey. The earlier lassitude was forgotten in an instant. No one wanted to be caught blind on a hostile, unfamiliar shore. "You heard the captain," shouted Courtney, striding down the deck with the boatswain's mate in tow. "Up that mast and reef the mainsail. The last man down will feel the taste of the lash." Thomas ran past Rob to the mainmast rigging. He was unrecognizable from the callow boy Rob had helped up to the crosstrees that first week at sea. Now he could swing himself out on the channels as lithely as any able seaman, racing his shipmates to the top. But something was different this morning. His face was pale, his eyes downcast. He fumbled on the ratlins, climbing slowly as if he was carrying a great weight. The rest of the topmen were already far above. It was the fog, Rob realized. He had trained the boy to overcome his fear of heights by looking at the horizon. Now that they were hemmed in by the fog, the horizon had disappeared. Thomas's terror had come racing back. He would be stuck halfway up the mast, just like the first time, and Courtney would make him pay. The topmen had already finished furling the mainsail. They slid to the deck along the backstays, landing agile as cats. Thomas was left alone in the rigging. "Get down here now," Courtney ordered. One of the topmen moved to assist Thomas, but a bark from Courtney stopped him dead. "A dozen lashes to any man who helps him." Rob glanced back. Tu stood impassive on the quarterdeck, conferring with the sailing master. He must have seen what was happening, but he could not countermand his first lieutenant in front of the men. Thomas climbed down slowly. Each step was agony, though he knew that was nothing to what he had coming. The moment he reached the deck, the boatswain's mate seized him. He tore off Thomas's shirt and bent him over a barrel. Two petty officers held Thomas's arms and legs, while the boatswain's mate pulled out his starter rope. "Give that to me," said Courtney. Rob could not believe his eyes. It was unheard of for an officer to flog a man, but Courtney seemed to have abandoned reason. All his rage at being denied his prize yesterday was channeled into this, and something else. As Courtney raised the rope, he caught Rob's eye with a malevolent stare. "I cannot touch you," he seemed to be saying, "but I can hurt you." Rob knew he shouldn't respond to the provocation. He knew it was what Courtney wanted. If Rob went any further, he would lose all the protection of his rank. Courtney brought down his arm. The rope hummed in the air, then stopped so suddenly the end cracked an inch above Thomas's back. Rob held the rope where he had grabbed it in midair. The first lieutenant had brought it down with astonishing force, but Rob was stronger. He gripped the rope so tightly Courtney could not pull free. Courtney tugged against him with all his might. Rob held fast. The rope stretched taut between them. Rob let go. Courtney caught off balance, stumbled backwards, tripped and fell hard on his backside. A few of the men laughed but quickly thought better of it. A dangerous light had come into Courtney's eyes. He stood and dusted himself off. "You will regret this," he hissed. "This is mutiny." Belatedly, Rob realized every man on deck was watching him. "Marines," Courtney bellowed. "Clap Mr. Courtney in irons." Two scarlet-coated Marines threaded their way across the deck. The sullen crew were in no mood to make way, but they could not protect Rob without risking a charge of insubordination. Rob waited defiantly. What could he do? It had been madness putting himself between Courtney and Thomas. He had given Courtney the excuse he wanted, and he would pay the price, but he could not have done anything else. "Wait!" Tu's voice rang across the deck. He strode towards Courtney. "What is the meaning of this?" Courtney froze. For a moment, Rob thought he might lash out at the captain. That was too much to hope for. There would be no comeback from striking Tu. Coiningham would be court-martialed, and perhaps he might have done it. The deck was gripped in silence, waiting to see what would happen. The fog deadened sound so that the slap of the waves on the hull beneath them seemed distant, but the roar of a 12-pound cannon carries through anything. The boom echoed out of the cloud and across the deck, dislocated by the fog so it seemed to come from everywhere at once. No one moved as the sound rolled away. Then two snatched the rope from Coiningham's hand and threw it aside. "Pull yourself together," he said brusquely, "and clear for action." The fog was beginning to lighten. The bowsprit speared through shreds of cloud as the Perseus moved forwards. All eyes peered out over the gunwales, scanning the mist for every shadow. The other ship must be close. They could hear the creak of timbers and cordage, rumbles that might be running feet or guns being run out. "What's that?" Angus pointed off the starboard bow, where a gray mass seemed to float through the fog. They stared, but it did not resolve itself. Instead, it faded away until they could not be sure it had ever been there. "You are jumping at shadows," Rob said. Nonetheless, he watched closely where Angus had pointed. There was no sound. Angus must have imagined it. Rob turned his attention to the port side. There. Rob's sharp eyes picked it out before anyone else. Through the wisps of fog, something substantial. He punched Angus lightly on the shoulder. "You were looking the wrong way." "I know what I saw," Angus insisted, but there was no time to argue. As the helmsman altered course, the other vessel came into definition. A brigantine, large for her type but smaller than the frigate. She was a merchant ship, or had been once. Now her sides had been pierced for guns. Rob counted 8, including 2 swivels mounted near the stern. The red and white striped flag of the rebel navy hung from her stern. A privateer. She ran out her guns. It was raggedly executed without precision. The crew must be volunteers, full of enthusiasm but lacking drill or discipline. The Perseus showed them how it should be done. On 2's command, every gunport lifted as one. The men hauled on their tackles and 14 cannons ran out in perfect unison. The men cheered. The brig would be easy prey and then a payday for them in the prize courts. "What is she thinking?" Rob wondered. "She cannot hope to match guns with us." "She will not fire," said Coiningham. His temper had improved as he contemplated the prize he would command. "They are baring their teeth so they can say they took on the mighty Royal Navy. They will not bite." The brig fired. It was not the single overpowering broadside of a Navy ship. The guns exploded erratically like a string of fireworks igniting. It didn't matter. From 100 yards off they could not miss. 8 cannonballs struck the Perseus. Some screamed through the rigging, others hit the gunwales, throwing off clouds of splinters. "Fire," ordered 2. The Perseus's full broadside crashed out as one deafening blast. Flame spat from the guns. Smoke mingled with the remnants of the fog. Across the water, Rob saw devastation unleashed on the brig. She was lower in the water, and the British gun crews had aimed their cannons with lethal accuracy. Great bites were gouged out of her side. One of her guns was overturned. Her mizzen yard was snapped in 2 and fell to the deck. Her crew did not lack courage. Even in the face of the onslaught, they kept reloading. Once more, the British crews were faster and more efficient. They poured out another broadside before the Americans could fire again. "Strike your colors," 2 shouted across the water through his speaking trumpet. "You cannot win." "You will sink me before I strike," came the defiant reply, accompanied by half a dozen shots as the privateer finally readied her guns again. "You cannot fault their bravery," 2 conceded. "But we will get no prize money for a sunken ship." He searched out the second lieutenant. "Mr. Verrier, prepare a boarding party." Rob, standing nearby, saw the fury on Coiningham's face. By rights, the first officer should have led the boarding party. Even in the chaos of battle, 2 had not forgotten Coiningham's treatment of Thomas. This was his punishment. Verrier shouted orders. Rob ran to his side, handing out pikes and cutlasses to the men in his watch. The brig saw what they intended and tried to bear away, but the Perseus had the weather gauge and followed her around. Their hulls inched closer. "Keep down," Rob called. "She has not lost her teeth." The American guns were still firing, still dangerous. A Marine reeled away with a splinter piercing his cheek into his mouth. A block was shot away. It fell from the rigging and cracked a man's skull. Rob crouched with his men behind the gunwale, Angus beside him, as the ships slowly closed together. They were so near that the brig's guns could hardly elevate high enough to shoot over the side of the frigate. Seized by the glory of the moment, Midshipman Milnrow stood up, waving his sword like a lunatic. "Prepare to be boarded, you damn Yankee bastards," he shouted. The cry was still echoing across the water when his body convulsed, struck from behind. A cannonball erupted through his stomach, tearing him in two. His head and torso were torn from his waist, cartwheeling through the air and over the side. His legs stayed upright for a moment, like a headless chicken, then toppled over, gushing blood across the deck. The men stared. But worse than the horror they had witnessed was the realization of what had happened. The cannonball that killed him had not been fired from the brig. It had come from behind, from the other side of the ship. Forgetting the brig to port, all eyes turned to the starboard side. Another ship had appeared. She had crept up behind them while they were distracted by the brig, hiding in the fog until she was almost upon them. Rob glimpsed the outstretched talons of her figurehead. "The French frigate!" he cried. Etienne de Bercheny had waited his whole life for this moment. He gripped the sword his mother had given him with its gold handle and ivory inlay. He would make her proud today. He would kill Englishmen. Through the fog he glimpsed the striped flag of the Continental colors fluttering at his masthead. He grimaced. It was not glorious to sail into his first battle under false colors, but it was a necessary expedient. A man sat beside him on a stool, sketching deft lines on a pad with a charcoal stick. His name was Jean, and he was an artist. Constance had paid for him to accompany Etienne. When they returned home, the pictures would be engraved and printed in all the newspapers to illustrate her son's triumphs. "When you draw the ships, show us under the flag of King Louis," Etienne ordered him. "Mammon will not want the Paris public to think me a coward." Obligingly, the artist smudged out the rebel flag and drew in a fleur-de-lis instead. The Comtesse's instructions had been clear. He was here to burnish a legend, not to document fact. Etienne nodded. Along the deck his crew crouched by their guns, linstocks at the ready. Etienne assumed an heroic pose, chin up, eyes staring into the distance. Let the artist record that. He raised his sword, ready to spring the trap on the English frigate. "Pour Leroy," he bellowed. The men cheered. "Aim high," he told them. "We must have our prize in good condition to sail back to France." He swept his sword down. The French frigate fired. So did the brig. The Perseus was smashed from both sides, caught in a vise of flying iron. A blizzard of metal and wooden splinters exploded at the men on deck from every direction, while blocks and cordage rained down from above. "But we are not at war with France," protested Verrier. He had the plaintive voice of a child, whose opponent had broken the rules of the game. "She is not fighting for France," said Rob grimly. He pointed to the frigate's masthead. Instead of the white flag of King Louis she had flown the day before, she now sported the same striped ensign as the brig. "It is a trap," said two. "They planned the whole thing. There was no time for recriminations. We cannot fight two ships at once. Lieutenant Verrier, take your men and board the brig." Verrier stared. The brig had veered away, putting clear water between herself and the Perseus. The boarding party would have to approach her in the ship's boats. "That is madness." "It is an order," said two. "Even if you cannot take her, you will at least stop her from engaging us. I will make sail and try to come to terms with the Frenchmen." It was a desperate plan. Even one-on-one with the Rapace, the Perseus would be downwind, outgunned, and short of men. Added to that, she had already sustained heavy damage, while the French ship was fresh. For the boarding party, the odds were worse. If they somehow got aboard the brig, they would be stranded on an enemy ship, outmanned and with no hope of reinforcement. The best they could hope for was to sell their lives dearly. "What are you waiting for?" Rob shouted. He vaulted over the side and slid down the ladder into the cutter. With cries of "Perseus" and "King George," the rest of the men followed. They were terribly exposed. The Perseus's guns had fallen silent as 2 sent men aloft to make more sail, but the brig and the French frigate continued to batter her. Cannonballs from the brig screamed over the heads of the men in the boat. As the Perseus drew away, the cutter was left in open water between the 2 ships. "A sitting duck. Pull," Verrier commanded. The men bent to the oars, speeding the cutter through the waves towards the brig's bow. Cheers sounded from the American brig as the crew saw the Perseus draw off. They thought she was running away. Her captain crammed on sail to give chase. It bought the cutter vital moments while the Americans were distracted. But the boat was not invisible. As the brig's men went aloft to loosen sails, they saw the cutter closing. Shouts alerted the men on deck. Rob saw them with rifles running up the ratlins to take position in the tops. The Marines in the cutter kneeled and tried to pick off the American marksmen. From the rocking boat, their inaccurate muskets had little hope of hitting their targets. The best they could do was worry the Americans, making it harder for them to aim. It was not enough. One of the rowers fell from his oar, clutching his side. Rob took his place at once. "Pull harder," Rob urged his shipmates. The brig was gathering speed. If she passed them, then the cutter would be left a spectator in the battle, while the brig would be able to cross the Perseus's stern and rake her decks. The men heaved, breaking their backs with the effort. Another man was hit in the shoulder by a musket ball. Lieutenant Verrier changed places with him, so that the officer rowed while the wounded man took the tiller with his one good arm. Slowly the cutter and the brig came together. The rifle fire from above ceased as the cutter came into the shadow of the hull. A man leaned over the side. Verrier raised his pistol and shot him in the face, but they could not keep pace with the brig under full sail. The men at the oars were flagging. "One last heave," Rob shouted. Leaving his oar, he clambered over the benches to the bow. A rope lay coiled in the bilge, with a grappling hook tied to one end. Balancing himself on the thwart, Rob took the rope and paid out a length. He swung it in the air, as he had many times back home slinging a lasso around his father's cattle, then let fly. He had one chance, and he judged it perfectly. The grappling hook sailed through the air and caught on the chains below the brig's bowsprit. Rob fastened the rope end to a cleat on the cutter's bow, just as it jerked taut. The cutter bounded forwards as the brig took the strain. Rob and Angus hauled in the rope until they came under the bowsprit. Behind them, Marines and sailors readied their weapons. Rob waited for the command. It didn't come. Rob looked back. Every second they delayed increased their danger. What was Verrier thinking? Verrier lay slumped over his oar, a dark bloodstain spreading around the small hole punched through his blue coat. Rob felt a pang of sorrow. The lieutenant had been a good man, brave, and a bulwark against Coiningham's brutality. But that did not matter now. If they waited any longer, they would all die. He sought out the only other officer in the boat, a pimple-faced midshipman named Evans. He was younger than Rob and white with terror. "Give the command," Rob hissed. The midshipman looked at him blankly. "The order to board." The men looked to their officers, Rob added urgently. "You are the senior officer aboard now." Evans swallowed hard and nodded. He stood, his knees shaking so badly Rob feared he would fall in the water. "At him!" The midshipman shouted. The men cheered and surged forwards. Rob tucked his cutlass in his belt and held his knife between his teeth. He grabbed the bow chains, swung himself up onto the cathead and then onto the deck. An American sailor came at him with a pike. Rob had practiced sword drills on the Perseus, but he had little formal training. Instinctively, he swung the cutlass at the pike and battered it aside. Strength, more than technique, saved him. The pike's point went wide of his shoulder and lodged in the bowsprit. The American tugged on it, but he had buried it so deep he could not get it free. Rob brought the cutlass down on his collarbone with a blow like chopping wood, so hard he almost cut through to the man's heart. The American collapsed. Rob twisted the pike free from the bowsprit and reversed its point. This was a more familiar weapon, like an old friend. He had gone out in the bush many times hunting with sharpened sticks. His father's Q-wave herdsmen had delighted in teaching Rob the use of their assegais, the long, light-throwing spears of their tribe. Rob stabbed and jabbed it expertly, making space in the press of men the same way he had in the tangled forests of Africa. Beside him, Angus wielded a boarding axe with lethal effect, driving the Americans back. Over the clash of steel, the shouting and screaming, Rob heard the dull boom of cannon fire like distant thunder. The Perseus must be engaging the French frigate. In the thick of battle, he could not see who was winning, but at least he was playing his part. Distracted by the boarders, the American crew could no longer handle the brig. She was bearing off downwind, away from the two other ships. That would level the odds for Captain Two, but for the Perseus's men aboard the brig, the odds were grim. The American ship carried a big crew for her size, and the boarders were too few against them. They were hemmed in, a knot on the foredeck fighting for their lives. More than half lay dead or wounded already. The young midshipman was shouting bravely to keep fighting, but it was a lonely voice. If they could not break out, they would have to surrender or die. Rob drove the pike into an American sailor's belly. Instead of pulling back, he kept hold of the shaft and drove forwards, ramming the weapon through his opponent. The point burst out of the man's back. He was pushed into the man behind him, who was skewered with his shipmate on the protruding point. Rob pushed on. Both men were driven backwards, knocking more of the brig's crew out of their way until they collapsed on the deck. Rob let go of the pike. Before anyone could react, he ran into the space he had created, leaped up onto the gunwale and swung himself into the rigging, jackknifing his legs to avoid a cutlass thrust. He ran up the ratlins towards the main top. The rigging shook under the feet of men chasing him, but he didn't look back. Halfway up, he saw a rope tackle dangling from a yard. He leaped for it. There was no room to miss, but he snatched it in midair and let his momentum carry him swinging over the main deck, almost to the mizzen mast. Not quite far enough. He grabbed a backstay, swung himself off it, and managed to get hold of the mizzen shrouds. In the chaos and the smoke, the men on deck lost sight of him. Rob climbed to the top, then edged along the gaff boom until he found the halyard that held the brig's flag in place. He cut it with his knife. The rope slithered away as the rebel flag fell billowing to the quarterdeck. Below, Rob heard shouts of consternation, then a strange and sudden hush. To strike your flag was to surrender your ship. For a moment the Americans wondered if the battle was lost. A figure in a blue uniform coat strode from the quarterdeck, brandishing a pistol. "Fight on," he bellowed. "We have victory in our grasp." The American captain leveled the pistol towards the bow. Rob saw it was aimed at Angus. While the Americans were confused, the Scot had broken out with a group of boarders charging across the main deck. But he had not seen the gun aimed at him. Rob let go of the yard and dropped. From that height he would have snapped both his legs if he had hit the deck. But the captain broke his fall. Rob landed on top of him, knocking his pistol from his hand. Before the captain could recover, Rob stabbed him through the heart. A swivel gun stood mounted on the side. Rob swung it around so that it pointed inboard where the American sailors were gathered. As it pivoted, he felt something move inside the barrel. It was loaded. The gunner must have abandoned his station or been killed before he could fire it. The swivel was fitted with a flintlock like a rifle, and there was powder in the touch hole. Rob jerked the rope attached to it. The flint sparked. The flame ran through the touch hole and ignited the powder in the barrel. A hail of tiny shots spat from the cannon's mouth, reaping a terrible harvest on the main deck. Cut down from behind, the American crew faltered. It was all the encouragement the British sailors needed. With shouts of "God save the King," they charged forwards. And suddenly the battle was over. Their colors had been struck, their captain was dead. The Americans had nothing left to fight for. As quickly as the battle had started, they threw down their weapons and surrendered to the boarders. Angus ran aft to Rob. "What are your orders, sir?" Rob stared at him, dazed. "My orders." He looked down the length of the deck. Blood, bodies, and broken limbs littered every inch. "Midshipman Evans is in command." The midshipman caught a bayonet. "You are the senior officer." Rob stared at his friend blankly. He was not yet 19. There were men in the crew who had served at sea for 30 years or more. He felt their eyes on him. Bruised and blood-spattered, flushed with victory, they were looking to him. How could he tell them what to do? But instead of being distracted by their expectation, he found it gave him strength. Something stiffened inside him, like a sail filling with the wind and snapping taut. "Lock the prisoners below," he said. The Perseus's men had taken the ship, but they were still outnumbered by the American crew. He needed to secure the victory before the Americans recovered their morale. A warm smile spread across Angus's face. He could see the mantle of command settling on Rob's shoulders as the boy came to terms with his responsibility. Men would follow him, Angus thought, wherever he led them. They herded the Americans and locked them in the hold. Rob inspected the ship. She had taken heavy damage from the Perseus's broadsides. Her mainsail had been shot away, and her boom dangled off the mizzen mast like a broken limb. Among the bodies and blood, her deck was littered with cordage and splintered timbers. "Set parties to clear the deck and get some sail on her," Rob ordered. The wind had risen, a stiff onshore breeze blowing them towards land. Until they got steerage way, they would be helpless before it. The wind had driven off the last of the fog so Rob could see clearly at last. Across the water, the two frigates, the Perseus and the Rapace, had drifted far away from the brig. With the naked eye, it was hard to tell how they had fared, and there were no telescopes to hand on the shattered quarterdeck. Both still had their colors aloft, and a haze of smoke over their decks where the cannons were firing. The Perseus seemed to have come off worse, but too was working her hard, using her superior speed to maneuver so the Frenchmen's guns could not come to bear. "We must help her," said Rob. "Together, we may be able to defeat the French." He saw doubtful faces around him. The men were exhausted. It would take all their strength to make the brig serviceable again. The prospect of having to re-enter the battle was enough to drive them to mutiny. Rob forced himself to smile. In the heat of the moment, the words his men needed to hear seemed to come naturally. "Are we not the most feared warriors on the ocean? Do we want the men we left behind getting all the glory when they capture the Frenchy frigate? Shall we leave them to spend the prize money? This is your chance to prove yourselves worthy of our flag and make yourselves rich." It brought a ragged cheer from his men. They cleared the deck and sprang to their work, breaking open the sailmaker's locker to stitch canvas and splice lines that had been cut in the fight. But it was taking too long. The wind blew them back, away from the frigates and into the mouth of the great bay that opened in the shore. The brig's hastily repaired sails and cordage could not take the strain of beating into the wind. Angus, manning the wheel, grimaced. "Something's amiss," he told Rob. "Her rudder's not answering aright. Her cables." Rob asked in a low voice. If the rudder cables had been shot away, it would take hours to repair. The vessel would be at the mercy of the wind and currents, and they were rushing ever closer to the rocky promontory at the mouth of the bay. Angus shook his head. "More likely blockage under her stern keeping the rudder from turning. We can steer her afore the wind, but if we try to put her hard over, it might snap." Rob made his face calm so that the men wouldn't divine his panic. Those nearest had already overheard too much, pausing in their tasks to look at him. He gazed at the line of white breakers foaming on the rocky headland. To be caught on a lee shore, with jury-rigged sails and a broken rudder, was any sailor's worst nightmare. If they could not turn into the wind, their only option was to sail into the bay and hope they could find a sheltered inlet to repair the damage. Rob remembered the charts he had studied aboard the Perseus. The coast hereabouts was a treacherous maze of sandbars, shoals, and reefs, But that was not the worst of it. The land around Narragansett Bay was a stronghold of rebel sympathizers, and inside the bay was the harbor of Newport, where, according to Two's reports, the rebel navy kept a flotilla. The moment the rebels saw the brig and realized what had happened, they would seize her back. They would not be kind to the British sailors who had taken her. Now Rob felt the loneliness of command, of having to choose between bleak options. Whatever he did, men might die. But if he delayed any longer, the sea would make his choice for him. They were already so close to shore he could hear the waves breaking on the rocks. "Bear away downwind," he ordered, with all the confidence he could summon. "We will enter the bay." The men jumped to obey. The promontory slid past, barely 100 yards off their beam, as the brig threaded her way through the channel between an island and the mainland. It reminded Rob of the entrance to Nativity Bay back home. "Maybe put a leadsman in the chains," Angus murmured in Rob's ear. "Treacherous waters hereabouts." Rob nodded, angry with himself for forgetting such an obvious precaution. How much a captain had to remember. Even when faced with the biggest decisions, he could not neglect the 1,000 other details necessary to keep a ship safely afloat. Rob gave the order and promised himself he would do better next time. Luckily, the wind was dead behind them. It drove them down the middle of the channel, away from the treacherous shallows at its edge. The breeze eased as they came in shelter of the land. Rob was confident enough to alter course a few points, looking for a cove where they could anchor. Nothing looked promising. The rocky shore offered little protection, barely so much as an inlet. As they sailed further on into the bay, Rob began to worry that they would never get out. Even if the wind shifted in their favor, the French frigate was most likely out there. If she sailed in after them, they would be trapped. "There," said Angus. Rob looked up. It was an anchorage, but not the quiet cove or deserted beach he had hoped for. As the brig came past a spit of land, the bay opened out to their right. Where Angus had pointed was a complete harbor. It looked a prosperous place. The wharfs and cranes were built to accommodate transatlantic trade. Solid four-square houses lined the waterfront, extending some distance back, while along the coast shipyards supported vessels in various states of construction. It must be the town of Newport. "We will get a warm reception there," murmured Angus. He handed Rob a spyglass he had found in the wreckage of the captain's quarters. Rob put it to his eye and scanned the ships at anchor in the harbor. All of them carried the striped pennant of the rebel navy. It was not much of a fleet, half a dozen converted fishing boats and schooners, but they would make short work of the wounded brig. Once again, Rob felt the claustrophobia of command closing around him. He had made his decision, and it had failed. Now he was trapped on the horns of a dilemma. If he tried to flee, the Americans would chase him down. If he held his course, he would sail into their arms. The only card he had to play was that the Americans did not yet know that the brig had been captured. He stared through the spyglass, thinking furiously. As he surveyed the harbor, he noticed another ship he had not seen before. A frigate, so gleaming new she must just have been launched from the shipyard. Her masts were already stepped, her sails mostly rigged. Soon she would be ready for sea. Fully armed, she would be the most powerful ship in the American Navy. An idea formed in Rob's mind, a way to escape the poisoned choice he had. He gave Angus the telescope and pointed to the frigate. "What do you make of her?" His friend ran an expert eye over the ship. "She's a big un, pierced for 40 guns, and you can see how stout her timbers are by how low she sits in the water. She'll fear nothing but a ship of the line when she's finished." "Then maybe we can do something." Rob's eyes were bright with mischief. "Open every scuttle and gun port and wedge them open. Bring up all the tar, cordage, sailcloth, and wood you can find in the stores and stack it on the main deck. I want this ship ready to burn like a bonfire." Angus looked astonished. "A fire ship? Even if we could beat out of this bay without breaking the rudder, we would never outrun those ships in the harbor. If we land, they will have us in chains in an instant. One way or another we cannot keep hold of this prize. At least we can put her to good use. And how do we get away? If we manage to sail the fire ship into that harbor, there will be so much confusion and panic they will not see us escape. Rob gestured aft, where they were towing the boat that had brought them from the Perseus. We can make our escape in the cutter. Angus gave Rob a look that was half admiration, half anxiety. They say command changes a man, but look at you. Half an hour ago you could hardly open your mouth to give an order. Now you are Sir Francis Drake. Angus had meant it as a compliment. But he saw Rob flinch at the words, as if he had opened an old wound. He could not know that the mention of Sir Francis Drake had reminded Rob of the Neptune Sword, the magnificent gift that Drake had given his ancestor Sir Charles Courtney. Going into battle in command of his own ship for the first time, Rob should be wearing it. He felt its absence like a hole in his side. 7 generations of Courtneys and he had lost it. Angus touched his forehead. Meaning no offense, sir. Rob recovered himself. He saw the concern on his friend's face and clapped him on the shoulder. You do not have to salute me yet. I have just got hold of my first ship, and now I am about to burn her to the water line. I fear I will not be a captain for long. Long enough. As Angus ran to supervise the preparations, Rob turned the telescope back onto the harbor. He could see a commotion around the quayside, men and women hurrying to watch the brig approach. They could see she had been in battle and were desperate for news. Was it a victory? The thought that she might have been captured did not seem to have occurred to them. The bow hid the pile of kindling that was being tossed on the main deck around the mast. Fire was a seaman's greatest fear, but now they embraced it with devilish glee and ingenuity. They soaked sailcloth and hammocks in tar, dipped them in gunpowder, and piled them over the wood around the foremast. Other men pulled apart rope ends and bound them with powder and splinters in paper packets. They would burn long enough to make sure the fire took good hold. How long will we have before the fire reaches the magazine? Rob wondered. 5 minutes, Angus guessed. Rob measured the distances with his eyes. They would have to sail right into the harbor before they fired her, to be sure that no one had time to get aboard and put out the fire. I hope the men are ready to row for their lives. A few small craft had set out from the harbor to intercept the brig. Rob watched them, his chest tightening. Run up the Yankee colors. The red and white striped jack broke from the masthead where Rob had cut it down a short time before. A cheer rang out from shore. It would not fool them for long. With her makeshift canvas, the brig was coming in too fast. She should be shortening sail, preparing her anchor cable. Instead, Rob had crammed on every scrap of speed he could extract from her. Angus reappeared at his side. His face was grim. Begging your pardon, he began. Not now, Rob snapped. He was feeling the tension, the knife edge he was walking. Set the fire too soon and it would give the Americans time to react. Too late and his crew would burn with their ship. This cannot wait, Angus insisted. What will you do with the prisoners? Rob froze. With so many decisions to make, so much danger, he had not thought of the brig's crew crammed captive in the hold. If he left them there, they would be burned alive. Whatever the risks, he could not have that on his conscience. Lower the ship's boats, he said, but take the oars out. Bring the prisoners up in groups and let them into the boats. They will make it to land eventually. They will see on shore what we are doing. Rob shrugged. There is no choice. There was no time to lower the boats in orderly fashion. Rob's men pulled out the oars and added them to the pile of wood on deck, then launched the boats over the side with great plumes of spray. By the time the first one was in the water, a dozen prisoners had come up from the hold and been ushered over the gunwale at the point of a boarding pike. None tried to resist. One look at the tinder around the mainmast made them desperate to be off the brig. Rob checked their progress again. The sight of men disembarking into the boats while the ship was under full sail had caused consternation on shore. Meanwhile, one of the small boats that had rowed out to greet them was off their bow. A man dressed in fine clothes with a blue cockade in his hat stood unsteadily in the stern and hailed the brig. "What news?" "A great victory," Rob shouted back, trying to mimic the flat vowels of the Americans. "We gave King George a taste of his own medicine." Huzzahs sounded in the little boat. But the man in the back was frowning. "If it was a victory, why are you abandoning ship?" "We were holed below the waterline," Rob said, though the brig was riding high. "The pumps cannot keep up." But it was impossible to maintain the lie. The American sailors in the boats had overheard every word, and they started a furious protest. "He's lying," they shouted. "The British took the ship. They mean to burn her." Rob had no more time. There were still 20 or 30 American sailors on deck, waiting to climb into the boats. If they took it into their heads to fight, now they were in sight of safe harbor, he might lose the ship. "Throw the others overboard," he shouted. Without hesitation, the British sailors drove the Americans to the side. Any who hesitated were encouraged with a sharp kick to the backside, or the flat of a cutlass across their shoulders. Some shouted that they could not swim, but Rob didn't worry about that. They would find their way to the boats or be picked up by their comrades. His own men were in far greater danger. The Americans knew the brig had been taken. It would not take them long to launch an attack. A shrill shriek drew his attention to the main deck. It sounded like a girl's voice. Is this the gallantry of British sailors, to throw a defenseless girl overboard? 3 civilians had appeared on deck, 2 men, and a young woman of about 17 wearing an emerald green dress. She had lost her bonnet so that her raven-black hair streamed around her shoulders. Even in the midst of battle, surrounded by the enemy and with the ship primed to explode, she had a face to make every man on deck forget his work and stare at her. "Where did these people come from?" Rob asked, astonished. One of the sailors knuckled his forehead. "I found 'em in one of the cabins below when we took the ship. Locked 'em in the hold with the others." Rob crossed the deck to the passengers. "Who are you?" The shorter of the 2 men drew himself to his full height. He barely stood 5 feet tall. He was enormously fat, with sagging jowls, a florid nose, and a powdered wig which had slipped askew in the commotion. "Thank God you are here," he said. "My niece and I feared these rebel vagabonds would cut our throats." Rob stared in surprise. The man had a strange accent, neither properly English nor American, but a sort of slurred drawl. "You are not one of the Yankees?" The man's face flushed with outrage. "Indeed not. I am a loyal subject of King George. Hezekiah Bracewell is my name." He indicated the other 2. "My niece, Miss Sophie Bracewell, and my clerk, Mr. Crow." Rob glanced at the other man. Bracewell had called him a clerk, but he looked more like a bare-knuckle boxer than a secretary. His shoulders strained against his short jacket, his arm muscles bulged, and he had a deep scar carved down one cheek. He caught Rob's gaze and returned it with a menacing stare. "How did you come to be here?" Rob asked Bracewell. "I was on my way to my estates in Jamaica when this brig overhauled my sloop and took us captive. I need not describe the horrors we apprehended at the hands of these ruffians, especially touching my niece's virtue." His niece, Sophie, averted her face, as if the horrors he alluded to were too great. For some reason, Rob had the feeling she wasn't frightened at all. The last of the American sailors had entered the water with cries and splashes. The unexpected passengers were the only 3 remaining. Belatedly, Bracewell looked around and noticed their course, their speed, and the pile of combustibles stacked around the mast. "What the devil is going on?" he demanded. "What manner of rescue is this?" "You are not yet out of danger," said Rob. He could not afford to risk civilians in his plan. He turned to Angus. "Put them over the side with the others." With a cry, the girl collapsed to her knees and threw her arm around Rob's legs. Her angelic face stared up at him imploringly. "I beg you, sir, do not condemn us to such a fate. They will not let you drown." Rob did not sound as sure as he meant to. Her blue eyes had a hypnotic quality that cut through his defenses. "The sailors will take you to shore in their boats. But if we fall into rebel hands, who knows what they will do to us, to me?" Her hand clasped his thighs. Such was her distress, she didn't seem to realize how close her fingers reached towards the crotch of his trousers. Rob hoped her uncle hadn't noticed. I would do anything to be spared such a fate. Rob had no time to argue, nor he found did he want to go to the stern. He pulled himself away from her grasp. While they spoke, the brig had continued bearing down towards the frigate in the harbor. No one on shore could doubt their intentions now. Rob could see the carpenters and riggers lined up on the frigate's side, staring at the ship rushing towards them. A few sailors on the anchored ships had climbed into the rigging to get a better view. None of them had thought to man their guns. Rob stared at the harbor, the unfinished frigate and the water between them, constantly calculating speed and distance. It was time. "Load the guns," Rob said. "Plenty of powder and double-shotted. Then set the fire and let us be away." The men did as he ordered. They lashed the brig's wheel in place, braced her sails, and let down ropes over the stern into the cutter. Angus lit one of the bundles of kindling, threw it onto the pile of wood, and ran aft. It smoked for a moment, then ignited with a puff of flame as the powder caught. At the stern rail, Bracewell was staring aghast at the cutter in the water below. "Do you expect my niece to climb down there like a common tar?" he demanded. "Either that or burn." Smoke from the fire was blowing over them. Before Bracewell could react, Angus lifted Sophie by her waist and threw her over his shoulder. One-handed, he vaulted over the rail and let himself down by the rope into the cutter. Bracewell had no choice but to follow, puffing and cursing. He slid down heavily, skinning his hands. Crow, the secretary, followed, surprisingly nimble for such a heavy man. One by one, the rest of the crew clambered into the cutter. Rob was the last to go. He took a final look at the brig and felt a pang of regret. He had only commanded her an hour or two, but she had been his. It would be hard to go back to being a master's mate aboard the Perseus, dodging Coiningham's traps and answering to pimple-faced midshipmen. If you delay any longer, you will not have to worry about Coiningham ever again. The flames were rising up the mast, catching the lower edge of the sail. Rob leaped off the rail and dropped heavily into the waiting cutter. The moment he landed, Angus gave the command and the men bent to their oars as if the devil himself were lashing their backs. The cutter bounded through the water. Rob took his place with the other men, working an oar as hard as any of them. Looking back, he saw panic overwhelm the harbor. Some of the ships were trying to get under way. Others, too hasty, had cut their anchor cables and were drifting out of control. None of them could stop the brig. Like a bright burning angel, she bore down on the harbor, straight at the unfinished frigate. The flames licked from her masts and yards, making a pyramid of fire 200 feet in the air. Her sails had already turned to ash, but momentum carried her forwards. Booms sounded from within her hull as the fire touched the cannons Rob had primed. They fired as if manned by a ghostly crew, cutting random swathes through the nearby vessels and scattering the crowds on the quay. She rammed the frigate so hard her bow collapsed with the impact. The new-built ship's timbers were dry and her rigging dripped with fresh tar. Her deck was strewn with sawdust and row pens. She went up in flames like a beacon. The fire climbed still higher, burning so hot Rob could feel it from across the water. "Keep rowing," he yelled above the din of the conflagration. "We are not safe yet. We must be away before the magazine blows." He had hoped for 5 minutes before the fire reached the powder magazine in the bowels of the ship, but he had not counted on the combined impact of 2 ships on fire. The shock of the collision had opened the brig's timbers all along her side. Air rushed through the gaps, feeding the flames to a greater frenzy. The magazine exploded. The blast seemed to shake the sea itself. Thousands of pieces of burning debris were thrown into the air, falling in a rain of fire over the other ships. A sloop that had cut her anchor caught fire and drifted into another, setting it ablaze in the mouth of the harbor. The men in the cutter whooped and cheered themselves hoarse. Rob could not stop grinning. They passed the boats they had dropped earlier with the American crew and sang raucous songs of victory. One of the men climbed up on the thwart and dropped his trousers to show them his bottom. "You may kiss my arse, you Yankee scoundrels," he shouted. No one gave chase. There was not a ship left in Newport that could put to sea. Even if there had been, the approach to the harbor was blocked by burning vessels. It would be weeks before they could clear the hulks, months to replace all the shipping they had lost. Rob ordered the crew to step the mast. The men stowed the oars and sat back as the wind filled the sail. The cutter heeled over eagerly, her hull skimming the surface like a racing yacht. Men shifted aside as Hezekiah Bracewell and his niece made their way aft. Bracewell thumped down on the bench opposite Rob while Sophie spread her skirts beneath her and perched daintily beside her uncle. "Damn fine work," Bracewell complimented Rob. "Those rebel pirates will think twice before they cross swords with King George's Navy again." The girl twisted a dark lock of hair around her finger. She shot Rob a radiant smile. "My uncle and I are in your debt, Captain." Rob shook his head. "Not Captain, miss. Just plain Mr. Courtney." His eyes met hers and something seemed to tighten inside him. Her pale skin was unblemished and her pert lips made a perfect Cupid's bow. Her eyes sparkled with suggestive energy. "I am sure when they hear of your exploits in London, they will make you an admiral," she declared. Rob blushed. "I only did my duty. Then I trust you will be rewarded in some other fashion." She leaned forwards, making it difficult for Rob not to see down her cleavage. Her dress was cut low and tight, pushing her breasts up into two soft globes. From 3 seats forward, Angus caught his eye. "Steady," he warned, trying to keep a straight face. "You may find there's a bit of a swell." They had left the bay and the waves had grown larger. Rob scanned the horizon, but there was no sign of either the Perseus or the Rapace. They were alone. "What now?" asked Bracewell. Even his voice sounded small against the ocean. "The nearest safe harbor is Boston, in Massachusetts colony," said Rob. "With the damage the Perseus took, that's where she'll head for, especially if she has a prize in tow." He left it unsaid that the Perseus might have been sunk or taken by the French frigate. It would be a hard enough journey without worrying about that. Sophie clasped his hand in hers. "I am glad we have you to steer us, Mr. Courtney." They sailed into Boston 3 days later, aboard a sloop that had picked them up off the Rhode Island coast. The moment they entered the harbor, Rob scanned the shipping anxiously. His heart leaped. There was the Perseus, safely at anchor, her crew busy with hammers and paintbrushes repairing the scars the battle had left. "She survived," said Rob happily. They took the cutter back to the Perseus. Their arrival caused an almighty commotion. 1,000 questions shouted down, and joyful reunions from men who thought they had lost their shipmates forever. Only Courtney soured the mood. He gave Rob a ferocious glare, as if he could not bear to see him alive, and took him aft to Two's cabin at once. Two was standing in front of a mirror, adjusting his dress uniform in preparation for going ashore. He did not look surprised at the intrusion, but merely cocked an eyebrow and said, "Mr. Courtney, I did not think we would have the pleasure of your company again." "How did the fight with the Frenchman end?" Rob wanted to know. "Did you capture her, sir?" he remembered to add. "We were damned lucky to escape," said Two. "She had the better of us. If we had not got a lucky hit on her mainmast, we would not have been able to escape." Rob could see the frustration in his eyes. Two was a brave and honorable officer. It must have hurt to break off the engagement without victory. But he had been short-handed, and his ship had taken a terrible punishment. Closing with the Frenchman would only have killed more of his crew, and probably they would still have lost. It took a certain kind of courage to sail a ship into battle. Now Rob saw it took just as much to know when to withdraw. Courtney had less sympathy. "We could have taken her if you had not derelicted your duty," he sneered. "In the heat of battle you sailed away and abandoned the fight." "The wind was against us, the ship was crippled, and we were on a lee shore," Rob said, more calmly than he felt. He had guessed Courtney would hardly welcome his return, but he had not expected quite so much vitriol. We could not return to the battle. Two drummed his fingers on the hilt of his sword. What of the second lieutenant or midshipman Evans? They died in battle, sir, said Rob. I was in command. I take full responsibility for what happened. And the prize, said Courtney. Since you returned with nothing more than our own cutter, I presume you contrived to lose her too. He jabbed his finger accusingly at Rob. You know what happens to a commander who loses his ship. You will take full responsibility for that too. Rob tried to keep his temper. I lost the brig because I sailed her into Newport Harbor and used her as a fire ship against the Americans. We must have burned a dozen or more of their ships, including a frigate they were building. So yes, I do take full responsibility for that. Silence gripped the cabin. Courtney and two stared at him with scarcely contained disbelief, one in fury, the other in wonder. So it is true, murmured two. How do we know that? Courtney's face had gone red. He sounded almost deranged. We only have Courtney's word for it. All the men aboard will swear to what we did. Rob remembered the Bracewells and the prisoners we rescued. Of course it is true, said two. We had the news from Newport yesterday. The reports are scarcely credible, but there can be no doubting the truth of it. The damage you have done to the rebels is incalculable. Rob was not sure if he was expected to respond. Two was staring up at the skylight, lost in thought, while Courtney glared at Rob. With Lieutenant Verrier dead, there is a vacancy to fill, said two. I will need to speak to the Admiral, of course, but I am confident he will approve my decision. Courtney started to protest, but two silenced him with a withering look. He held out his hand. Rob shook it, not sure what it signified. Congratulations, Lieutenant Courtney. Even before the promotion was announced, the news spread through the ship. Rob's shipmates poured him double measures of grog, slapped his back and cheered him until their voices were hoarse. Angus raised his mug. To Lieutenant Courtney, he toasted. There's not many pressed men as earn an officer's commission. I will not forget where I came from, Rob promised. Angus downed the last of his grog. Of course not. You'll need us watching your back when Courtney comes for you. The men around them laughed, but Rob did not share in it. Through the haze of too much rum, he could feel an awkwardness spreading through him. This might be his last time with his messmates on the gun deck. When his promotion was confirmed, he would move to the gun room and an officer's cabin. He would dine from china plates and drink claret instead of grog. If a sailor talked of mutiny, even in jest, Rob would have to see him flogged. Angus misread his mood. Are you thinking of her? Miss Sophie Bracewell, the girl from the brig. Rob hadn't been thinking of her, but the moment Angus said her name, he saw her in his mind as clear as day. She's hard to forget. I suppose she's gone to Boston, said Angus. Her uncle took her ashore the moment we anchored. No doubt to stop her having her heart stolen by some dashing tar. Angus winked at Rob. He probably saw the way you looked at her. Me? What man didn't look at her? Rob protested. But you were the only one she returned the look to. Rob tried to pretend he hadn't noticed. It does not matter. I doubt I will ever see her again, and her uncle would never let her consort with a common sailor. From over the side, Rob heard a sudden clamor. He scrambled to his feet. Every church bell in the city seemed to be ringing at once. Is there a fire? Are the Yankees attacking? Angus cuffed his ear. You chucklehead, he said. That's your victory they're ringing. He was right. The British Army had endured months bottled up in Boston without a success to cheer. They celebrated Rob's exploits at Newport like parched men given the bottle. Salutes were fired, services of thanksgiving held, and a commemorative sword voted for Rob. The commander-in-chief, General Howe, invited Rob to a ball at his mansion where he would be the guest of honor. The attention made Rob uneasy. He knew the only reason he was being feted as a hero was because the British were desperate. And in the back of his mind, he worried that news of his exploits might make their way back to his enemy in London. He might be thousands of miles away from Baron Dartmouth, but he had not forgotten him. From aboard the Perseus as she carried out her repairs in the harbor, Boston seemed invincible. There were 3 ships of the line anchored nearby, and a dozen more men of war that could have sunk anything the rebels could set against them. Yet all their strength could not hide the fact that Boston was a city under siege. From the Perseus's masthead, Rob could look out over the green rolling hills and see a great ring of earthworks and palisades scarring the landscape. The narrow neck which connected the city to the mainland had been barricaded at either end. No one could enter, but nor could they leave. "It doesn't matter," said Courtney over dinner in the gun room. "While we command the ocean, we can resupply our troops until kingdom come. The Americans will rot in their trenches and die of the plague before they starve us out." "They could defeat us," said Rob, "if they put guns on that ridge to the south." He had seen it from the masthead, an eminence called Dorchester Heights that commanded the city. For some reason, neither the British nor the Americans had thought to occupy it. "They could," agreed Courtney, "if they had the guns." Ever since Rob's promotion, he had maintained an icy politeness, laced with sarcasm and condescension. "But there is no siege artillery for 500 miles. We are quite safe." Rob thought of how bravely the Americans had fought off Newport, how the brigantine's commander had put his ship right under the Perseus's guns as bait for the trap. He wondered if the British officer's confidence was misplaced. But if fighting the colonists was unnerving, it was nothing to the terror of entering the governor's mansion for a ball in his honor when the appointed evening came. Rob felt ridiculous. Worse than ridiculous, a fraud. The brand-new uniform coat with its gold lace hung stiffly. The breeches were too tight and the stockings bit into his calves. It felt like dressing up. The moment he appeared, the room fell silent. All eyes turned on Rob. The orchestra played a grand fanfare that led on to the popular tune by Handel, "See the Conquering Hero Comes." The assembled guests sang the words lustily so that the candles seemed to shake in their holders. Rob froze. He might have run from the room if 2 hadn't come up beside him, taken his arm and steered him through the watching crowd. "Smile," he whispered in Rob's ear. "You are the hero. They expect you to look like one." Rob fixed his face in something like a smile and tried to acknowledge the applause as he walked uncertainly to the front of the room, where a raised dais had been erected. A round-faced man stood in the splendid uniform of a full general, with a golden epaulet and the star of the Order of the Garter sewn on his coat. Rob managed to mount the steps without falling over. "You look almost as comfortable as I feel," said the general with a brisk nod. Rob grinned. If a general felt self-conscious, he did not feel so bad. "I shall not keep you long. But you have given us cheer in a dreary season, and the people must have the chance to salute their hero." A servant appeared at the general's elbow and gave him a velvet cushion. A sword rested on it. "The loyal citizens of Boston took up a subscription and wish me to present this to you as a token of their admiration," said the general. Rob took it. It was superbly made, with gold chasing down the scabbard and a pommel wrought like a snarling lion. Yet when he drew the blade out a few inches to examine it, he saw it was no flimsy presentation sword. The steel was strong and supple, whetted to a keen edge. "A proper weapon," said the general, as if reading Rob's thoughts. "I did not take you for a man who cared for trinkets and show." Rob bowed to the general. It was a bitter-sweet moment. The sword was perfect. He could feel the balance of the blade, the way it would move like an extension of his arm. It was beautifully made and lethal. Yet it was not the sword he should be holding. That was thousands of miles away in his enemy's hands. But you earned this yourself, he told himself. It was not inherited from some dusty ancestor, echoing with past glories. This was a new blade with its future yet to be written. He buckled it onto his belt. "Thank you, sir. It is a generous gift. If you use it to kill Yankee rebels and Frenchmen, then it will be money well spent." The general put a hand on Rob's shoulder and turned him around to face the assembly. The guests cheered again, and as the applause died away, the orchestra struck up the first dance. Rob escaped gratefully from the podium, though there was no anonymity for him in the crowd. Everywhere he turned, men wanted to shake his hand and toast his health, while ladies blushed and giggled behind their fans. "I feel like a fortress besieged on all sides," he told Tu during a momentary pause. "Take refuge on the dance floor," Tu told him. "At least there they can only come at you one at a time." Rob took the advice. He was a good dancer. His grandmother had taught him some of the steps in Nativity Bay, while he had learned more modern figures with Hugo in London. He never wanted for partners. For each girl that spun away to the next set, another stepped prettily towards him. They swooped and sashayed in a blur of fine clothing and silky graciousness, like wheat fields in an undulating breeze. It was a young man's dream, but Rob did not enjoy it as much as he should have. He began to feel that his fame was something apart from him, a shiny trophy that interested the girls far more than Rob's true self. They offered little conversation, and when Rob tried to speak to them, they only looked bored. He always let them go feeling he had been a disappointment. The night wore on. The whirling on the dance floor and the many toasts he had drunk left him giddy and exhausted. All he wanted was to sink into his cot aboard the Perseus. He scanned the crowd for Tu, wondering whether the captain would rescue him. But before he could bow out, the orchestra had started the next tune, and there was another girl stepping towards him. Still looking for Tu, Rob hardly noticed her. "Have you forgot me so quickly?" He realized the girl was speaking to him. He looked down and almost tripped over his own feet in his surprise as he took in her long raven hair, braided around her head, her red bow mouth and those eyes sparkling with mischief. "Miss Bracewell," he said, the fog in his brain cleared instantly. "I did not know you were here." "Where else would I be?" she retorted. "There is no way in or out of this city." "I meant—" She stepped away, pirouetting around while Rob stood leaden-footed. She moved forwards again and took his hand. "Is your uncle here?" Rob asked. "Over there." Sophie nodded to a corner of the room where Bracewell was in conversation with the Admiral. "Would you rather dance with him?" "No," Rob stammered. "Good. I hear such terrible tales of what sailors get up to." Rob thought he must have misheard. He knew what unnatural vices some of the men practiced aboard ship, but surely a lady could not have heard such scandalous rumors. The dance had stopped. Sophie came towards Rob, so close he could feel the heat radiating from her skin. "I am sure after so long confined aboard ship, with only those hairy men for company, you would relish a woman's touch." Before Rob could reply, one of her hands was resting lightly on the front of his breeches. To anyone watching, it would look as if she had her hands folded demurely in front of her. But in the cleft between them, her fingers gripped him through the cloth of his breeches, manipulating his pulsating manhood until it was all he could do not to gasp. "I have a room upstairs," she whispered. "Follow me in 2 minutes." She stepped away, curtsying so low her mouth was almost level with his groin. Then with a guileless smile she rose and went out through a side door. Rob's head was spinning. He had to lean forward so that the tails of his coat hid the unseemly bulge Sophie had encouraged, pressing out of his breeches like a bowsprit. Another woman was approaching for the next dance, bearing down on Rob like a privateer intent on seizing its prey. Rob flashed her a smile. "Excuse me," he apologized. "I am in need of refreshment." He followed Sophie through the side door and found himself in a hallway with a grand staircase rising to the upper floor. There were no lights, but a trail of yellow wax from the dance floor led up the stairs. Rob followed it. The landing at the top was eerily quiet. The noise from the ballroom was a distant murmur. Rob padded down the corridor, following the spots of wax to a door that had been left ajar. A light glowed from the room within. Rob opened the door and stopped in astonishment. It was a bedroom, with thick curtains drawn across the windows, a fire smoldering in the grate and a large canopied bed in its center. 2 flickering candles cast an intimate glow. Sophie lay on the bed. She was naked. Her raven hair spilled across the pillows, her arms spread out. Her legs were parted slightly, revealing a small tuft of dark hair between her thighs. Her skin glowed as soft as a peach in the candlelight. She was touching herself intimately and moaning quietly. In a swift movement, she raised her head and whistled the first few bars of "See, the Conquering Hero Comes." Are you just going to stare, or are you going to wield that mighty sword you have been presented with? Rob felt himself stiffen as his senses took in her beauty, but he hesitated. What if someone finds us here? It is my own room. My uncle and I are guests of General Howe. Rob shut the door and strode to the bed. He did not know how much he had wanted her until that moment. Now the desire burst through him. The sword dropped forgotten to the floor as he undid his belt. A gold button popped from his new coat as he tore it off in his haste. He climbed onto the bed like a ravenous man before a feast. Sophie rose to meet him, gasps coming from deep in her throat. There was strength in her slim, white arms. She caught him off balance and rolled him on his back. She crouched over him on all fours, a wild look in her eyes. Her long hair hung down and brushed against his chest. Her breasts grazed his stomach as she moved her body from side to side. "You do as I tell you," she told him. She was unlike any woman he had ever met. She knew what she wanted, guiding his hands to the places on her body where she would take the most pleasure. She tossed her head and writhed against him like an eel. She dug her fingers into his skin until her nails drew blood. She moaned with pleasure, so loud the servants in the hall must surely have heard it. But when Rob tried to cover her mouth with a kiss, she bit his lip and pinned him against the bed, stretching his body as taut as a rope. Rob thought he would explode, but she was an expert lover. He lost count of the times she brought him to the brink, only to ease away at the last minute, saving him up for herself. At last, with a groan that must have echoed all the way back to the ship, she climaxed, cupping her breasts in her hands and squeezing her nipples until they were as engorged as ripe cherries. At the same, she released Rob. He emptied himself into her with hard, shuddering thrusts that rocked the bed. They lay naked together afterwards, tangled in each other's bodies and musk. Rob knew he should leave. Two would wonder what had become of him. He was an officer now. He should not be returning to his ship by slipping over the side, praying the night watch did not see him, but he was under Sophie's spell. "Where did you learn such amazing lovemaking skills?" he asked, incredulous. "Where did you?" she countered. Robert had no answer. He could hardly bear now to think of his exploits in London's brothels with Hugo. The whores had been neither common nor cheap, but compared to Sophie they were half-shilling streetwalkers. They knew the right moves but didn't invest them with the wholehearted, body-shaking abandonment that Sophie had displayed. The pleasures they provided were physical transactions. Sophie was a magician in the arts of love. He leaned across to kiss her, but she rolled away. "You must go," she rebuked him. "My uncle is next door. If he finds you here, he will have you thrashed to within an inch of your life." The hot blood in Rob's veins cooled to ice. He thought of the noise they had made, so shameless and full-throated. "What if he heard us?" She shrugged her white shoulders. "He has never caught me before." That did not console Rob, but he had no time to wonder how many other lovers Sophie might have taken this way, or to be jealous of them. He pulled on his breeches and buttoned the shirt as best he could. "When can I see you again?" he asked. At that moment, he would have quit the Royal Navy and thrown the gilded sword into the harbor if it let him spend one more night with her. A smile played across her lips. But before she could answer, a thunderous boom sounded from outside. It was a cannon shot, not the distant barrage they were used to from the American lines, but deafeningly close. The windows rattled, and the ewer on the washstand jangled. Moments later, the house shook under an enormous impact. A glass fell off the dresser and shattered. A rumbling noise filled the room as the slates on the roof above started to tumble down and smash on the pavement below. Shrieks and shouts rang through the household. Rob reacted at once. Still half-dressed, he threw himself onto Sophie. She squealed as he rolled her off the mattress, landed on the floor and slid under the bed. Just in time. It sounded as if an avalanche was going off over their heads. Dust filled the room. The bed creaked and groaned as rubble poured over it. Would it hold, or would they be crushed to death? Courtney stood on the ridge of Dorchester Heights, looking down at the spires and wharves of Boston in the gray light before the dawn. It was as if he'd disturbed an ant's nest. A moment earlier the scene had been a picture of tranquility, a city asleep despite the siege. Now panicked figures crowded the streets. Church bells were ringing, windows were slammed open, and plumes of dust rose from the buildings where the cannonballs had struck. The bewildered inhabitants stared at the hill, unable to comprehend what was happening. When the sun went down the night before, the hilltop had been empty. Now it was a fortress. Walls had appeared as if suddenly and inexplicably a genie had created them. Thousands of American soldiers were strung across the hillside. More despairingly, from between the breastworks poked the muzzles of 24 huge siege guns, trained on the city and the British fleet at anchor. Cal savored the triumph. This was his victory. It had taken months, suffering unspeakable ordeals. Hauling those cannons over mountains and through blizzards, Cal had lost one finger to frostbite and another when his hand froze to a metal wheel rim and was crushed beneath it. Day after day, inch by inch, he had brought the great guns through 500 miles of wilderness. When the winter thawed, he had dragged them through mire, and when it turned savage he had driven them through chest-deep snowdrifts. Even when they arrived in Boston, the work was not complete. To reach the high ground, they had had to cross a neck of water controlled by the British, only a few hundred feet from the British sentries. They had chosen the night of the general's ball, when all the British officers had been away from their posts. In the dark, the Continental Army had manhandled the 24 great guns up a steep and frozen hill. The earth was too hard to dig trenches and emplacements, so they had brought wooden frames stuffed with twisted straw to make rudimentary ramparts. Barrels had been filled with stones to make breastworks. If the British attacked, the barrels would double as weapons to be rolled down the slopes and break their ranks. Cal touched the gun and said a prayer for his little brother. This would not bring Aiden back. It would not avenge the hurt Cal had suffered, but it was the beginning. He raised his sword again and looked down the line of cannons. His cannons. The gunners stood with lit matches behind them, awaiting his command. Fire. Rob didn't hear the gun's second shots. His ears were filled with dust and deafened by the barrage of beams and roof tiles cascading down over his head. It was too much for the bed to bear. One of its legs gave way. The bed collapsed towards the corner, pinning Sophie's foot. She screamed. She tried to pull her foot free, but it would not come. Still, the rubble kept falling. Another bed leg snapped. The bed yawed like a ship's deck in a storm, a narrow linta barely high enough for them to breathe. If one more leg broke, they would be crushed. But Sophie still hadn't managed to free her foot. The avalanche slowed. The torrent of rubble became an occasional piece of debris. The room went quiet, though the dust was thick. Rob pressed his hands and knees against the floor and pushed up, taking the weight of the bed on his back. It was immensely heavy. He strained and heaved. He could barely lift it. The bed moved a fraction, enough for Sophie to pull her foot free. They crawled out from under the collapsed bed and looked at the ruin of the bedroom. The ceiling had disappeared, open to the gray morning sky through a lattice of broken beams. The ruins of the roof and half a wall lay piled across the room. Sophie was still naked, her pale skin smeared with grime and blood that had combined with the sweat of her lovemaking. She picked her way through the carnage to the remains of her dresser and pulled out a plain white shift. She wriggled into it. "Does this always happen when you take a lady to bed?" she asked. Rob marveled at her composure. She had nearly died, yet apart from a slight limp when she put weight on her left foot, she seemed unaffected. Through the dust that caked her face, her eyes were bright with defiance. "Only you," he told her. Something gleamed among the rubble. The gilded scabbard of his new sword. He pulled it out from the stones. There was a dent in the guard, but the blade was still true. He dressed quickly and buckled on the sword. The interior wall had half collapsed, but by some miracle the door frame remained standing. Rob opened it and stepped through into the corridor. There was less destruction but more noise. Every guest and servant in the house seemed to be scurrying about in panic. Many carried vessels filled with water, serving dishes, bed pans, chamber pots, anything they could find. Rob smelled smoke. A candle must have been knocked over by the impact and started a fire. "Where is your uncle?" he asked Sophie. She led him to the next room. Before Rob could touch the door, it burst open. Bracewell stood, fully dressed in coat, breeches, and shoes. Mr. Crow, his secretary, was behind him. Both men's eyes settled on Sophie. "Thank God you are safe," Bracewell said. In his panic, he didn't ask why Rob was with her or in such a state of undress, though the leer on Crow's face suggested he guessed all too well. "What the devil is going on?" "The rebels," said Rob. "We must get out this instant." The smoke was thickening. The servants had vanished like rats from a sinking ship. He took Bracewell's hand and dragged him towards the staircase. They had not gone 3 paces when an almighty crash sounded from the hall ahead. Sparks blew in on a blast of hot air, fanning flames around them. The smoke grew so thick he could hardly see. The staircase must have collapsed. Rob tugged Sophie and her uncle to the ground, where the smoke was thinner. He tore strips off his shirt and gave them to the others to hold over their mouths. "What now?" said Sophie. "Follow me." Crawling on the floor, he led them back to Sophie's room. The smoke rose through the hole in the roof like a chimney, letting more air into the room. Rob kept down low and found his way to the window. The glass had shattered. With a fallen brick, he hammered out the frame and swept away the shards of broken glass. He peered out, gulping in the fresh air outside. It was too high to jump to the ground. But halfway down, the roof of the stable block joined to the rear of the house, creating a makeshift mezzanine level. It was the best they could do. The heat on Rob's back was gaining in intensity. The flames had entered the room. There was no time for anything else. "But we will break our legs," cried Bracewell. "Better that than being burned alive." Rob tried to push Bracewell towards the window, but Bracewell stood his ground, his bulk so immense Rob could not move him. "You go first," Bracewell ordered Crow. "See if it is safe." Crow gave his master a black look, but he was an obedient servant. He did as he was told. Rob watched him land on the stable roof, roll over, and then leap down unhurt into the courtyard. The heat was increasing. Rob lifted Sophie through the window, let her dangle as far as she could, and then dropped her down. His heart was in his mouth until he saw her land safely. "You next," he said to Bracewell. Bracewell clambered onto the window ledge. Then suddenly he paused. "My purse," he cried. "It is in my room." "Leave it," said Rob. Below on the stable roof, Sophie looked up beseechingly. "Jump, uncle, before it is too late." Bracewell refused to move. A burning beam fell from the roof, passing inches from Sophie's head. The stables were filled with straw. When the fire reached them, they would ignite like a Roman candle. Sophie was in grave danger, but she would not leave without her uncle, and he would not go without his purse. "I cannot. It is too valuable." "More valuable than your life." Rob meant it rhetorically, but Bracewell nodded vigorously. "You cannot." Rob cut him off with a mighty shove that dislodged Bracewell from the windowsill and sent him tumbling down onto the stable roof. His weight was too much for it. The roof collapsed, dropping Bracewell through. The straw inside must have broken his fall. For a moment later, Rob saw him run out of the stable doors into the courtyard. Just in time. A moment later, the fire caught hold of the stable and set it ablaze. It was spreading inside the house, too. Roof timbers crashed down in the room behind. Rob scrambled onto the window ledge. Scanning the courtyard, he saw a pile of straw heaped up in the middle of the courtyard. It was far enough from the stable that it had not yet caught fire, but it was also far from the window. Could he reach it? He had no choice. He pushed off on the balls of his feet and leaped as far away from the building as he could. The ground rushed towards him. He braced himself. Rob sailed through the air over the yard and landed on the pile of straw. It was thicker than he'd thought, cushioning the jarring impact. As his legs came up, he rolled away on his side so that the force of the landing dissipated through his shoulder and came to rest. He lay in the straw, testing his legs to see if he'd broken any bones. He had not realized that his shirt tails were on fire. The straw smoldered underneath him, then burst into flame. Rob sprang up like a cat from a stove. He rolled on the cobblestones to try and put out the flames. A cold, hard impact stung his body senseless. There was a hiss and a rush of steam. Rob opened his eyes and found himself lying soaked in a puddle. Sophie stood over him, holding a bucket. Her uncle stood beside her. "We are not safe yet." Rob took Sophie's hand and led her through the gate with Bracewell and Crow. A crowd had gathered to watch the fire. Rob pushed through them and did not stop until they were a good distance away. The guns seemed to have ceased firing. He was scorched, soaked, bruised, and aching, but with Sophie's adoring eyes on him, he regretted very little of it. "A night with you is a memorable experience," he whispered to Sophie as her uncle puffed up behind them. "That is just the beginning," she murmured in his ear before putting on a demure face as her uncle arrived. He looked up at Rob admiringly. "Well, Mr. Courtney." "Lieutenant Courtney," Sophie reminded him. "This is the second occasion in as many weeks that you have saved me. That is quite a debt. I must find some way of repaying it soon, or the interest on it will ruin me." Sophie tapped her uncle's arm in mock indignation. "You forget, uncle, that Lieutenant Courtney has also saved me twice. I must find some way to reward our gallant lieutenant." Sophie smiled prettily. Rob felt himself blushing. "The chance to be of service is its own best reward," he said. Sophie leaned in close to him. The scent of her perfume was strong, even above the smell of smoke and straw. "I think we can do better than that." Cal Courtney was furious. When the guns opened fire that morning, it had been the sweetest moment of his life. The only happiness he had felt since Aiden died, a vindication of his death and Moses, and everything Cal had done. But after 15 minutes, the artillery colonel had called a halt to the bombardment. They had knocked over a few walls and the governor's house was burning, but otherwise they had barely touched the city's defenses. "We have made our point," the colonel said. "Now we will see how the British respond." Cal waited in a state of nervous anticipation. He desperately wanted the British to attack. Stumbling up that steep slope with barrels full of stones rolling through them, they would be massacred. It would make the Patriot victory complete. But the British did not take the bait. They tried to bombard the ridge from their batteries across the bay, but their guns would not elevate high enough. The cannonballs struck harmlessly into the lower slopes, bouncing off the hard ground, and the attempt was quickly abandoned. A few scows filled with soldiers put out from Boston, but they returned when the wind rose. Otherwise, the British stayed within their defenses. "Let me put a few more shots into them and see if that provokes them," Cal begged. But his plea was ignored. "General Washington does not wish to risk any more civilian deaths. I did not drag these guns 500 miles through bog and blizzard to see them sit idle," Cal raged. He turned to his gunners. "Open fire." "Belay that," shouted the colonel. The gun crews stared uncertainly between the two officers. "I will have you before the general for insubordination if you say one more word." "I will obey orders when Washington sends an officer fit to give them." "You are nothing more than a well-connected stay-maker." The colonel flushed. Before the war, he had been a corsetier, a maker of women's undergarments. He was mortified to be reminded of it. "Apologize at once, or I will demand satisfaction." "I will give you more than satisfaction." Cal had no interest in the gentlemanly rules of dueling. In his anger, he would settle this the way the boys around the farm always had. He clenched his fist and drove it towards the colonel's jaw. The colonel wasn't expecting it. He shied away, but that lowered his face, so instead of connecting with his jaw, the punch struck his nose. There was a crunch of cartilage, then a gush of warm blood over Cal's fist. It felt good. If he could not get at the British, at least he could take out his rage on the man who had stopped him. He drew back his fist for another blow. Arms seized him from behind. However much the gunners sympathized with their captain, they could not stand by and let him beat a superior officer. Cal struggled against them, tearing out of their grasp. It took 4 men to hold him back. The colonel rose, clutching a handkerchief to his face. Under the blood, his skin was chalk white. When he spoke, his voice was like a honking duck. "At least on the dueling ground I would have given you a fair chance," he said. "Now it will be the hangman's noose." As Cal's anger cooled, he realized with sickening certainty that the colonel was right. General Washington loathed indiscipline. He would offer Cal no leniency for what he had done. The colonel gestured to the men. "Take him away." Rob hired a waterman to row him out to the Perseus. He implored Bracewell and Sophie to come with him for their own safety, but Bracewell refused. "I must go to the general," he said. "I have urgent matters I must discuss with him." In the confusion of the morning, Rob hoped he would be able to slip aboard unnoticed, but Courtney missed nothing. He was waiting for Rob at the top of the ladder. "Lieutenant Courtney," he sneered, "absent from your station once again when the battle starts. You should have returned much earlier when the first shots were fired. What have you been up to? Wait until I inform Captain Two." Rob controlled his temper. "Two gave me 24 hours shore leave." "And did you use that time to become a chimney sweep?" Courningham's eyes raked over Rob's appearance, his torn and charred clothes, no shoes or stockings, the soot that covered his face. "Two should have known better. You can make a man an officer, but you can never make him a gentleman." He turned away. "Wash yourself and change your clothes. If you were a common tar coming aboard in this state, I would give you a dozen lashes this instant." Rob cleaned himself up. He felt embarrassed at the way he had appeared in front of the men. He knew, as an officer, he should do better. Perhaps if he had been born to it like Courtney, he would have known what to do. At the same time, he had no regrets. He could still taste Sophie on his lips, feel the memory of his body inside hers. "Who is she?" Angus asked, when they found themselves alone on deck. Two had been called to the flagship for a conference with the admiral, and the mood on the ship was anxious. Dorchester Heights was almost 2 miles away from the British anchorage, at the limit of the guns' range, but that did not stop the American gunners taking a few speculative shots at the fleet. Some balls fell in plumes of spray among the anchored ships. One shot a perfectly round hole through a sail that had been spread out to dry. "Who is who?" Rob asked innocently. Angus's face broke into a grin. "You need to try better than that. I can smell the cunning on you." "I bet the girls were lining up to feel the great hero's sword." Rob flushed. "Even if I had, I would not tell," he broke off as a cry went up from the lookout. Two's launch was returning from the flagship. His face was grim when he came aboard and summoned the officers to his cabin. "The general has decided to abandon Boston," he said without preamble. "We cannot dislodge the Yankees from those heights, and we cannot defend the city against their guns. We will evacuate the troops and retreat to New York." Murmurs of dismay and disbelief sounded around the cabin. Boston was the most heavily fortified city in North America. If they could not hold it, nowhere was safe. Rob's stomach clenched as he thought of Sophie. She had nowhere to go, and the American troops had besieged Boston for almost a year. He could imagine what they would do to her when they finally took possession of the city. "What of the civilians?" he asked. "There must be thousands of loyal subjects in Boston. What will happen to them?" "We will do what we can," said Two curtly. "We have an understanding with General Washington that he will allow us to retreat unmolested if we leave the town intact. We will take as many loyalists as we can fit in our ships once we have embarked the troops." Whatever the generals had agreed between themselves, the departing troops were in a savage mood, and they took it out on the city. The mood was near anarchy. The cannons were silent, but the city echoed with the sound of windows and doors being smashed, men shouting and women screaming. Homes were looted almost before the families had fled from them. The harbor was choked with the flotsam of items that had been discarded: furniture, barrels, barrows, and clothes. Rob saw a gilded coach floating past like a half-sunk throne. Every day, the long wharf was thronged with crowds desperate to get aboard the transports and men of war in the harbor. Winter had returned with a vengeance. Bitter winds whipped up the bay and lashed the refugees with stinging hail. Sometimes the guards had to push them back at the point of a bayonet. Safe aboard the Perseus, Rob felt like a coward. He scanned their faces through his telescope, afraid he would pick out Sophie among them, yet also longing to see her. He could not bear to think of her in that chaos. Rob had given up on secrecy and told Angus about Sophie. "She'll be fine," said Angus. "She's a girl that knows how to get looked after." But after a week with no word from Sophie, Rob could stand it no more. One night under a half-moon, he stole on deck with a canvas bag filled with clothes. He stood on the gunwale, staring at the icy black water below. The ebbing tide pulled a river of junk past the hull. "Cold night for a bath," said Angus's voice behind him. Rob turned. "I heard a knock against the hull. I thought it might be Yankees trying to cut us out." Angus put his hands on his hips. "Is that so, sir?" Rob dropped the pretense. "I have to find her. I cannot stand thinking of her helpless in that city. 6 months ago you were set fair to rot in a debtor's prison for the rest of your life. Now you are a lieutenant and a hero. Will you throw that away for a girl?" "She is not just a girl," said Rob angrily. "I love her." It was a bold statement, but how else to explain why he could not stop thinking of her, dreaming of her, the way he trembled at the memory of her? He had only read about love in books, but he was sure this must be it. "You're 18, Rob. What you ken about women?" Angus snorted. "Maybe she gave you a night like no other, but that's your jock talking. You dinna ken what real love is. You have no idea how I feel for her. Tender feelings won't save you from the noose if they hang you as a deserter." "Do you want to give Courtney that chance?" Rob jumped onto the gunwale. In his anger, he would have leaped into the water that moment, but through the darkness he heard the splash of oars and a dim light approaching. Instantly he was on high alert. "Who goes there?" he called. "Ship ahoy," came the reply. "Boat from the flagship with passengers for the Perseus." A small vessel came against the ship's side. The boatman held up his lantern, revealing 3 passengers huddled in boat cloaks in the prow. One was short and stout, his face covered by a broad-brimmed hat. The second was so stocky he looked like a mountain under his cloak, but the third was slender and poised, with a scarf tied over her long raven hair. She looked up and their eyes met. "Sophie." Rob stared. "Am I dreaming?" he said to Angus. "The gods must be smiling on me." He looked up to the heavens and raised his arms as if in supplication. Angus rubbed his eyes. "That, or you have the luck of the devil himself." "What is this?" Courtney's voice broke the spell. He had arrived on deck unseen. Rob wondered if he ever slept. He had an unerring instinct for finding Rob whatever the hour. "Hezekiah Bracewell," Sophie's father shouted up from the boat. "We have orders from the admiral. We are to come aboard and take passage on your ship." Courtney shot Rob a suspicious look, as if he suspected a plot. But he roused the watch and had them rig the bosun's chair, a canvas seat suspended on ropes for those who would not brave climbing the ship's ladder. They hoisted Bracewell aboard like a sack of potatoes. "This is most irregular," sniffed Courtney, "stealing aboard in the dead of night." "Do you wish to consult with the admiral?" Bracewell retorted. "Here are my credentials." He handed Courtney an oilskin packet, but Courtney did not take it. At that moment, Sophie rose over the side of the ship. In her elegant white dress, hands folded in her lap and skin glowing gold in the lamplight, she looked like an angel hovering in midair. Courtney stared, his mouth open. He shook himself and turned to the crew. "Do not leave Miss Bracewell hanging there. Bring her aboard this instant, or I will have the hide off your backs." The sailors hoisted the chair over the side and lowered Sophie to the deck. She stepped off, swaying as if she might faint with the unfamiliar rocking of the ship. Courtney hurried to her and took her arm. "Thank you, Lieutenant," she said with a smile that tore Rob's heart. "Let me show you to your quarters," said Courtney. "You may have my cabin." "That will not be necessary," said Bracewell. "I am sure when the captain learns we are aboard he will insist on giving up his own cabin." Coiningham swallowed. "Of course. I will inform him at once." He led Bracewell and Sophie aft, leaving Rob and Angus amid the baggage that was being hoisted aboard. For refugees fleeing an abandoned city, the Bracewells had brought a good pile of possessions. Watching Coiningham take Sophie's elbow and steer her around a coiled rope on deck, Rob was tempted to grab a pike from the racks around the mast and run the first lieutenant through. He had spent a week dreaming of Sophie, been willing to risk everything for her. And now she was aboard and Coiningham had taken her out of his reach. Sophie glanced back. The half-moon lit up her face so Rob could see every detail of her exquisite features. She caught his gaze and held it. She formed her lips in a silent kiss. Rob started to breathe again. She still loved him. Sophie disappeared through the door, but he held the image of that last kiss like a portrait embedded in his mind. "Don't get no ideas," said a rough voice in his ear. Crow, Bracewell's clerk, had clambered aboard unnoticed. The look on his face said he had read Rob's thoughts all too clearly. "Miss Sophie's not for the likes of you." Before Rob could respond, Crow spun away to supervise the stowing of Bracewell's baggage. Rob let him go. He would not be intimidated. "There'll be trouble," said Angus darkly. "Donnie go fighting the bloodhound for Miss Sophie's affections. She would never so much as look at him." Angus gave him a sideways glance. He was about to say something and then changed his mind. For all his maturity and rank, Rob was still a teenager in the full flower of lust. There were some things he would not hear. "Bad luck having a woman aboard ship," was all Angus said. The Perseus set sail next morning, peppered with sleet and hail. Bracewell, Sophie, and Crow were the only passengers. Looking back as they sailed out of Boston Harbor, Rob saw hundreds of wan figures still huddled on the docks, desperately hoping to be taken away before the rebels took the city. He wondered what power Bracewell had that he could persuade the admiral to let him commandeer the frigate when the situation was so dire. "We are sailing south," too, informed his officers. He was in a bad humor. He was unimpressed by the new orders Bracewell had brought, and at having to give up his cabin to the new arrivals. Two had moved into Coiningham's cabin, Coiningham into the second lieutenant's, and the second lieutenant, a jovial fellow named Fawcett, into the cabin that should have been Rob's. Rob, as the most junior officer, had been sent to mess with the midshipmen, a fact Coiningham had taken particular pleasure in. It put Rob further away from Sophie, while Coiningham slept beneath her. "We are no longer heading for New York," too continued. "We are bound for Jamaica. It seems Mr. Bracewell has an errand there which is of the utmost importance to the war. The admiral has ordered me to put my ship at Mr. Bracewell's disposal and render him every assistance." He didn't bother to hide the skepticism in his voice. He spread a chart on the table, plotting the route they would take. Rob barely noticed. He was thinking of the voyage ahead, 8 weeks at sea at least, aboard ship with Sophie. He was certain they would find some way to snatch a few moments away from her uncle and from Coiningham's jealous eyes. Thinking about it made his loins stiffen in anticipation. Two rolled up the map and surveyed his officers. "Let us hope for a calm and pleasant voyage." Standing outside a tent in the Continental Army's camp, Cal Courtney watched the frigate sail out past Governor's Island. He was surprised to see her leaving. The rest of the British fleet was still at anchor, still taking on passengers and supplies from the boats that bustled around the wharves. He wondered why this solitary ship had been allowed to leave so soon. Where would she go? Rumors were rife that the next British assault would fall on New York City. Cal desperately wanted to be there. That was a foolish hope. The only action he would see now would be a court-martial hearing for striking a superior officer. The knowledge left a void inside him. He cursed himself for not being able to control his impulsive temper. His father had often warned him it would ruin him, and that stung even more. How could he honor Aiden's memory if he could not fight? A head poked out of the tent. "The general will receive you." 2 sentries escorted Cal. His hands chafed in the manacles he wore, but he stood proud, more like a hero than a prisoner. He stared defiantly at the general sitting behind his desk. The general studied him curiously. He had stern gray eyes and gray hair tied back in a queue. He wore a simple blue coat without any insignia of rank. He was a handsome man, though his jaw protruded slightly from the false teeth he wore. "Mr. Courtney," he said in his soft Virginia drawl, "the hero of the hour." He spoke so calmly, Cal could not be sure if he was being sarcastic. Cal said nothing. What am I to do with a man who can bring guns across a wilderness that all agreed was impassable, who opens up a city that everyone said was invincible, yet who cannot keep his discipline in the hour of his triumph? The general mused. "We Courtneys have always struggled with authority," Cal told him. "Indeed." Many times Cal had seen the general stand as solid as a rock, but now he seemed uncharacteristically hesitant. "This is not an easy army to lead. You may be an extreme case, Mr. Courtney, but none of you New Englanders takes well to authority. Colonel Duffield insists I should cashier you, or every man in the Continental Army will think it is his right to assault his superiors." He rubbed his jaw, where his false teeth were uncomfortable. "Why did you attack the colonel?" "It was rank cowardice to stop the bombardment so soon," said Cal. "If we had continued, we could have sunk the British fleet, captured their army, and won the war in an afternoon." The general smiled. "If only it could be so, but we would have had to destroy Boston to achieve it. The British are dug in like termites, and they have many armies. I only have one with which to defend America. I cannot afford to waste thousands of lives in a vainglorious assault, or to antagonize the Massachusetts representatives in the Continental Congress." "I cannot agree, sir. You hate the British. They killed my brother." Cal raised his hands, shaking the chain so they jangled. "All I want is a chance to avenge him. Take off these manacles, give me a gun, and I will risk any hardship for a chance." "So I see," said the general. He thought for a while. "I cannot keep you here," he said at last. "We are trying to forge a professional army out of a rabble, and I cannot sanction indiscipline." Cal stiffened. He had half expected this. The general was a stern disciplinarian, but even so he felt betrayed. "There cannot be a scandal," the general went on. "I will resign." Cal could go into the wilderness, maybe join some of the Indian tribes who were fighting with the rebels, but the general was shaking his head. "I have a different task for you. One that will allow you to keep your rank and maybe even burnish your laurels." Cal found himself daring to hope again. "A French frigate, the Rapace, is patrolling off the coast. France has not yet entered the war, so she is sailing under a letter of marque as a privateer. It is inconvenient to King Louis that a ship sailing under the American flag should be crewed entirely by Frenchmen. He wishes to maintain a pretense of neutrality, at least for the moment. He has asked for a representative from our army to go aboard as nominal commander and assist with their operations." He leaned forwards. "However many sieges and battles we win, we will never defeat the British on land. While they control the seas, they will evacuate their armies and move them to attack us in another place. We have to beat them at sea to win this war." Cal knew he was being offered a reprieve, but he could not be bothered to feign gratitude. "I know nothing about fighting at sea," he protested. "I will not let you exile me to count seagulls in the middle of the ocean just to protect a colonel's dignity." The general pursed his lips. He was a patient man, but to those who defied his decisions he could be an implacable enemy. "You will learn the style of fighting soon enough. A cannon fires just the same at sea, and if you think I am sending you away from the action, you are mistaken. The privateer is to sail on a mission of the utmost secrecy. If you succeed, you will turn this war decisively in our favor. You will have your fill of glory. You will also be entitled to a 1/8 share of all prize money for the vessels she captures." The general noted the light that came on in Cal's eyes when he mentioned the money. Honor and duty were all very well, but like any young man he needed to make his way in the world. This ship is a man-o'-war in all but name. She will tear through the British shipping like a fox through a hen house. In 6 months you could clear £100,000. Cal's cheeks had flushed red. He wasn't a mercenary man. He was doing this for his brother and for the cause of liberty. Yet the thought of such a fortune kindled something different in him. The fight he had had with his father after Aidan's death still stung. His father had called him a traitor to the family. He had cut Cal off without a penny. How sweet it would be to return in triumph, driving up to the farmhouse in his own carriage. He had sacrificed so much, he deserved something in return. "I will go," he said. The general allowed himself a smile. He was a shrewd judge of character, and he had the measure of his man now. He handed him a sealed letter. "These are your orders. Do not open them until you are at sea. When you see the mission I am entrusting to you and the opportunities it affords, you will thank me for it." "Yes, sir." The general stood. "I have no doubt you will succeed, Mr. Courtney. There is something inside you that will not let you fail." Cal rendezvoused with the frigate at Newport. The Rappace had anchored well outside the harbor, which was still blocked with the black skeletons of the burned fleet. From the launch that carried him out, Cal studied the ship intently. He was determined to master this new domain of war, and he wanted to understand everything about her. The boat came alongside the frigate. The lieutenant in the launch gestured Cal to get in the bosun's chair that was lowered. Cal pushed it away and started to climb the wooden rungs set in the ship's hull. He would not be hoisted aboard like cargo. The crew were assembled on deck. Cal could hardly help staring. Everything about them looked as if it had been measured against a ruler. They stood in perfect rows, their backs as straight as the creases pressed into their trousers. Every uniform was spotless, nothing out of place. It made a change from the ragged Continental Army, where it was rare to find 2 men wearing the same color coat. A young officer stepped forwards and offered a crisp salute. He wore red stockings, red breeches, a red waistcoat and blue coat embroidered with anchors on the cuffs. Cal bristled with indignation. The boy was no older than he was. Was the captain trying to humiliate him by having this junior lieutenant greet him in front of all the men? "Where is the captain?" he snapped. The officer bowed stiffly, but his face was charged with anger. "I am the Chevalier Etienne de Bercheny, and I have the honor to be the captain of this ship." "I was expecting someone older." "So was I," answered Etienne. Their eyes locked. 2 young men with all the pride and arrogance of youth. Both fighters and killers, both used to having command, each jealous of his honor. Cal's hand moved instinctively to the pistol in his belt, while Etienne reached for the hilt of his sword. In that moment, it would only have taken a twitch of a muscle for them to call each other out to a duel. But as they looked at each other, the tension changed. Apart from their height, they could hardly have looked more different. Cal, with his thick red hair and strong face. Etienne, blonde-haired and pale-skinned, with the fine features of an angel. Yet in Etienne's eyes, Cal saw something familiar, like meeting an old friend. And he could see from the change in Etienne's face that he had recognized it too in Cal. More than the kinship of 2 warriors, more than a common hatred of the British. Something profound, as if they had known each other in a past life. Both men were too wary to drop their guard completely, but they relaxed fractionally. Cal offered his hand, and Etienne shook it. "I think we have something in common," he said in heavily accented English. "We." A number of tutors had attempted to teach or beat French into Cal, but he had never had the patience for it. "What is that?" "We both like killing Englishmen." Cal gave a hearty laugh. "Then we will get along famously. Where shall we start?" "I have orders." Cal took out the packet he'd been given. The general had told him not to unseal it until he was at sea, but Cal had been too impatient to wait. He'd torn it open the moment he got back to his tent. He had read it with mounting amazement, astonished by the audacity of the mission. By the time he finished, Any doubts he'd had about accepting the assignment had vanished. "We are to sail to the West Indies," Cal told Etienne. "But the British fleet is in Boston," protested Etienne. "If we go to the Caribbean, we will lose our chance to engage them. In the Indies, we will hurt the British more than anything we could do here. Besides," Cal added, "not all the British ships are in Boston. 3 days ago I saw a frigate slip away." Etienne's jaw tightened. "Did you see her name? The Perseus." 3 days, Etienne mused. "She could be anywhere by now." "She could," Cal agreed with a wolfish grin. "But we have many spies in Boston. Now that the British are evacuating, suddenly everyone is a patriot. It is said that the Perseus carries information vital to the war, and she is bound for Jamaica." Etienne took a deep breath. The fight with the British frigate had been his first battle. The fact that his prey had escaped was an intolerable insult to his pride. Now he had the chance to avenge it. "I shall set course for the West Indies at once, monsieur." The temperature rose as the Perseus traveled south. She had left Boston in a blizzard of hail and sailed into a 3-day storm, but now she cruised under blue skies. Officers abandoned their coats and stood the watches in their shirt sleeves. It was not just the sun that warmed the atmosphere aboard ship. Sophie Bracewell's presence had the men simmering. Captain Two rigged an awning over the quarterdeck, so that Sophie and her uncle could sit out in the shade. Bracewell often kept to his cabin, but Sophie was out every morning, sitting in a chair with a book or her embroidery. The men on the ship could not take their eyes off her. Sophie seemed unaware. She sat quietly, her head tilted to one side, lips parted in concentration, a stray lock of hair hanging down over her cheek. The men could look and dream, but they knew she was out of their reach. It was different for Rob. He could not forget that night he had spent with her, the touch of her skin and the feeling of her body around his. Going about his duties on deck, watching every other man on the ship staring at her, was torment. Sometimes she would look up from her reading and catch his eye with a smile, and then the desire would almost burst from him. Sometimes she ignored him, and Rob would descend into a black and sullen mood. "You are like a dog in heat," said Angus. "You need to bend that wench over the capstan and have done with her, or you'll burst your britches with lust." Rob's promotion had not changed their friendship. In front of the other men, Angus was a model of respect. In private, he was as forthright as ever. "You do not understand," said Rob. He was certain it was love, but he also knew Angus had a point. He was young and impulsive, eager to taste again the forbidden fruits that Sophie offered him, driven by a craving he could barely contain. He had to find a way to get Sophie alone. It was hard on a ship where you were never more than 3 feet away from another man. It was harder with Sophie sleeping in the great cabin with her uncle. Most difficult of all was their traveling companion, Crow. He was a menacing presence. Half his teeth were missing, and the rest were rotted black. He kept a cone of sugar in his pocket, from which he would snap off crumbs and crunch them noisily. He followed Sophie like a vulture stalking a wounded gazelle. When she came on deck, he took up position at the rail, glowering at any man who came close. When she went in, he padded after her. At night, he slept on deck in front of the cabin door like a faithful hound. One day, he caught Rob stealing a glance at Sophie. The look he gave him was filled with such malice even Rob shivered, but he was determined to get past him. A week out of Boston, Bracewell invited the officers to dinner. Two was in a bad humor being hosted in his own cabin. The rest of the officers were glad of the opportunity to talk and flirt with Sophie. Crow served the food. "How do you find life aboard ship, Miss Bracewell?" asked Fawcett, the second lieutenant. "We must seem terribly uncouth after Boston society." "Gentlemen bore me." Sophie had arranged the seating so that she was next to Rob. "I prefer the company of men of action." "I trust one can be both," said Courtney. He was seated on Sophie's other side, sitting stiffly. He barely touched his food. It was plain to every man on the ship that he had set his heart on Sophie, and equally plain that she had no regard for him. He was almost pathetic to watch on the quarterdeck. If her handkerchief blew away, he would retrieve it. If she so much as mentioned the heat, he would fetch her a fan. Yet she rarely looked at him. "May we inquire as to the nature of your errand in Jamaica?" asked one of the midshipmen, a fat youth named Brompton. "Or is it confidential?" "It is entirely confidential," said Bracewell. Then he winked. "But I may say it goes to the very heart of our campaign in America." "Then we are sailing the wrong way," said Fawcett to widespread mirth. He pointed through the stern windows back at the Perseus's wake. "America is that way." "The war will not be won in America," Bracewell told him. "It will be won in the Caribbean." "There is no fighting in the Caribbean so far as I have heard," said Tew. "Yet it is indispensable to the war." Bracewell slapped the table, rattling the crockery and slopping wine from his glass. "This ship, its sails and ropes, its guns, its timbers, do you know where they came from?" "Chatham Dockyard," said Tew. "Sugar. This whole war is paid for with sugar. Every button on your uniform, every grain of gunpowder, every stitch of canvas on every ship." "I prefer to be paid in guineas," said Brompton. More laughter, but Bracewell did not join in. "Do you know how much the government pays to keep even one ship afloat or one battalion in the field? Now multiply that by all the ships in the Navy, all the regiments in the Army, and you have some idea of what it costs. No government can afford that from its revenues." "We still get paid," said Fawcett. "Because the government borrows the money," Bracewell expounded, with the ardor of the true enthusiast. "So long as the ministry can levy taxes on sugar imports to repay its debts,